alone. Never shares a single tear. Stays in the coolest mood. Clearly rolling up the yeah. She and all her girlfriends, they go out dressed in women. Then she comes back to the cool side of town. But she lives in my land. 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 Oh, she lives in my land. Oh, she lives in my land. Remember my fiance? She lives in my land. She lives in my land. Oh, yeah. Make me want you. Make me miss you. Make me wonder where you are and forget you. Will remind me of who we are. We're oh so close, but yet so far. You got me open wide. Just come inside. I'm yours, it's yours for sure. She lives in my land.
What's up, everybody?
She lives in my land. She lives in my
Let's see here. Brother, yeah. Yeah, okay, y'all. It is the 25th of December. The day many people are Christians, celebrate as Christmas, you know. And according to that theology that Christianity puts forth, Jesus was born on that day, baby Jesus, right? And you all, many, it's one of the more popular stories on earth. You have different religious theologies, you could say, and Christianity is one of them. And so today is one of the days for Christians, largely. Yeah, and then you have other holidays, of course. But so for those of you that celebrate this day, I hope you have a great day with your family members, and uh, or doing whatever it is you do on this day. Um, for that matter, in Denmark, in Copenhagen, in the Scandinavian, this day that they call Christmas is actually on the 24th. It's not. So that was yesterday. Um, but in America, it's the 25th. And for those of you that want to look into why that is, I mean, there's a context to that it explains it, that kind of shows you how it's the same thing, but the American version maybe has been condensed a little bit. It depends on how you practice it, actually, because people even celebrate quote unquote Christmas in different ways also. It's not all exactly the same. But let me take this off the screen here because I'm already live. Yeah. But in light of that, I wanted to go through a book that I find very interesting. And many people find this topic somewhat, interesting. I guess you could say it's not like it's the shock of the day. Wow, discovering this topic, people have been discussing this topic for hundreds of years, centuries. You know what I'm saying? And but today I'm gonna do it do it through what is often called maybe Afrocentric. You know, and I don't know how many of you are aware of what that term means, but you also have Eurocentrists, and those are, and you have, I guess you could say, Asiatics, Asiatic centrists. You could say there's Middle Eastern centrists. There's different types of um, groups of people that come to understand what they know about these holidays and these religions from their own particular lens, you could say. But so this one might go fall under the Afrocentric uh, one, right? Now, let me see something here. This book, by the way, is called Jesus the Egyptian Priest. It's written by a brother named Willie Washington. Um, Now, let me see something here. Uh, Actually, let me go into the introduction a little bit. First of all, make it bigger, see who can see it. Introduction, right. About 40 years ago, Siegfried Morens had written Egypt's links with the religion of the Old Testament and have been known and studied for a long time. But hardly any consideration has been given to the fact that the religious forms of the land of the Nile also had an effect upon the New Testament and so upon early Christianity. Such lack of interest can be scarcely due to the dogmatic reservations, for if this were so, such a ban would also have affected investigations into the contributions of Greek philosophy and Hellenistic mystery religions, which have long since been recognized. It is rather the case that scholars have failed to appreciate the influence which Egypt had exerted upon the entire Hellenistic world in which Christianity was destined to take shape. Over 30 years ago, R.E. Witt wrote to follow the transformation of what began as a purely African faith into a world religion as Isis became first Greek and then Greco Roman is a complicated and yet fascinating task. How the gospel of Isis, like that of Jesus, found its way into Europe is a question that no historian of civilization can afford to disregard. Gregory J. Riley wrote about 5 years ago that the result of traditional biblical scholarship over the last century or so are twofold. One, the still common efforts to derive all of the good ideas of Jesus and the early Christians from an Old Testament and pre Christian Judaism, and two, the reluctance to give credit for any of those ideas to non Jewish nations or thinkers. We seldom read of the Greco Roman background in the same sense as the Jewish background, the meaning, derivation of Christianity from Greece and Rome, and almost never of the Egyptian background or Mesopotamian background. Yet each of these cultures and others besides contributed to the store of ideas and doctrines that eventuated in the church. It is the intent of the work to answer the above questions by discussing certain aspects of the almost never discussed Egyptian background of Christianity. It will be shown that without the wisdom of Egypt, Christianity would not exist. But first, the general reasons as to why, given the indications of need for such work as expressed by the questions above, discussions of an Egyptian background for Christianity are so few. Pierre Boulle's fictional work, The Planet of the Apes, tells of a planet where evolution produced apes as rulers and men as animals. On this planet, there existed a caste system where the gorillas were the warriors and businessmen, chimpanzees, and creators of science and arts, and the orangutans were in charge of the educational system. The orangutans were described as pompous, solemn, pedantic, devoid of originality and critical sense, intent on preserving tradition and blind to the deaf to all innovation. However, since they were given control of the academy, they were considered the validators of of official science and thus enabled to write all the educational books. As a consequence, they were accused of propagating grotesque errors among simian youth by those who were felt their views and books were neglected. In the subsequent movie versions of the book, the orangutans were given another duty to protect the Forbidden Zone, an area of the planet where no ape could go without their express permission. Only the highest ranking orangutans were aware of the reasons for the existence of the Forbidden Zone. But when the ranking orangutans were asked why the zone was forbidden, they replied, just don't go there. On Earth, a similar academy, some of them hardcore classists and historians of ancient history, has also defined the forbidden zone. That zone was the study of the possible influence of Egypt, Africa on genesis of the European culture in general, and the culture of Greek and popular in particular. Excuse me. Damn, gotta make this bigger here. Yes. Let me see. Okay. As an example to this group of historians, the writer would cite G.W.F. Hingel, whose work, The Philosophy of History, was published in the 1800s. Charles Verhaeren has noted that Hegel, following up with the prior claims of Hume and Kant that real Africans were not capable of fully human abstraction. Hengel's research would prevent any serious research into Egyptian sophistication or connections with the rest of Africa. You know something was very interesting so far what I noticed here is that oops, let me see something. Where's StreamYard at? Is it here? Here we go. It's actually interesting because I see a theme here coming up. And this introduction is more interesting than I remembered. Hold on, let me see who's in here. Hey, Andrea. Hey, I saw the video. Marquise, what's up? Andrea, yeah, I saw the video. I saw Shaka's live last night. I missed it. I wish I could have caught it, but I missed it. I was having dinner with my kids and stuff. And we were just having a nice time and some other family, friends of the family, you know. But yeah, Moses was raised. Let me see here. Moses was raised by the Egyptians. Exactly. Well, yeah, that's what they say in the Bible, right? That's what they say. But you might hear somebody come along today and try to refute it. You never know. You never know, man. This is YouTube, you know? Anything's possible. Hebrews and Egyptians adopted each other's culture, period. Hey, well, I tell you what, brother. Matter of fact, let me drop the link here, man, to anybody who's Marquise. I don't know if you consider yourself a Hebrew or or a Christian or Muslim or Kemite. I don't know, follower of the Kemetic traditions or some other tradition. But let me drop the link to this though, to this book, and on top of that, you know something. In a minute, I'm gonna do a. I think in a month from now, I'm going to do a. I'm gonna hopefully be able to send out some copies of this book so that we can have like a private kind of look at it together and see what stands out. But let me see something here for this second. Just 2 seconds. What is it? Here we are. Let me just drop the link here, and then continue in the chat. See what the deal is. Um, Boom. There we go. What's up, Donnie? How you doing, bro? Oh, you know what? Um, let me. I need to find a way where I can actually send this out, and I did try to look at that. Let me see something. Can I do it through this thing here? Oh, well, it says, oh, yeah. Well, I'll get back to that though. I don't want to hold y'all up, but yeah, I'm gonna try to see if I can put this PDF out or get a copy, get a download link or something for y'all. That's going to take me a couple of minutes, but in any case, let me get back to this one real quick, to this introduction. It's actually kind of interesting. I've forgotten how interesting the introduction was, but let me see here. Okay, Hengel's research would prevent any serious research into. Oh, okay, that's right. So they're discussing the same issue here. How a group of there's a group of academia that academics, a group of academics that are from different that have different perspective on this. And as Marquise pointed out, he said Egyptians affected Hebrew culture and Hebrew culture affected Egyptian culture. But on that note, my thing would be like, there's an issue about the root. A lot of people don't take issue with the cultures kind of overlapping each other or affecting each other or being connected somehow. But that's a good point that you raised, because there are people that do. There's people that never thought about it, to be quite honest with you. So, um, but let me see something here. Let me see if I can. You know what I'm gonna do? Anybody that hops up in the back chat, then I will put the link there. So if y'all hop up on the panel for a minute, you should be able to get the link. I'll do it like that. It'll make it easier. Then I can share this a little bit with folks. Um, yeah, you're not okay. Okay, I'm a non-biased Hebrew. Okay, I got you. That's good, bro. That's excellent. And yeah, then there's the other issue. Well, there are a group of people that take issue with which one came first, not necessarily that all don't dispute, don't have an issue with if they are connected or if they borrow things from each other or if they share commonalities or if some of it is the same, you know. But then my question would be, well, which one came first though? And I think that's where a lot of the problem comes in. People don't, when it gets to which one came first, which one is the progenitor, that's where the issue comes in. And then in that, often race finds itself fused in that, right? Somehow, um, the concept of what a Negro is, the concept of what an African is, the concept of what Black is, and then the fact that uh, racism has scientific racism has made it a point to identify, to use history against groups of people, and that's where this kind of battle about which one is the progenitor, is everyone getting their just due? Is everyone getting justice in this quote unquote history thing? Um, that's where the element is, you know. And I thought, okay, well, today is like the Christians' birthday for Jesus, the Romans. So it'd be a good day to discuss this book here. What's up, Shaka? You there, Jade? What's up, Jade? Yeah. Okay, you here. You know what? Wow, the stream was supposed to start an hour ago. Is that what it said? Is that what it? Maybe it took me a longer time to prepare my little. I didn't. It's not like I made notes, yo. I did not make notes, but maybe it took me a minute. Yeah, yeah. Actually, yeah. Anybody seeing the video, please like it. Um, yo, but let me drop the link also to the stream, y'all. And whoever comes up today, um, I'm gonna send out the good folk anyway, the good folk, my peoples, because yeah, I'm gonna send y'all the link now to this. Y'all can take a look at it, and then we can do a like a little. We could go back and review the book. Actually, to be honest, that would be great. Yo, David, what's up? What's up, fam? What's up, man? You there? Okay, yeah, I see you, bro. Long time no see. It's been a while. Yeah, man. Well, good to see you, man. Everybody's catching up, because we have this day in common. We're free. Everybody else is busy, but the comedic folks, we ain't got nothing to do today, yo. That's so funny, yo. That's so funny. Not 1 hour ago, it was supposed to be 1 p.m. Oh yeah. That's true. Man, Shaka, man, I have to fix myself with that. When I prepare the streams, I need to just keep it real and be like, it's coming on. And I knew it said 1 o'clock, but I didn't know when it would be really. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, we are free today, the comedic folks. We ain't got shit to do, right? Let me see. Nah, just joking. Let me get back to this book, bro. Tell me when something hits y'all, when you see something there you like, and if y'all want to check this, get a sampler of this uh, book, you can actually get it at this link here. To be honest with you, you can get it here. You can get the sampler at this link right here on Amazon. But to I think we might be able to also do good if for anybody that's hopping up. Let me see. Ain't no celebrate. I mean, come on, man. Hey, listen, you know what? Not to change the subject. We're going to get back to this, but I just thought about this. How do y'all, anybody who has kids, how do y'all deal with that? I'm going to tell you, I tell my kids straight up, what's up, what I believe. And not only do I tell them what I believe, I tell them not what I believe, actually. I tell them what it is. You know what I'm saying? My kids. So I don't have my kids out there thinking that Jesus was, that this day is like, that there's necessarily one real person named Jesus, or that there's, I actually tell them that these stories been going around, it could be created from a bunch of different histories of people and different legends and blah, blah, blah. What's up, Shaka?
Hey, what's up, VB?
Yeah, I missed your stream. I missed your stream yesterday, bro.
No, no problem, brother. No problem. It's like usually when I stream, I kind of tell people like the same day,
Exactly.
so there's not much,
You properly do
warning.
it. You do it
Yeah,
properly.
yeah, but you beat me to it. Like I saw like 1 p.m. So I was like, okay, I'm gonna do this and that, and then I'm gonna tune in, and then I open, the YouTube app, and I see you on. I'm like, dang,
Oh,
but
damn. Damn, that's
But
right.
it's okay. I know how it is. Sometimes you put a time because you think, okay, at that time I'll be available, and then you may clear your stuff earlier, and then you're like, okay, let me just go live now. It's not a problem. It just surprised me. Hey, what's up,
Right.
JTV?
Hey man, how are you all doing? Hi,
Yeah,
Oh man,
Jade, what's
I,
up? Hey,
I'm
hi
go
I'm
ahead.
VB,
I'm
how are you, man?
I'm
yeah.
good.
Jed
Y'all
was here
talk.
yesterday. I'm so happy, because yesterday I was streaming. A brother Donnie Williams, he made a $50 donation, so I upgraded my StreamYard stuff. I took the professional plan again, and today I'm gonna do a Medunecha a free Medunecha class. It's gonna be 4
Ah,
p.m. EST.
beautiful.
Yeah,
Oh,
you
excellent.
know,
I was actually
yeah.
going to ask you about that, Shaka. Sorry to cut you.
No,
You
no, it's okay.
put a
It's okay.
message up. It was
Mm.
£10 for a lesson. So, oh, VB's gone. So, how much would we say if I wanted to do a lesson with you? Could I do an open lesson so we could do a live and you could do say I could pay for 2 hours and we could share it live? Would
Mm.
that be possible? Or
No, no, the private classes, they are private, but this one is free, so you
okay,
don't even need to pay. I mean, if you want, you can make a donation, but it's going to be free. This class is going to be free. It's going to be live, so
okay,
everybody can participate. It's subscribers only. People just have to subscribe. But yeah, it's completely free. So I want to see the interest. I want to see how many people turn up, and if there's a good turn up, and if some people make a few donations, then I guess we may continue. We'll see how it goes.
okay.
Yeah, that's going to be 4 p.m. EST, which is going to be basically 9 p.m. England time, 10 p.m. France time, but 4 p.m. New York. I'm sorry, 4 p.m. New York time. Yeah, baby is back. What's up, baby?
Yeah, no, I'm just trying to get my camera, man. I'm just trying to get my camera on, but I guess I have to look into that in a second. Yeah, but yo, man. So today is
Oh,
what's
sorry, VB,
okay?
please let me just say this, VB.
Yeah, go ahead.
See, yes,
Yeah, I
yes,
heard your discussion yesterday, man. Go ahead.
yeah, yesterday I commented on Garfield. Garfield went
Oh,
live for 8 hours and 30 minutes.
ding.
And this morning I noticed that his stream, because I wanted to see some of the comments, and his live stream is private. Maybe it's been deleted, but it's no longer public. Just for the record.
Man, I heard everything you said yesterday, man. I watched it earlier this morning, or in the middle of the night. And I woke up and I had some time to kill, whatever. But I agree with all of y'all, man. That these guys are so, instead of just sticking to the history and the developments and the science, right? Which is changing every day. There's new additions to stuff every day. Instead of just sticking to that, they purposely try to mislead people and just self-benefit. But mislead is the worst part. That's the
Yeah.
thing about it, like it's nothing wrong with them getting some cash apps here and there, but the misleading, that is the thing. And they're talking about stuff that they know damn well people have already figured out and
Yeah.
pretending that they haven't figured it out already, which is why they keep going back to the same subjects over and over. It's like, come on, man. So that's another reason why I wanted to talk also about this book too today, which is about that character, Jesus, talk about that character, to use it as an opportunity to say some things that these guys don't do. What say you, Shaka? You don't believe in Jesus, Shaka?
No.
Yeah.
Um,
What about you,
it's,
Ralph?
it's
You don't believe in
no.
Jesus? Donnie? Huh? Jade TV?
Well, I don't.
Oh, really? Oh, you don't? Damn. How dare you? Next. Yeah. But yo, Jade. So,
Their own
so
choices.
you know,
Um,
yeah. I
I,
mean, there's no room
I
in
haven't
this
got a
world
clue.
if you don't.
I haven't got a clue. I mean, to me, there seems to be some parts messed up or some sort of misinformation. So I'm not 100% sure myself. I'm not a practicing Christian or anything like that.
Mhm.
But I I grew up thinking that he was a person because I grew up as a Christian, and then now I questioned that if his existence because of evidence. I'm not seeing enough evidence,
Mhm.
and I've heard a few people bring certain evidence to me, so I'm actually looking at it at the moment, but it's something that I can't put because I haven't got the evidence for myself. So
I could tell you.
I would
I could
okay.
tell you. Man. I'm gonna tell you, man. I'm gonna tell people or everybody. You, Shaka, Ralph down there, Donnie, David. Like what my personal understanding of this is, and that is, it's not a story about one person. And on top of that, it's like the idea that it's a story about one person is the worst part about it, because it stops people from researching that entire period in history, you know, just history outside of religion, you know, from it stops people from researching all the other people that did exist, right? And I think that's where the issue is now. Now, whether some of the history of the book, like the other, some of the things that they mention, other things are true or not. Um, I think it's very simple. Some of the things are can be seen as possibly real in some kind of context, and then other things no, right? Not at all. And then on the topic of does Christianity did Christianity borrow its core elements from Egyptian culture or religion or culture? You know, do Christians, do Jews, you know, Hebrews, you know, I think I believe they borrow heavily from Africa and Egypt and Kemet specifically, you know. That's what I believe, right? But
Yeah,
yeah. But
I'm
but
I'm with that as well.
so I'm not in for this whole. I think it's kind of childish to like on a as far as history and science, just as far as science is concerned, I think it's childish to think that this could be about one person, you know. But again, when you if you want to practice a religion, then you have to kind of go by what the religion says, no matter what. And so people that do celebrate that, I don't have any issue with that. If they want to celebrate that, if you want to celebrate it and that's what you really literally believe, then hey, that's on you. But I would just say join people like that, join more of the conversation, because if you could see it from another perspective, that other perspective might even be even greater, you know, might even be more powerful. That's what I would think. And you know, but I don't know. Shaka, what's up? You there? Or Jay, do you want to say something?
Yeah, well, just to cut in there, that's what
Mhm.
I was saying with Shaka yesterday. Because Shaka comes with evidence, you see, on
Mhm.
how um certain parts of the Bible have similarities, and if not, is the same thing. So it could be like a remix version of the ancient Egyptian, which is
Mhm.
our ancestral people. Okay, and what I think's happening is a lot of anti-African, anti-black um, that rhetoric that has come in, unfortunately, and it's not pushing this thing forward. So how I would look at it, people that are uh, followers of the Abrahamic faiths,
Mhm.
okay, if in my position, I would pay homage to the Egyptians to say that's where it came from, and that doesn't necessarily mean that I would have to stop um, having my religion, but it's just to know where it came from, where certain things come from. Okay, so people are allowed to believe what they wish to believe,
Mhm.
but to kind of try to dismiss evidence and not to bring any evidence, that is the problem.
Right.
And I think, yeah, that's where I am with the whole situation. If he existed, or if what you're saying is true, you must show some sort of evidence. You see, we can't have this kind of this new kind of scholarship that wants to come through. People are saying that they've got degrees. People are,
Oh yeah,
um,
Garfield ain't got no degree. It's like,
well,
come on. If he
you
had a
see,
degree, how can you say he got a degree when he's not willing to show it? So
it's the same. And even if he didn't have a degree, it doesn't take anything away from that. I know people who can't
yeah.
read and write. That doesn't mean that they can't tell you certain things, or know certain things. Um, it's not all about having a degree or a degree makes you more powerful than anybody else. No,
Right.
all I think a degree would have, it shows you that you must come with evidence with what
Mm-hmm.
you and support it in a right way.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so that's all I would say. So
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna let you talk. I'm just cooking at the moment, but I'm gonna. That's
Oh
what I
yeah, man.
thought.
No worries. Yeah, yeah. I agree too, man. I agree 100%. You know, you don't have to have a degree in the first damn place. You know, what's that all about? And secondly, I mean, especially with this, I mean, come on. Do you really need I don't know. You know, everybody's reading the Bible, right? So if they give you the Bible and that's the main book that you're supposed to know to in order to be a Christian, then why isn't it just that reading the Bible is enough? Isn't enough? You know, but instead somebody got to be like, but you know what? I got a degree. You know, it's like I think it's okay, but it's already just about the book, right? I mean,
Yeah,
it's not like you got to line up a whole bunch of other books to figure something out. It's that book.
and it's so intertwined. I mean, if you look at the Bible, it's intertwined with Egypt anyway. So um, you know, it's in around the same area. Some of the main figures in the Bible, you know, the main story in the Bible was focused on in Egypt.
Mm-hmm.
So, and we and again, I'm not knocking anyone's faith. Everybody can have faith and stuff like that. You can
Mm-hmm.
still have your faith, but all we're trying to say is that we've had a great civilization of of our black people, which should be celebrated. It's celebrated by everybody else. It's admired, okay?
Mm-hmm.
But to try and uh, try to stop that from to try to stop our people, right, from acknowledging that greatness is really self-destructive. And we spoke about that. It's like this anti-Egyptian kind of thing. And I
Mm-hmm.
don't know what people have done. You know, no one's physically done them anything. The Egyptians haven't physically done them
Well,
anything, or
you know what's
you
funny?
know,
You know what's interesting? Like I would think, right? I think it's so interesting, but I would think other people would get this too. And that is like if Egypt wasn't black, right? then then why is it hated so much? Just like it is or was. I mean, isn't this whole thing about Egypt not isn't the whole thing about Egypt being black? Isn't that idea hated just as much as like anti-black racism? Just experiencing that in general.
it's
That
not.
it's like so. I would have to say, you know, it's kind of on the obvious on the surface. It's there. You see it all. You know, people can understand it. Everyone understands that that's what it is. Everyone deep down inside understands that that's what that and just like everyone understands how important it was to portray Jesus as white because of this thing is that's how it's even more important. So now it's like we have a white Jesus symbol, you know, and it's the same battle over Egypt, like trying to replace the, you know, who's the face, who's going to be the face of it, you know. So yeah, but I don't know, I'm just rambling. Let me just drop the link to just so anybody can hop up that wants to hop up and say something about this. Yo, we examining this book here. Oh, you in the back chat? Okay, so wait a second. Let me get this to you then real quick, Jay, because you in the back chat here. So that means
Okay.
I can just drop this over to you. Where is it at? Here? Okay. Let me see something here. Here it is. Okay. Where
Okay.
is it at? Okay, open the file location. Okay. So that's today. And if I go to the back chat here, private chat. Oh, I got to give you a link, right? Is that what that is, Jay? Oh, no, I
Um,
don't. You know what? You
no, you
got
should
one.
just be able to put it in,
I know
and
what
then
I
I
can
can
do.
see it.
I can put it right here because I told you it's in your what do you call it?
My WhatsApp.
Yeah, exactly. And I'm gonna
Perfect.
send it over to. Did you get it?
Oh, but I'd have to leave. Oh, one sec. One second. Let me check.
Yeah, I think you got it. And I'm gonna send this over to also. I think Shaka might have this already, but I'm gonna send it to him anyway. Now, what the heck? Uh, and then I'm gonna also send this one over to Andrea. Let's see here. All right. So if I don't have your WhatsApp, come up on the panel and give me your contact information. That way we don't have to spread it all over the net to people. Um,
I
yeah.
Right. Okay. Thank you very
You know
much.
what?
That's very, very
Um,
nice.
yeah. You're welcome. You're welcome. Yeah, take a look at it so you know what I'm referencing when I'm reading this. Um,
Okay.
yeah. Uh, in any case, yeah, I'm just about to. Uh, Let me go back to reading this real quick, bro. Sorry about that. Before I get distracted. Under Hegel's research program, Europeans simply had no reason to examine the African evidence, since it was evident that Africans were not human. If Europeans used the false image of Africa to enslave Africans, what could motivate them to pay careful attention to African culture? Damn, y'all get that right there? Like
Yeah.
just the acknowledgement
Yeah.
that you can control people mentally. If
Yeah.
Europeans use a false image of Africa to enslave Africans, what could motivate them to pay careful attention to African culture? The motives for Hegel's anti African animus are easy to imagine. He furnished a philosophical reason to justify European enslavement of Africans, and more generally, to justify European empire building in the Americas, Africa, and Asia. Hegel's false image of Africa celebrated the power and uniqueness of European consciousness. But what could be the motivation for the contemporary classist divorce of Africa from the world? And for those of y'all that don't know, we're reading from the introduction of a book called Jesus, the Egyptian Priest, um, written by Willie Washington. Yeah, okay. Divorcing Africa from the world provides Europeans a reason to believe that they owe nothing to Africans or Asians and Native Americans. If Africans contributed nothing to European civilization's contemporary worldwide expression. Hegel's expressions, excuse me. Hegel's philosophy forbade any connection between Africa and Egypt. His replicant philosophies would have us disassociate Africa from the rest of the world. Now, people, do people know who Hegel is? I mean, oh my goodness, I'm losing my mind
Hegel
here.
is that someone in Egypt or Hegel?
It's a scholar, you know, it's a
Okay.
Eurocentrist. It's a Eurocentrist, right? And
Okay.
right, you know, one of a leading one, you know, a leading one, you could say, um, and also an Egyptologist. You know, this book is kind of breaking down the racism and Egyptology on this topic. You know, specifically about Jesus, Egypt, and also, by the way, it breaks down. You know, let me go to the let me flip back up for a second so y'all can see it, what the table of contents looks like. Here we go. This is what it looks like, y'all. The book covers these different areas here. The missing years of Jesus, right?
Yeah.
The Jews return to the land of Moses, the first Jewish golden age. Uh, then the fourth chapter is or the let me see here. Yeah, is Egypt comes to the Holy Land, the roots of the rebellion, the revolt of the Maccabees, how worldly were the Jews, the expansion of Egyptian wisdom. Excuse me. Okay, then five, the awakening. Six, the Greeks, the Jews, and the Egyptians God, which is the Greeks and of the Homeric period, the beginnings of Greek philosophy, Herodotus. Uh, yeah, so this is a big, this is a big
That's a
contents.
large contents,
You know,
isn't it?
it's
It's a lot. It's a
exact.
yeah. It's
It
got a lot
is.
of lots of interesting um um parts there. You know,
It does, bro. It does actually. A lot of interesting parts.
it looks intensive as well.
It's
Right.
very intensive. So let's just go skim through now. You know, the introduction is let me go back on the introduction. Sorry about that, y'all. Before I get too, I know I'm jumping all over the place here, but let me see. Introduction. Here we go. I think I was just down here onto this page here. Boom. Let me see. Right. Underhand goes read. Okay. Divorcing Africa from the world provides Europeans a reason to believe that they owe nothing to Africans. Right. Okay. We read this. His philosophy is best expressed. They talking about is he talking about Hegel's here? His replicant philosophies would have us disassociate, right, Africa from the rest of the world. His philosophy is best expressed in the claims of classes who insist that Egyptians are not in any way black Africans and that there can be no fundamental cultural connections between Egypt and Greece. Now you can see another thing that's interesting is like today you hear this big old thing, this big uh, shit being discussed among quote unquote conscious people, right? Given this idea that there's some debate behind it, but you could clearly see that there was already a problem with Egypt being connected to Africa, right? And now you can see today, people are trying to take it further. They're trying to take it a step further and just say Africans got nothing to do with North Africa. Black Africans have nothing to do with North Africa at all, or and that the people of Sub-Saharan Africa have no connection to the North at all, right? And now although it's obvious that's obvious a lie, but it kind of shows you this has been a long standing debate here about race, how relevant race has been, not just to Afrocentrists but to Eurocentric scholars too, and Asiatic scholars also, how they're in their mind they're fighting to preserve it in such a way. You see,
Yeah.
it's not Africans or black people that's fighting to kick all contribution of Asians or Europeans out of anything African. It's the other way around. They're literally gone down to uh, what the original slave trade was about, and that is like racial stereotypes. You know what I'm saying? Racial
Yeah.
stereotypes, yo. Yeah, it's
Could I add
crazy.
a point there, VB? You
Mhm.
made a point there, because when they encountered such great monuments and obviously Egypt and Rome and even before that in Greece, so the
Mhm.
influence on Europe, because Europe came through the Dark Ages, really and truly they had the Renaissance that kind of brought the Europeans up.
Mhm.
But when they encountered the such great things in Africa, they had no choice but to try and destroy and rewrite history, okay, to put themselves and rob the people that would come after for this global supremacy. You see, so because of the importance of these monuments and the greatness of Egypt and the effect that that would have on the black people or other races, would empower them. You see, so they tried everything in their power to stop that. Notably, being Napoleon. Napoleon, when he got to Egypt, visited Egypt, and they were just astonished by these structures. You know, He said if every stone came off the pyramid, and he would be able to build a wall all the way around Paris. Okay, so they were marveled at it. So that's why they destroyed the features of a lot of the sphinxes, a lot of the would have said more the negroid facial sculptures. And this basically was an acknowledgement of knowing that if you erase certain things from people's history and then rewrite yourself in history, that's how that's what the aim was, you see. And I think what's happened now.
It's people that dispute that that logic, but go ahead.
Okay, I'm not 100%. Yeah, I mean there will be dispute, and I'm open for that, and I'm open to change it if someone brings something to me. Obviously, but
But
the way
I think it's a given. It's a given that just kind of like the idea of destroying a statue is to destroy the you know that group that statue represents. Obviously, right? Isn't that would be, even if we
well that's
destroy a statue of a Confederate general, it got something to do with that group too, right?
yes,
Yeah.
yes.
So there
So
you have it. Yeah.
so basically, if the monuments are removed over time,
Mhm.
over time, these
It
people will
wasn't
be
because they liked
erased.
them. They didn't destroy the statues because they liked the Egyptians. That we know.
No,
They
no,
did it because
they
they
were.
hated.
Yeah, they were. Well, I would have said hated, but also very jealous. There's a
Hmm.
lot of jealousy that goes on with the black man. You see,
Hmm.
the black man possesses a certain a thing about. Not to say that he's any more better than anyone else, but just
Right.
environmental wise, and the historical, um, the history of people across,
Hmm.
like say Europe,
Hmm.
Asia, China, obviously, but Europe has had a very rough time.
Hmm.
It went through the dark ages, went through lots of wars, okay,
Hmm.
and the whole Atlantic slave trade and everything like that was in search of basically of better land,
Hmm.
for goods. They didn't have what I think they only had maybe potatoes, so sugar came in, spices as well. So they were
Hmm.
very limited in what they had. Okay, so there's always been that with the black man, and I believe that we're looked on as a threat. You see, and
Hmm.
I think where we are now, where they've got us now, is a sort of mental bondage. They've done a psychological warfare on our people to try to make us now fight against each other and to try and erase our own history. You see, which what they
Hmm.
were doing physically at the
Hmm.
point. But I'm gonna stop now. I'm
No,
rambling
no.
on too much.
Oh no, you good. You good, man. Here, let me just read a little bit more here. Let me see. Okay. Since this area of study is forbidden and adventurous human enters, forbidden any adventurous human enters the zone at his own risk. Okay. One such adventurous human was Martin Burnell, whose book Black Athena, the Afro-Asiatic Roots of Classical Civilization, Volume 1, produced a shockwave of reaction from the scholars. The classicist Edith Hall observes that his undertaking has excited more controversy than almost any other book dealing with the Greco Roman antiquity to have been published in the second half of the 20th century. Historians Mario Liverani refers to it as the most discussed book on the ancient history of the Eastern Mediterranean world since the Bible. Burnell's book was considered shocking since it had the audacity to argue that the development of Greek civilization was heavily influenced by the contributions of the Afro-Asiatic, Egyptian, and Phoenician civilizations. Uh, Burnell himself had defined what reaction to a book that challenged conventional wisdom would produce. He concluded there would be a four-step scheme: ignore, dismiss, attack, and absorb. The ignore and dismiss step came early. You know what? That's always that's always how they do black folk. Ignore, dismiss, attack, and absorb. Yep. That is it. And this is like really this is some serious tactical shit right here, like. But I don't know if anybody has ever been involved in any type of organization or movement where you've seen this kind of reaction come from your opponent. But in any case, the ignore and dismiss step came early. There was no review of his work in the major intellectual centers of interest. Ain't that some shit? Ain't that some shit? So they ignored Black Athena. You see? Like that is, yeah. So just pretend like you didn't notice it. Pretend like it's not there. If you don't talk about it, no one else will pick the book up. They won't even notice the book exists. Blah, blah, blah. The readers of the Independent, the Times, and the Sunday Times, and the Times Literary Supplement have seen no mention of it. In the US, there has been no review of the book in the New York Times. This omission is so important and interesting that it is worth considering in some detail. It is difficult for me to reconstruct the whole, let me see here. The whole story. Okay. However, as I understand it, when Black Athena first came to the book review committee in 1988, it was refused. Uh, what is this? Peremptorily. Damn, that means immediate. Later that year, Henry Louis Skip Gates, right? Everybody knows who that is. The most influential Black academic in the United States, asked me to compile a dossier of reviews and news items. Okay, so the author of this book, Jesus, the Egyptian priest, question mark, is like, an associate of, you could say, or academic associate, you could say, of Henry Louis Gates, right? Right, let's see here. Asked me to compile a dossier of reviews and news items, which he kindly forwarded to the paper with his strong endorsement. Nothing happened. At the end of the year, a Black correspondent on the New York Times seeing me on the New York television talk show like it is check back for his paper's review of Black Athena, and not finding it, asked me to send a copy for review. Nothing happened. Even though when someone from Rutgers University Press asked about it, she was assured that it was just about to come out. In the autumn of 1989, after the publication of Arethusa special issue on the APA, American Philosophical Association meeting, Rutgers tried again. This time in the New York Times agreed to plan a future article on the book and the response to it. This seemed to me the best thing to do, as it would not oblige a reviewer to take a stand on the book one way or the other. I was interviewed at some length, and a photographer was sent up to take pictures of me in the academic habitat. At this point, I was telephoned by another Times correspondent who was working on a feature on Black claims that Egypt was Black. She too interviewed me for over an hour, and her article appeared. As Black Athena is the only peripheral concerned with the issue, it rightly did not feature largely in the piece, but the tone was hostile and dismissive, clearly aimed at discouraging readers from looking at the book. After that, there's been no trace of the future article. Yes, this is what happens when, this is what happens with Black academia often. People are putting in the work, but you could say Sheikh Anta Diop experienced this. People are still, is it, yo, Shaka, you still there, bro? Aren't people challenging Sheikh?
Yeah, yeah, I'm there. I've been listening to everything that was said, and
Okay.
I'm glad you said that, because the pseudo killers, that's the team of Onkakek, the God Killer, Robert West. Um, some of them have been labeling Dr. Shekanta Diop as pseudo.
Exactly.
And Dr.
That's exactly
Diop
why I brought it up.
was a PhD.
Yeah.
Now, those guys from the pseudo
No,
killers,
he was a PhD facing Eurocentric bigotry in the academic world.
well, not only that, but he confronted them. He
Yes.
stood up to the plate in 1974 in that Cairo symposium.
Mm-hmm.
So he went there with his argument. He wasn't afraid or scared to of the challenge. Now, for these guys are the pseudo killers, those who label him pseudo, that's just so sad, amazing and sad. I mean, come on now. And then
Yeah, they
sometimes
labeled.
they try to act like because his scholarship is allegedly outdated, then he wants them to label him pseudo. The
Right.
conference was in 1974. That's before a fair bit of us were born.
Yes.
So how are you going to fault him? Over some scholarship that he presented like what 30 years ago. I'm not even counting straight. What 40 years ago,
Right.
50 years ago. You know what I'm saying? Come on now. Half a century ago. No, that's sad. And you see, earlier I heard when Jade and Yosef talked about 2 points.
Mm-hmm.
And there was I forgot the other point, but the other one, it was mentioned that the fact that it will be black people running Egypt is a problem to them. There's the other point I forgot. He may come back to me, but when I see Garfield Reed, he's doing their job.
Yes.
If you listen to Garfield Reed, it's like listening to Kemetic people is the worst thing you can do. And Garfield Reed knows very well that you have to Zariak, who admitted that he sends money to a guy convicted of rape, who was sent to prison and found guilty of rape. And even Frankie, the owner of the Rape OK, has stated that, confronted him about that. So the guys who send money to rapists, they're okay. The Kemetic people are bad. I mean, that's insanity.
We
But
have
I
that.
leave it there.
No, but it's facts though. It's facts. And they I'm sorry, man, but they're so shameful, these things, man, that they do. But in any case, like we pointed out here, that Sheikh Anta Diop experienced that, but he showed up to the debate, unlike Garfield. And he showed he showed up to the debate, laid it out there, and guess what? Folks are still trying to people are still arguing over this today, and which shows you that something about his work was absolutely correct, because it's
Right.
not a wrap on that topic yet, right? And but yeah, man, what was I going to say? But I'm just going to tell you, I'm glad we talking about this today, because I'm not going to I don't have any contention with Garfield over his understanding about, or I do, but it's not that deep over his understanding of Kemet, because I know he don't have much. But the thing about it is that when he says he's Abrahamic, what does he claim to be? Does he claim to be a Christian or Jewish or what?
Well, not to my knowledge, but the way he behaves, he even those diehard Christian apologists, you don't see them getting in their feelings the way he does.
Yeah, he
When
doesn't
people
sound
deal,
like he know a whole lot about Christianity or Judaism, really.
well,
Hebrew,
for those who
maybe.
don't,
Yeah. Does he? I
for
don't
those who
think he
don't
knows
know,
that.
for those who don't know Garfield Reed, brother VB, he used to do credit repair. That was his thing. He wasn't talking about history. He wasn't talking about religion. Now
Hey,
the credit,
the guy who wrote this book, he was not an ex-crackhead, and he really does have a degree. I'm serious, and he really, really is one of Gates's homeboy. Really did compile information for Gates on this topic. But go ahead,
yeah,
Shaq.
yeah. And the thing, I mean, they want to dismiss scholars that deal with Kemet. Not just enthusiasts, but even scholars. So you already heard what was happening with the pseudo killers. They have the nerve to uh, um, almost disrespect Diop and also Obenga. At times they address him, but Garfield Reed was dealing with credit repair, and we have the evidence on Dougie Diamonds that there was some very foul play going on. So since his credit repair enterprise was not doing well, then he decided to switch and start talking about history/religion. And the whole world has seen when he had a scheduled debate, scheduled well in advance. And there was even, I think, a couple of times when they had to move the date. When it was finally D-Day, the guy did not show up, did not inform anybody. I was actually live streaming that day. And after so long, he came up with a weak, whack excuse that only gullible people would believe, that the police needed his presence to arrest somebody that had stole something from one of his family member. I mean,
Imagine, hey, yo, check this out. Imagine Diop using that excuse.
They will bury Diop.
Go up to the symposium.
They will bury Diop. And I mean, when Diop had the symposium, there was no mobile phones.
Nope.
You know what I'm saying? And now we have the internet, mobile smartphones, and the guy was a no-show. So
it's
really,
a fact. He's not sorry to cut you, Shaka. He has not recovered from that. He has not recovered from what happened with Jabari. And he's just going on. He's not. He's getting worse. He's now resorting to some real unfortunate tactics that have been used by people that have tried to exterminate our people. It is just it's shocking.
And I'm glad you used that word, exterminate, because I think people have a misunderstanding of what that entails, because it can be very subtle. Extermination. It doesn't have to be like, hey y'all, we coming in an hour to exterminate you. It could be long, slow, sly, and I'm afraid that a lot of our people are really missing what's happening, what's going on, which is not good for anybody on earth at all, but let alone the main targets of this. But yo, anything else you want to say about that? I'm gonna close out on the introduction and then go further into the book, into the contents, the core contents. But I just wanted to read a little bit of the introduction so people have an idea of what it's about, and the author as well. But yo, anything else you want to? Because I mean, these guys. I hope they come follow with us on this journey though, because it's not personal, and that's the last thing I'll say about it. I don't have nothing personal.
Well, unfortunately, it is personal, VB, because it's our people, man. We got to take these things personal. It is very destructive. It's very damaging, and it's not needed at this time. We're going through a lot of problems as Black people. Okay, we're basically in a phase of, we went through the Atlantic slave trade. We came through that. Then we had to go through racism and stuff like that. But the psychological tactic that was used, as you said, that you have the hard weapons and then you've got the soft weapons. But they've been using their soft weaponry on our people, and it's been very effective. Until that now, they can run certain areas of the earth and not even be present in that place. They have now people that can push their agenda. And we can see it even today, where we have a gentleman like Garfield, okay, a Jamaican brother like myself, okay, would try to would have the nerve to try and disrespect one of the greatest ancient civilization known to man. And that's what I do take it personally, as in that it's not needed. I don't know him like that. But it's very dangerous if we continue with that, because we have lots of young people coming up. We can see how misguided. They can be. I mean, they're under a certain psychological battle that we never really came up under. So there's definitely a psychological and also this internet age where um, information is very easily accessible. So it's very important to send out the right message
Mhm.
for now and for the future. Let's have some standards and some loyalty to our own people, and stop aiding in the extermination of our history and of our people. And I'll close out with that one.
Yeah,
And,
yeah,
and,
and
and, and please let me add that
Mhm.
Garfield, not long ago, a while after the sentencing of Michael Nowak, better known as Brother Polite, he said live on air that he likes Polite. And I made a live stream about that.
Yeah, them dudes are whack, yo. Them dudes, they whack, yo. They're just whack, man. It's totally whack. But for those of y'all that don't know who we discussing, we were talking about House of Consciousness in general, and a lot of the associates, certain folks that just kind of like keep the conversation going in a circle, and also misleading people, maybe leaving out a lot of information, and just some of the things we pointed out here. It's a little too much. But at the same time, they're making damn fools out of themselves. So and it gives us an opportunity to discuss the information. So like they say, if we don't agree, then let's show and prove. Let's man up, as they say. And but I have to warn you, this is some real man up shit over here. It's not like on because I love African history. I mean, I haven't, because of some of the ridiculousness and the sad things that go on in the community that we have to discuss. We have to discuss the debauchery of the entertainment industry. Yes, we have to do that. We have to discuss other poor behavior that's just going passed around as normal and becoming normalized. And but we also got to discuss how people is messing up the history, and for no good reason, because I think the one thing that I love about history the most myself is that it connects all people if you're open for it. And if you're real about the shit, oh yeah, Ralph, there you go, brother. Oh, thank you, man. You know what? Let's give a round of applause to my brother Ralph, because you know what?
Good looking at Ralph.
Salute, man.
I just got my first what do they call this? This is like what is
Is
this?
it a
Cash App?
super chat?
It's a super
Super,
chat. Boom.
yeah, super chat, super sticker.
I love
Well, I'll
your
tell you,
Thank you,
out of
brother.
out of negativity, I tell you, it is working. Believe
Mhm.
you me, guys, it's working. So out of all negativity that they're gonna send, we're gonna match that with the positive energy, and it's well deserved. It's well deserved, guys. You're doing such a good job, okay? And it's very important for us to acknowledge greatness when we show it. We have greatness in our community, okay? But a lot of
Mhm.
the times, we're very self-destructive, and we attack each other, and it's just very important for us to protect our brothers and sisters, especially the ones that are willing to stand on standards and are willing to try and um, elevate the people from out of this psychological bondage that they're in. Okay, and
Mhm.
without looking for any. I mean, the joy of what I'm doing, I'm not getting anything out of it, as in financially, but I
Mhm.
feel good. I feel and if people might laugh, and my missus might have a go at me and say, "What you doing?" I don't care. They don't understand. It's like when someone's on a mission, you are propelled by a spirit in you to do good, and when you're encountered by negativity, it brings out the goodness. So no matter what they do, we're just gonna give them the positive energy, and we're gonna get somewhere. If
Mhm.
whether or not now, even if we change one person and save one person, you know,
Mhm. You know
from these
something?
people.
Yeah, brother, and I'm so glad that you said that, man. You know, it's something that I think makes us a little bit different over here, And that is, and you can hear it by some of the things we don't say and by some of the things we do say. Like, you will never hear me, or I put it to you this way. I don't think you will hear me talk down about Christians, Jews, or Muslims, right? I don't think you would hear me do that, right? And I don't know if you noticed this, but because I try to do things according to what I know, to what I understand. And as I did with the DNA thing, as I showed with the DNA thing, this is forcing people to reconsider some views that they may have had. If you really look at it, that's the whole point of when we were discussing the DNA, that we had to do, because Chief X got some wild ass claims. You know what I'm saying? But look, don't be confused. That is like a nuclear bomb. That DNA thing. That's not something to just like put off till later. That's something. If you believe you're a Hebrew, if you believe black people even lived in the Levant, if you believe Africans lived in the Levant, that hey, take a look at that, baby. Take a good, long, deep look at that. But also take a look at the flip side of it, the other side of it too. That if they lived in the Levant, then they definitely had to live in North Africa. You know what I'm
But
saying?
mhm.
Go ahead, Shaka. No, go
Yeah,
ahead, Shaka.
check this. Yeah, go ahead, brother. Go ahead.
But they just may not like what time period. But go ahead, Shaka. Go ahead. Yeah.
Yeah, I just want to say, Garfield Reed knows that Sanada spoke sexually about a 3-year-old girl. And just yesterday, in that last stream that is now private, maybe deleted, he said that everybody could get it. He's not afraid to say when somebody is wrong. He even said that his own mother could get it. I'm quoting him, and I know there were a few hundred people listening, so other people heard what I'm saying. I'm not making fun of him. I'm not making fun of his family members. I'm quoting what he said yesterday. He knows Sanada spoke sexually about a 3-year-old girl, but yet he has never said that Sanada was wrong about doing that. And because we stood against rapists and child molesters, Frankie from the Rape OK put my personal information on the screen. He did the same with V. Bennett. He did the same with Young Heru. And I mean, can you believe, because we stood against rape and child molestation, Frankie attacked us? But those rapists and child molesters, he's been defending them publicly. And I'm saying it again. Jabari Osah says knows that. He also could not even say that this was wrong. And he is a leader of a black organization that deals with Ma'at. Mm-hmm. And a member of his organization defends rapists and child molesters publicly. Mm-hmm. Disrespect people and talk sexually about a 3-year-old girl, and Jabari Osase has nothing to say about that. All right, I'll leave it there. Mm-hmm. Oh, another thing. V. Bennett said, you have those Hebrew Israelites who think that they come from the Levant. Garfield is disagreeing that the people from Kemet, which is in Africa, were black. But Garfield Reed does not do these 8-hour live streams about the black Hebrew Israelites who claim that they descend from Canaan. Mm-hmm. It's fishy out there. It's a huge hypocrisy. That's why an agenda is probably the best word to be used. Garfield Reed has an agenda.
Definitely. No question. And I'm glad you brought up. I'm glad you
like
brought
some
up
feelings.
About,
definitely.
Yeah, go ahead, Jay. Go ahead. What were you saying?
We were exploring that yesterday, and I think Shaka's right. It's not about even they're coming off anti-black, anti-Egypt, but what it really comes down to is jealousy and squabbling amongst a group of people.
Right.
That's what I think's happened. I mean, there's a history.
He's not being genuine. Garfield's not being genuine. He's not even.
It don't seem so.
It's an agenda, 100%.
And then we had Smash Pum Pum. He said that Nubia, something about Nubia wasn't where it was.
The Kush is not in Nubia.
That Kush is not in Nubia.
Right.
So I don't understand why are you saying these things without no evidence? You see, so
Yeah,
there is a
and I'm glad you said that, Jade. Sorry to cut you off, but then Garfield doesn't say, "Oh, Smash Rockwell is wrong about saying that." See, so that's his hypocrisy. But go ahead, Jade.
no, you're exactly right, and we don't. I mean, we don't have to even do anything. They came over to Shaka's platform, and instead of coming up onto the panel, having a discussion, okay, and bringing their evidence to the table, they're resorting to using foul language that is not even original for themselves. They are basically repeating something that is a stupid comment. Okay, it is very anti-black. Is very is something that a racist person you more encounter with someone that's a white supremacist or far right would talk like this in these ways. You see, so and again, Shaka and VB has never said anything about these guys. It comes out of their own mouth, and I've witnessed it since I've witnessed everything, and I've not been here for long, but I witnessed from when Shaka beat up Tazariak, had him by his ankles.
You know what they are, brother?
Shaking him.
To sum it up, not to just sum it up.
Sorry.
I would say they just intellectual cowards, man. I'm just gonna be honest.
Yeah.
I mean, they ran
Exactly.
from information. They ran from folks that really do want to have this conversation. And the way that the ways and means that they used to run from it was to become belligerent, disrespectful, and involve all kinds of other things into that dynamic when it's really only supposed to be about debate, but intellectual debate. You know, debate.
Well, you see, like this.
But debate for the sake of improving.
Yes.
But yeah. Go ahead,
well, you see, like the music industry. We looked at certain figures in the music industry that run the industry. They're not musical people. These people are businessmen. So again, Shaka just brought up a very important factor there that Mr. Reed, and he's probably a family member of mine because I've got Reeds in my family. Okay, and you know Jamaica is a small island. Okay, so quite a lot of us are related in some way, some form. And he started out doing credit report and stuff like that, and I remember that, and it's true what Shaka's saying because I remember seeing it on Doggy Diamond. So he's someone that's sort of not really an historian. I'm really a historian at heart of things. I found history.
Right, we love history. We like
examining. I like history. Yeah, I like investigating and finding things, and I think it's made me.
We don't need to talk about nobody's mama to do that.
Well, no, because
or kids, you know,
and you won't find that in any other circle of engagement across on certain levels. That level is a level that they've created, and it's at such a low level. It's not going to elevate anyone. And I feel where I don't where I feel strongly about is that they're dragging other people down with them, and that's the whole thing. My problem with them. That's my problem with them.
But please let me add this: if a white person goes public and say that he hates Africans and he celebrates the death of Africans, people will say that this is a white supremacist. So Zaryak said that publicly on that platform that's allegedly for black people, right? But they don't say, oh, he's a black person following white supremacy. They have no criticism for that. Garfield has no criticism for that, no live stream. And that guy said that he celebrates the death of Africans. Jabari Osase had nothing to say about that. He had a lot to say about Dan Calloway. And we have him on tape saying that if somebody goes against Africa, then they have to go through him. I never heard a worse statement than that ever. So I mean, on top of being
Absolutely.
a rape okay platform, the most rapist environment, they also have white supremacy teaching, but yet nobody has anything to say about that. But that's not going to last for long. Go ahead.
Put his face up, his name, and his address. I'm telling you right now, I'm gonna do that shit. You wanna fuck with me? You wanna play with me, nigga? Let's play for keeps. Let's play for real. Everybody in it, I will put his face up, his name.
He talking about
and
you,
his
Shaka?
address. I'm telling you right now, I'm gonna do that shit. You wanna fuck with me? You wanna play with me, nigga? Let's play for keeps. Let's play for real.
You know, in this day and age,
he
in
was
this
hurt
day and
right
age,
there, boy, for keeps.
And
yeah,
and,
Like,
and
no,
those
stay for
those
keeps,
child molester
motherfucker, at all.
reports, those child
he
molester
had nothing
reports.
to
He
say,
doesn't put
nothing.
those guys' names on the screen. The woman who molested him, like he claimed publicly, he doesn't put her name on the screen.
No, no, it's facts, man. I mean,
Yeah,
it's
that's the
it's,
problem.
you know,
That's the problem, and as I said again, you know, our community, we deserve better, and we're going through such a rough period with our young brothers being killing each other, the violence, the all kind of mental destabilization of the youths. We've got the broken families. We have so many issues that face us health wise. Um, you know, and what he's just come out and tried to do was to kind of give it like a gangster tip, which is something that we're trying to
but
that is gonna
it's
that
worse than gangster, man. It's worse
yeah,
than gangster. It's just perverted. It's just
yeah,
perverted, man. It's like, you
exactly.
know, what kind of gangster is this? That's I think would have to be defined. You know, is it the type of gangster that knows to leave everybody else the fuck alone, leave regular folk alone, or is it the type that don't know that? That's just think they're gonna go up in any and everybody's crib on the block. You know what I'm saying? It's like, and the thing is that, you know, people accept it. If they accept that, they accept it. But fuck it, you know. Let's continue. You know, we could get back on them in a second, but let's continue down our own path. But back to one other thing I wanted to say, Shaka, because we were talking about the correlation with the Levant. You know, people say the Levant, by the way, but they have this discussion often. But what are they really talking about? Like when they say the Levant, and I think where they're failing at is with the timing. They're failing at the timing, and I think it's key in that discussion. Like, are Black Hebrews, are Black we're Black people. First of all, were Black people ever in the Levant? Were Africans ever in the Levant? First, establish that. That's one subject on its own. Establish that. Give that a time to your folk, according to science, right? Give that a time. I don't think they do that at all. Secondly, I've never seen it, but we're going to do it today, you know, in the name of Jesus. and,
Praise the Lord, praise the Lord.
you know, you know, but and anybody else that might have been born on that day. But but let's say give that a time. Give that a did Africans ever live in the Levant? And first of all, the question is hell motherfucking yes. Yes. Science gives a thumbs up for that. But the question is when, what date is that? And so I think that's where a lot of the Levant people that pivot to the Levant, they need to put in some more focus on that topic because their arguments, that's so key to their argument. You see what I mean? And I find it strangely mysterious that I rarely ever hear them discussing that. Like that almost never comes up. Where's the, you know, they don't bring scientific evidence that proves it, but it exists. That's what's even more ironic. But the key is what time? That's very key. Then the aspect of what does African mean? What does Egyptian mean? Kemetic mean? Um, what does what does that mean in relation to the history um, where the Abrahamic religions emerged? What does that mean to them? What does that makeup look like in that next period that comes? Because we're not talking about the same period. Obviously, Abrahamic religion is not that old. It's old, but it ain't that old. It's ancient, but it's just on the tippity tip of ancient. It's not in the deep part of ancient. It's like just on the tip, on the edge. I mean, come on. Islam is only 700 years. So what? 800? How many hundred years? It's almost what is it now? A century or so, something? I mean, 7 centuries.
1400 years ago.
1400. Is it 1400? Sorry, now. So 1400 years, right? But again, 2000, 1400. This is not ancient. I mean, it's ancient, but it's just like on the cusp of ancient. Then there's a lot of stuff that's happening before that. And Egypt is one of the things that was happening. Culture. What is it to be African? You talking about a person physically, or are you talking about a culture, an ethnicity, right? And those are two things. You could be in you could be in South Africa. You could have a physical appearance, and you can have a cultural appearance, right? Cultural appearance could be maybe your folklore. It could be your food. It could be your clothes. It could be your language, right? It could be your physical body mannerism, how you get, how you move when you talk, these kind of things. It could be a lot to that, right? Now, ethnicity is another term. What does ethnicity mean exactly? And I think these guys, they fail at exploring those deeper questions, And I think once you solve those things, then you get a clearer idea of, or you're getting closer to the topic of, were any Hebrews? I'm going to frame this better than they do. Were any of the Hebrew tribes black or African like? That might be a question. Were any of the people that lived in the Levant African like, culturally, physically, these kind of things? They need to separate this up. This flat out like yes and no thing, I don't particularly think is strong enough, but I do think that if you want to really, one common theme you're going to see emerge is that you're never going to be able to discuss the Abrahamic belief, without discussing Kemet, because they've tied themselves to Kemet so much just through word alone, and let alone culture. So that's what I want to do more examining. Like, what are the cultures of these people really? What does that really look like when we're talking about, for example, what's a Hebrew? When did Shaka? I got a question for you, bro. When did the Hebrew faith begin?
That's a very good question. We have no date for Moses because, and I'm talking about a precise date, because we have no I was going to say indigenous, contemporaneous record for Moses. His historicity is not attested. You see, so I think that people would agree that when we talk about the Hebrew faith, then that would go back to Moses. Many Jewish people and even Christian people will say that Moses is the author of the Pentateuch, or the Torah. You see, or some may say the Old Testament. So it's up to them to say, but that's one of the main issue. And earlier you talked about Islam and said that it is indeed recent. It's the latest Abrahamic belief system. You see, so it's up to them to say so. And you see, one interesting thing, the central theme of Moses, some would say Judaism, is the Exodus story. In their
Mhm.
own book, they don't even name the pharaoh. They don't even know which
Yeah,
pharaoh it was. And we have
exactly.
precise history of pharaohs
Hmm.
written by the Egyptians themselves and by their foreigners who were in business with them. Oh, what's up, Tar? How you doing?
Hmm.
Now, there is no record whatsoever of a pharaoh and his army dying on the same day, let alone in the water. So
Hmm.
this is fictional. And some scholars have actually stated that the Exodus story is folklore. But
Hmm.
then we don't see Garfield Reed getting in his feelings and going live for 8 hours and 30 minutes dealing with that. But when it comes to Kemet, the livelihood of those rulers is factual. We have their records in museums around the world. And I have shown some in Egypt, in England, in London, in Oxford. I have shown some in the Netherlands, in Denmark, in Spain, in Italy, in Torino, and other cities in Italy as well, and of course in France in the Louvre Museum. So then I understand why Jade said what he said. This agenda of Garfield Reed is weird. He has no problems with the scammers, with the rapists, with the child molesters. He said that he likes polite, but then he said that he has no respect for a lot of Kemetic people. And he has no problem with these white supremacy teachings coming from the Hebrew Israelites who hate Africans, who celebrate the death of Africans. You know what? I think I may come up with a live stream entitled White Supremacy, and then I'm gonna see whose name I'm gonna put up. But Jabari Osase is gonna have to answer at some point because you cannot claim to be down for Africans and be an African chief, and you're cool with somebody who hates Africans and celebrate their death. But I'll leave it there. You there, VB?
I'm here. Sorry about that. Yeah, I was on mute. Sorry about that, y'all. So a date, you're not. It's not easy to get it. But look, what about a loose date? Just a loose date. What date would you say we talking about?
Well,
It's actually
I mean,
hard to know.
it's hard. Some would say it's from the birth of Adam, but if people want to say it's from the timeline, the lifetime, sorry, or the time
Oh,
period of
well,
Moses,
yeah.
that will be 1500 BC.
Well,
Most likely
let me rephrase
the
that.
latest. You
Let me
know.
rephrase that. When is the
Yeah.
first time you start hearing about? And not that's what I mean. That's what I mean. In history, written records by any other kingdom, because you don't live alone. If you're a
Mm.
substantial group of people affecting things, having wars, then there's other people writing about you. You
Oh,
know
you mean the first time we hear about the Hebrews in history?
exactly.
Oh,
Or
that's much.
or or yeah, because then short thereafter you would start hearing about Judaism, right? Or
Mm.
right,
Okay, okay. That may be 1000 BC.
right. Okay.
Now
Yeah.
the word itself, I'm not sure about Hebrew.
Hmm.
Then people will have to deal with the etymology of Hebrew. Some say it derives from Eber.
Hmm.
But personally, I would say about 1000 BC. But is most likely we have a mention of Judea as a
Hmm.
location.
Hmm.
You see, but what some people are trying to do is because this area is mentioned in the Bible, then every time they deal with something found in that location, they try to tie it to the Bible.
Hmm.
But and anybody is free to say what they think when it comes to the earliest mention of Hebrews.
Hmm. Hmm. Okay. Okay.
But when it comes to the Bible, the earliest Bible is about um 300 to 400 BC.
Hmm. Hmm. 300 to 400 BC. Yeah, exactly.
Yes. Yeah,
Yeah,
and it's
that's
and it's Greek. The earliest Bible is in Greek.
right. Exactly. Because look, this is what I'm looking at right now. Hellenistic period, Greeks and Jews during that. So yeah, exactly. Contemporaneous rise in philosophy in the Greeks and Jews during the so-called Hellenistic period, right? Yeah. You know, then the other thing I think is like that people are failing to like identify is going back to this timing thing before they have the dispute over are they who who the actual people are. Are they black? Are they not black? Are they African? Are they not African? Is like to kind of put a little bit. Let me hold on. I think I mentioned this. It was about the dating of black. Let me see something. Let me just
They
pull
have
it.
no scholarship about the color of these Hebrews. You know, the black Hebrew Israelites have no scholarship. They don't deal scholastically with the skin color of the Hebrews. You
Mhm.
know, we have artifacts of inhabitants of these areas, and they are clearly Caucasoid. You know, they are definitely not black, and I have shown many. And one of the most famous ancient representation of
Mhm.
the people who most likely came from this area of Syro Palestine is damn, which tomb is it again? Um, is the one where we see the Hyksos. Uh, how do they call him again? We have his name on the artifact. I think they call him Yabsha, but I will have to see it to read it. But
Mhm.
that's the one where we see the ancient Egyptians. Um, Damn, why it escapes me? Um, it's usually referred to by the place where it is. Um, it may come back to me, but some of you may have seen we have the ancient Egyptians, and then we have those foreigners coming, and we do have Hyksos or Hekahasut written.
It's not
In
Macedonians, is it? Sorry.
Oh, no, not
Okay,
Macedonian.
so
But actually, I can have a quick look now.
Right. You know what? You reminded me.
It's like 1900 BC. Oh, there it is. So it's hold on. I'm sorry about this. Um, yeah, it's from the tomb of Khnum Hotep, and it is the man is described as Abisha the Hyksos, you know, in English. But uh, I can send the link so people can have it. I'm going to send the link in the chat. But all this to say that we can clearly see when it comes to the phenotype that those people were not black, you know.
Yeah, the
And
people
and
they're
and
showing, the people
yeah.
they're showing. Yeah, that's what I was going to say. They're having difficulty identifying who the prospective Hebrews would be or are. I think there's an issue there with how they're labeling. You know,
well, the issue
um,
is VB.
or-
They've got no evidence. Unfortunately, they've got no concrete evidence, have they? And they need to show it. No matter what you're saying, no matter you can't just say these things and make it true. Unfortunately, we have to show some sort of evidence to show what you're saying is true, or so we can all move on from that.
but let me ask you this. Let me ask you this. Okay, so let's just say, is it possible for there to be a relationship between Egypt and Egyptian theology and Judaic theology, or Egyptians and Jewish, or Egyptian and Hebrew people? Can there be a connection between them without there also being a racial connection
Well, you know,
Yes.
the thing. I mean, if you talk about Jewish people,
or ethnic?
uh,
If you want to use that word, ethnic, then that might
well,
be
during
appropriate.
during the timeline of ancient Egypt, there's no record of Jewish people. We have
Right.
records of there's a general term Amu, which is translated as Asiatic. Now there's other terms as well, like Setetiu and so on, you know. But Jewish, you know, that's not even, not
Yeah,
to my
it's
knowledge,
Hebrew. It's
you
Hebrew.
know.
Sorry,
But
it's Hebrew.
what
Right.
even Hebrew, even
Hmm.
Hebrew, you know.
Hmm. Hmm.
The name I was looking for is Beni Hassan. That painting, I'll share the link in the chat on that Wikipedia article. You have the painting showing these Asiatic foreigners, um, coming to Egypt, and this painting is from Beni Hassan, a place called Beni Hassan, and that's about 1900 BC. So even before the lifetime of Moses, those people are not black. So there's no way they're going to become black later on, because what some people are trying to do is to say, oh, well, back in the days, the ancient time, people are black, and then later on they changed, that stuff that Western Muhammad has tried to do with the Arabs. So we
But
have,
can't,
yeah, go ahead.
aren't they trying to say that? I mean, I've heard this argument of Moses had to be black because he was living in Africa and in Egypt at that time, and at that time Egypt was black, right? That's what you hear kind of recycled over and over and over,
Yeah,
right?
yeah, yeah.
But,
I hear you, but
but
let me say this.
they don't give it a pharaoh. They don't mention a pharaoh, and when they fail to mention a specific pharaoh, when they fail to be precise about it, to say this is definitely the period we're talking about, until they do that, then you can't match up anything else with, you can't match up any of the information without that. So it's kind of like they don't want to tie down a particular time to discuss,
But
right?
but
You have
if
to
they say
discuss the
Moses
whole
had,
period, right?
mm,
Wouldn't you have to discuss the whole period? If it's this time, then let's discuss the whole period of that time, not just one particular character, right?
mm. Well, if
Or
they say,
not even one particular people, all the people in that region at that time as they relate to each other. And
mm,
isn't it easier to do it that way if you have a date?
they are desperate if they say Moses had to be black because he lived in Africa. For him to be black, he has to be first, and there's no archaeological evidence about his historicity. Like I said, some scholars say that the Exodus story is folklore. Now, if we want to go by the story written in what we call the Bible, then we are clearly told that those people moved over there. So if today, let's say some people from Manchester,
Mhm.
United Kingdom, move to Egypt and spend, decades or centuries in Egypt, who will say, oh, that descendant from these settlers in Egypt coming from Manchester, then that descendant had to be black because he lived in Africa? It wouldn't make sense. So if they're doing the same, or they're trying to do the same with Moses, then it just doesn't make sense at all.
Yeah. Well, we
So
can't see.
if we trace, sorry about this, JD. If we trace their origin, uh, most recently they would have come from Syrio-Palestine, but according to this literature, this biblical Abrahamic literature, then Abraham is from Chaldea, or in Mesopotamia, and this area is bordering Turkey. Now you look at Turkish people. Has anybody seen some black Turkish people? And I'm not talking
Right.
about recently with the Turkish
And
nationality.
that's not the Levant though either
No,
anymore.
no, that's no, the Levant, that's like Syro-Palestine, this area.
Right, exactly.
I don't. Well, you know what? Let me have a look.
And Arabia and Saudi Arabia too.
Yeah, that would be part of the Levant. But
Yep.
you know what? Maybe they would include some part of Mesopotamia. No, maybe not actually. The Levant. Hold on, let me see. Levant. I'm gonna go with Britannica.
Mhm.
I think it would
Levant
be
Britannica.
Anatolia at the time, wouldn't it, or something like that? Turkey.
Yeah,
Because
yeah.
that's
It
the
depends in
name.
which time period. But yes,
Yeah.
you have this name. Oh, hold on, Britannica. Um, hold on. Oh, yeah, I didn't put Levant Britannica. There it is. So it says, well, almost. It says the Levant, from the French lever, to rise, as in sunrise, meaning the east, is historically the region along the eastern Mediterranean shores, roughly corresponding to modern day Israel, Jordan, Lebanon, Syria. You see?
Mhm.
And Syria, if anybody has a look at a map right now, they will see that Syria is bordering Turkey.
Mhm.
You see? So you have some kingdoms like, the Mitanni kingdom, if I'm not mistaken, and maybe the Hittite as well, it will be around this area, you know. So we have artifacts of the inhabitants of these regions that are very old, and we have paintings of them in Egypt. And we have some of those paintings and statues in museums around the world, because not only did I show artifacts displaying the phenotype, the skin color, the physical characteristic of ancient Egyptians, but also inhabitants of this region, these Asiatics,
Mhm.
So that's the big thing right there. Any black Hebrews who like to try to claim ancestry, try to claim blackness of the Hebrews, is just completely false. You see? So when it comes to scholarship, we have you ever heard some scholars, because sometimes they like to talk about consensus, because lately they're trying to say, oh yeah, what's the consensus about black ancient Egyptians? Okay, I'm not aware of that. That's not what they teach. But we do have the artifacts, though. Like I'm in Hotep III in the Louvre Museum, and I have two videos: Black Ancient Egyptians Part 1 and Black Ancient Egyptians Part 2. And when that Metatron guy tried to get smart, he ran from the discussion. You see? But that being said, where is the academic consensus about Black Hebrews in Egypt? That doesn't exist. It's made up. But I'll leave it there.
Right, or they haven't brought forth any substantial proof. It's just theorized. And it's okay. Theories can be good. Hey, by the way, did you see this? Ralph got a question for you, bro. How did
Yeah,
people?
I've just seen it now, and that's one argument that they try to say. Well, today we have white people in Egypt. They are surviving.
Mhm.
So if they are surviving now, then they surely were able to survive a while back. You know, and it's not just in Egypt. We have white people who live in Africa, in many different African countries, South Africa, Namibia, many different African countries, and they are surviving. They are not dying because of the sun.
Right, right. True. Well, let's flip it back. I promise to flip back. We're going to stay on this line of thinking, but I just wanted to mention this really quickly. Um, Here is an academic paper, right? Indigenous Arabs are descendants of the earliest split from ancient Eurasian populations. And this is about DNA, right? And it says here, now hold on, let me see how many PhDs are here who work in this field, by the way. Um, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. There's like 17 PhDs whose work have been combined or utilized in this. But let's see here. Department of Genetic Medicine, right? Cornell Medical College in New York. Cedra Medical Research Center, Doha, Qatar, Department of Genetic Medicine, Cornell. There's. Matter of fact, I need to put the link, a downloadable link for this. But let me go in and read it. An open question in history of human migration is the identity of the earliest Eurasian populations that have left contemporary descendants. Because that's really what we're talking about right now. Because we could talk about who the Egyptians were. We could talk about who the Abrahamic, who the Jews were. We could talk about that, right? But in order to do that, we must first talk about this, really, and the reality of this not being a fable. This is what science is talking about: the migration of people, right, and what happened, regardless of your religion, regardless of your ethnicity. There's something else that they're homing in on here on, and that's the genetics. And they're saying the migration out of Africa. Now, the open question in history of human migration is the identity of the earliest Eurasian populations that have left contemporary descendants. The Arabian Peninsula was the initial site of the out of Africa migrations that occurred between 125,000 years ago and 60,000 years ago. So mark that, right? Leading to the hypothesis that the first Eurasian populations were established on the peninsula and that contemporary indigenous Arabs are the direct descendants of these ancient peoples. To assess this hypothesis, we sequenced the entire genomes of 104 unrelated natives of the Arabian Peninsula at high coverage, including 56 of the indigenous Arab ancestry. The indigenous Arab genomes defined a cluster distinct from other ancestral groups, and these genomes showed clear hallmarks of an ancient out of Africa bottleneck. That's not that's not an ancient into Africa bottleneck between 125,000 and 60,000 years ago. This is an ancient out of Africa bottleneck, right? That they're talking about. So these are non-mixed, non-Asiatic influence at all, right? Now, the indigenous Arab genomes defined a cluster distinct from other ancestral groups, and these genomes show clear hallmarks of an ancient out of Africa bottleneck. Similar to the Middle Eastern populations, the indigenous Arabs had higher level of Neanderthal admixture compared to Africans, but had lower levels than Europeans and Asians. These levels of Neanderthal admixture are consistent with the early divergence of Arab ancestors after the out of Africa bottleneck, but before the major Neanderthal admixture events in Europe and other regions of Eurasia. You hear that? So this is before the other admixtures. When we compare to the worldwide population samples of 1,000 Genomes Project, although the indigenous Arabs had a signal of admixture with Europeans, they clustered in a basal outgroup position to all 1,000 genomes, non-Africans, when considering the pairwise similarity across the entire genome. These results place indigenous Arabs as the most distant relatives of all other contemporary non-Africans and identify these peoples as direct descendants of the first Eurasian populations established by the out of Africa. Now, if you don't know in simple terms, what that means is that these people were discovered to be most like African than any other group. That they can't find, when they look at the genomes, the similarities towards the people in Africa, it's more like that than any other group in this time period. Not later, but in this time period, right? So let me continue and read a little bit more here. All humans can trace.
I'm sorry, brother. You said in that study they're saying that what's the time period here?
The time period is between 125,000 years ago and 60,000 years
ago.
Oh,
okay, yeah. I don't deal with this kind of dates, but you know,
right.
I'm more like, you know,
this is before Abraham.
Yeah,
this is before Kemet, right?
Well, some people talk about, you know, this group of people who left Africa and traveled to some places, you know, and some places, you know, probably in Asia, and then came back somehow, some way. But me personally, I deal more like, you know, 3000 BC onwards. You know, this 100,000 years ago, I don't deal with that, and that's why some people like to talk about things like that. Some time period for which we have no records, no writing, no known religion. You know, we don't even know the name of languages, and then they try to use that to say, "Oh, you see, the Arabs, the Hebrews, are black people." But if you don't mind, can I answer that question in the comment?
Hold on. Let me see here. It's a new comment up there.
Which one? The next one. Yeah. So he's saying those people are half naked. The new people are clothed. He's trying to wonder how they survived. But Brother Negro Ralph, are you saying that they did not survive? Did you make that up? Or did some scholars say it? What makes you say that? Did the ancient Egyptians write, well, this group of people who came to meet us, they died. They did not survive because of the sun, or they did not survive for whatever reason. Is this something written? You see? So if you have any proof, or let's say any record, any evidence that the non-black people in Egypt died, then let me know. I don't know where that comes from, but go ahead, VB. Thank you.
Yeah, yeah, no worries. Let me read a couple more of these comments. Let me see. Is it okay? Okay. Um, let me just. I'm just trying to go through this. Through this report here, just to find the statement, the clear statement where they're literally saying that these people are more like African than any other group, than than European, than Asian, and they say it. They flat out say it right here in this report, and then I'm going to find the link. But now, what I was throwing out there is that a lot of times we're discussing. It's obvious, for first of all, events happen in history. In this report, they also theorize that there's another significant finding here, and it's something that every time you go to this DNA thing, which is really relative to the movement of people, right? Um, there's an element there where they're talking about gender, and they're noting that when they're stumbling across certain findings, when gender become plays a role in it, it usually um, is happening. They noticing that they're attributing the DNA that's coming through males passing on, their DNA into another group. They're attributing a lot of that to war, to war. This kind of movement, male movement, is attributed a lot to conquering new lands. And then the female DNA, a lot of times it's coming, they're framing that in a not in an opposing manner, but in a um in a manner that kind of qualifies that first notion. You see what I mean? So instead of it being war, it's like you're the person that was sieged, you know? A lot of times it can be seen that way. So because you're dealing with that space right there between Asia, Europe, and Africa, where there has been a lot of migration of people. But let me just go here. Let me see too. I had this pulled up here. Let me see something. Just give me 2 seconds. Yo, anything, Jade, Shaka, anything you want to add into this real quick? Just going to take a
Well,
look.
feel free to share the link, brother VB. If Ralph or anybody else want to come and have discussion and question, I don't know everything, and I may be wrong about some stuff. So I really like to discuss. So feel free to join the panel.
Yeah, let me drop the link to it. I'm going to find
Yeah,
the
what
link
I wanted
online.
what I wanted to say was how it seems as if we have information from our enemy that states, you know, um, uh, what you've just said, all that information, and it's basically they've given you evidence and proof,
Hmm.
scientific evidence, and we have our own people that are trying to conjure up a story, and not even the enemy's coming up with this story. It's our own people, you know. So that's what I was saying.
Right.
But I don't want to go off to anything else. But you would have
Well,
said, you know, because basically all the Egyptologists, most of them, the studying of the ancient Egypt, mostly which was sort of pushed around the world. These great discoveries was mostly by European people. Mm.
hmm yo, Ralph, what's up, bro? You there?
What's going on, you guys?
Yeah,
Hey,
let me
peace, Ralph.
put that
Yeah,
link in the
peace,
back
Ralph.
chat too. In case
Good morning.
anybody in the audience that's listening, Ralph or Shaka or Jade, there's the link to the report, right? So everybody's
Thank you.
free to look through this report, but essentially the main findings are that they know within this time frame, 125,000 years ago to 60,000 years ago, pretty good certainty that these people at that specific time were more African than any other thing. You see what I mean? Like, even if they had some admixture, still like it's so. This is like during the bottleneck. They're talking about the first inhabitants that bottlenecked out. That's 125 to 60,000 years ago. But it sounds like a lot of time, 60,000 years, right? But no, not when we're talking about populations of people, right? Because it takes time to change populations of people. It doesn't change just like in 100 years, right? I mean, that's not what happened with the power structure of Egypt. It didn't change just like, it took long periods. It had different periods, different dynasties, right? So when you look at it from that perspective, 125,000, that's 60,000 years, right?
Mm-hmm.
So my question would be, what happened then? Because science, and when we discuss it, that's a whole lot of history to discuss. We should be wondering, okay, if science said black folk lived there, because that's literally what it's saying, then in this time period, then how do we just jump all the way up to Abraham, or Moses, without discovering all those other things that went on? That's a lot. That's a big period of time. I mean, don't you think it's a little weird? If your argument if your argument is that the Hebrews are black, if your argument is that the first Christians were black, if your argument is that I don't know that black people were there, don't you think it's strange that we don't want to know who was there before?
But VB, I haven't read it, but I don't know how they can tell what humans, their genetics like 100,000 years ago. Did they find remains that old that they were able to do genetics?
No. You mind if I step in?
Wouldn't that be carbon dating?
No, they're able to do that, right? Yes. Look, Shaka.
For the date, yes.
They're able to know within your DNA exactly when certain attributes came into that, into your family line. You see what I mean? That's what they're doing, and it's the same thing with that. With the Green Sahara report, that's how they know. You see, that's how, because
Yeah, but the Green Sahara is it's like around 6,000, 5,000 BC.
Right. Well,
but,
that's leading. Check that out. That's also DNA, and that's also leading up to what the topic. Well, it's not leading up; it's smack dab.
But we have the records. We have the records, But
that's leading up to Kemet. 4,000 years. That's like all those people live there. Those people obviously are related to black people in sub-Saharan Africa, because that's what the report says, and their descendants, right? Many of their descendants. And so, how are you going to talk about Kemet and not talk about the Green Sahara? And that's what I'm saying about this thing too. How are we going to talk about who the Hebrews are and even who the Kemites are without talking about what was going on there 60,000 years ago? Who was living there, according to the DNA studies? But go ahead. Yo, Tar, what's up, bro? You there? Good to see you, man.
Yeah,
hey, what's up, Tar?
What's going on, Shaka? What's up, Bennett? What's up, Jay? What's up, Negro Ralph? What's going on?
What's good?
Yo, brother. How are you, Tar? Respect.
I'm good.
Yo, Tar, if you're available, I'm doing a free metal lecture class at 4 p.m. New York time today.
Today at 4 p.m. our time?
Yeah, 4 p.m.
Okay.
EST, New York time, yeah.
All right, yeah. Send just keep me posted.
Yeah, I've shared the stream already in my timeline.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right.
But hold on. I don't want to run the panel. It's VB, but we had Ralph. We had Ralph who came up. And maybe he wanted to say something.
Oh, Ralph, what's up, bro? Sorry about that, man. You're right.
What's all right? No, I'm waiting patiently. Yeah, I did want to talk with Shaka, and it was just petty questions, and he kind of answered the first one that I put up, but like I said, the way we're living now is not the way they're living then. They showed those people majority of the time, night and day, half naked, using fire and stuff like that to stay warm. The people today, they have full clothes, sunscreen, they have basic things to protect them, to help them live in that environment. The environment is built for them, kind of that way. If we look at people like Genghis Khan, Mansa Musa, or any other people who had a large variety of land, it shows that it was basically somewhat dominated by a people of color before any type of biblical situation. Well, that's what I'm trying to state. But what do you think about that?
Well, you mentioned that we see them using fire to stay warm. I doubt that this will be the case in ancient Egypt, because this is already a warm place. But when it comes to Jenkins, the ruler of the Mongols, that's like
Genghis
1200.
Khan.
Genghis Khan, thank you. That's 1200. But like, did you want to know about the time of ancient Egypt, about like the Hyksos that we have seen, or just to be specific, because like we have two very, very different time period right there. But indeed, like, some people may label the Mongols as people of color, but they were not black. They're like, Asian type of, people with, how do you say, slighted eyes, So I don't think you would argue that the Mongols were black people, Do you believe that there was black Hebrews in ancient Egypt?
I believe that they weren't Hebrews. They were of I believe they gave themselves that name Hebrews. They are of a mixed descent. I think they're more like of the Yorubas and Native Americans mixed with some type of Egyptian or something of that, and they based it upon that consumption.
Okay, I'm sorry. Just to make sure, you believe that some African people and Native American people were in Egypt and they call themselves Hebrews?
Yes.
Okay, well,
that sounds like a wild concept, right? But if we look at some of the Native Americans' beliefs, it aligns with Hebrews. Their writings, especially here in Virginia, and these are all natives of black descent that are unrecognized. So when you look at the Yoruba, they praise the same kind of gods and things like that, or Yoruba, however you want to call it. But it's still based around the area of the Egyptians and people of color.
Well, this is not, to my knowledge, backed up by any history and any scientific, data or archaeological data. But personally, as far as I'm concerned, the Native Americans are not black people.
Why would you say that?
Well, because we see them today, they're still in existence. And on top of that, it is known that there were some Native Americans who owned black people as slaves.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure there were French black men that owned Native Americans white and African slaves too as well, such as Marcus Royster in the late 1800s. Also, I can speak to that because the slave trade, which they call the slave trade, is nothing but people traveling. And if it was like Pangea or something like that, and these situations were still going that way, or occurred of religious or cultural split, but trying to stay somewhat relative to each other, it'd be the same concept of what V. Bennett just read.
But Pangea, it will be millions of years ago. So I don't think we can find out, their ethnicity. But for those who don't know what Pangea is the time period where all those continents would have been close to each other, and after time, because for those who don't know, those continents, they are moving, like, maybe I'm just saying this as an example, but maybe they're moving like 1 millimeter a year or 1 millimeter every 10 years. Come again?
Yeah. Drifting. Yeah, there was.
Yeah, drifting.
Continental drift. Yeah.
Yes, exactly. So that's what Pangea will be. But if I'm not mistaken, the time when all those continents will be close to each other or sticking to one another, that would have been like millions of years ago. But are you capable of showing us some Black Native Americans?
I'm not really phone savvy with the sharing and all of that stuff, but we all here can pull it up. I'm just saying here. And another thing I wanted to state: if scientists can say Neanderthals and all this other stuff from that predated time, and try to align this with the oldest black person ever living, and if they're giving you that type of DNA concept, and why aren't they giving you the perception or the realization of, if they're saying these people of color, who would be why aren't white people doing the same thing? Why can't they find white skeletons or white DNA or anything like that to say that the history can line up to where they're putting it for us to understand?
Well, I didn't understand your question. Can you rephrase it for me, please?
I'm saying, how come the oldest DNAs that they find of human races, they compare it to blacks or colored people, instead of they saying it's European, where they can actually say where their word of culture, religion, and studies is more prominent than ours? Because, like you said, if it's going off of Egypt, they use science and math off of Egypt, or just I would say black concepts. They have nothing from origin of theirs.
Well, when it comes to religion, if we talk about ancient population and like 100,000 years ago, we won't know what religion they had. We won't even know what language they were speaking, So me personally, like I told VB, like when it comes to 100,000 years ago, I personally don't deal with that type of dates. Usually I deal more with 3000 BC onwards, until modern time. Because we do have the records. We know what language those people were speaking. We have some artifacts, so we can see what some of them look like, and we know what they did, what they said, and so on. But anything that's beyond that, personally, I'm not familiar, and I don't think anybody would be able to say, okay, 100,000 years ago, that was the religion they had. That was the language they were speaking. This is how they look like. They obviously, we do have skeletons, so we can kind of know more or less with some reconstructions how their body will look like. But when it comes to phenotype or ethnicity, I doubt that we will know.
So how are they able to do that with dinosaurs then? Because they'll tell you the origin of Triceratops and what dinosaurs and reptilians and things like that were after each other genetically, whatever they can do with all the animals and stuff like that. But they refuse to give it with humans. Right.
Yo, they do it with humans though, bro.
I know, but what Shaka's saying that time frame he wouldn't deal with that time frame, but they can give us time frame for all of those other stuff.
I don't think he's saying that, but go ahead, Shaka. Go ahead.
Yes, indeed. Personally, and I've said it a few times before. I'm not familiar with this type of dates. As it's not my lane.
He is saying that he has he's more concerned with a specific point in history, and that's relative to Kemet, right, and the Abrahamic religions. Is that right, Shaka?
Well, not just Kemet, but we have so much artifacts in Kemet. But yeah, I'm more familiar with from 3000 BC
time frame of Kemet.
Yes.
Right? Yeah, and beyond.
Well, right? I'd rather say 3000 BC, but yeah, you can take Kemet.
Okay, there you go.
I have no problem with that. But yeah, when it comes to this very ancient,
I feel that wouldn't be the most prominent time to base it on if we still had civilization. So if you can get to the beginning or the start, you can have more chance for your future, because you'll see what was originally meant for us spiritually or religiously. If we can't do that, then we need to find a way to combine ourselves to get to that.
Yo, Ralph, you see this comment by Divinely Inspired, man. And also, just respond to that real quick to what you were saying to Shaka, and then we had a question from Marisol. So go ahead, keep going. Sorry, I just wanted to point that out to you.
I hear what the person is saying. I'm not coming up here to say I'm some smart, educated person. I'm just coming up here to express my thoughts, and maybe somebody who is educated can help me go and research and learn something and get better with myself. Or for other people here.
That's what's up.
So
that's what's up.
I'm not coming up here to be the nerd, the show off, I got the answers. That's not even who I am as a person. I'm here for learning in a good environment.
No, that's what's up.
Oh,
that's what's up. Like me, Yeah, go ahead, brother. Go ahead.
Let me just say
You're in
to
the right
Marisol,
place.
and then we're gonna hear from Tar, but check this out. She got a question, and the question was, "What's the point of debating about things that happened 1,000 years ago?" So, well, here's the thing, Marisol. I kind of I feel where you're coming from with the question, right? And I'm cool with the question. I think it's a fair question to ask. Um, I think for me, the answer is because when you hear people get stuck on topics like, I mean, if you go to HOK, well, I don't know if you're familiar with them, but there's a big segment of the you could say what's called the conscious community on YouTube, which is stuck on having a horrific conversation about history as it pertains to Kemet and Abrahamic religions, Black Hebrew Israelites, Muslims, this overall theme, and it actually seems to be like something that's monopolized by people that don't really refer to history, don't refer to science on the topics, and in a way kind of keep people stuck in that moment. And so what we're trying to do is just point out that no, actually science already has the answers to a lot of their questions, and that if they just share that information with their audience, they could get to 2023 real fast. So I feel your statement. I think that's why there's a lot of religious people today that think voting's not necessary. Um, we have a lot of religious people that they speak to what our identities are as Black people, and I think we're really getting close to the center now when people start saying like, my identity is that I'm an Israelite. I'm a Hebrew Israelite. That is my identity. So now I'm not. And by the way, that same Hebrew Israelite can say, and I don't like Africans. I will not help an African. An African is not my people. And in the larger context of today, like 2023, the political ramifications of these kind of, concepts, they can be harmful. So that's why I discuss it, because I want to give some kind of proper context to it. And so I wanted to start off with this point, going back even before the Abrahamic religion, just to remind people that science, according to DNA, already recognizes that Black people, definitely African people that are most closely similar to Africans than any other type on earth at that time, populated the Levant. For sure, according to DNA, between 125,000 years ago and 65,000 years ago. What you want to take from that, you take it. But then also, if you combine that information with the last one of the discussions we had earlier about the Green Sahara, science does the same thing. And it says that, wait a second, it's erroneous to claim that sub-Saharan Africans' DNA can be found in North Saharan Africans today because of the slave trade. It's erroneous. They proved that already. They said that this DNA of sub-Saharan Africans have that was found in 4,000 to 11,000 BC in North Africa. So one of those concepts got to give. And I would say the one that science holds up has to remain. So that's all we're doing, sister. We're getting, we're just talking about our identities.
Can we get Tar's point of view, please?
Hey, look. I think my last thing, I'm hush up after this. All right, so if you look at Brazil, like Central or Southern America, heavily populated with Blacks. You look at before the.
I'm sorry, Ralph. And the last thing is that because today they call Christmas, that's why we're discussing it. That's why we're going back thousands of years, because today that's what folks are doing. They literally are sitting down practicing a belief that's based in something. It's a belief from 2,000 years ago. That's what's happening today.
Actually, older than that, it's called Saturnalia.
Yeah, you have it.
And that's really the gift of life.
Yeah, go ahead, Ralph. Sorry.
So,
go ahead.
But
continue.
yeah, so like even if you get down to like Brazil, before I guess what they call the slave trade or whatever, like they said, Europeans stated in their their documents that they didn't know of this place. They just came there, so they're coming there messing with a color of people, basically Christopher Columbus stated were black. Actually, even if he was to go up to
can you
Canada,
give us a quote? Can you give us a quote, please, from Christopher Columbus saying that the inhabitants of Brazil
yeah,
were black people?
well, he didn't see any. Where would you find a white Native American in America? That's my
No, no,
question. He did. I mean, I read these things, but I don't. I can't give you a full. Like I said, I'm not coming here like
yeah,
with documents because I
anytime.
don't
You know,
hold this type of stuff in my phone.
yeah,
But it's
it's
something people
okay.
can pull up. Go ahead.
Yeah, because I never heard that, but in your own time. But I would like also to add on, and greetings to Marius or Bonnet. Well, VB went in a direction that I was about to go, but further than the Hebrew Israelites, like to Zaryak, who said publicly that he hates Africans and he celebrates the death of Africans. We have another Hebrew Israelite, now I forgot his name. I think it's like Moharaka. He said live that he will rape in time of war. So it's up to him to describe what war is to him. If maybe I say something he doesn't like, maybe he will feel that we are at war because he didn't like what I said. But he publicly stated that just like it is written in the Bible, he's following the Bible. He will follow the Bible and rape in time of war.
So I ain't gonna lie, I like Tazariak, but I don't like a lot of stuff he stands for, right? Like the hatred of Africans, right? And the supporting of like taking African lives and things like that. I don't really get into these people personal who they support, whatever. That's none of my business. I got a whole life, right? And
did you know that he sends money to a convicted rapist?
Yeah, I used to watch Shanetta heavily, and I know the story between what they got going on, and that's just not for me to speak on because I feel like it's controversy. It is unworthy of this education we putting out right now, and I like when you guys talk about it too. So, but it's just right now I don't have a lot of words for that. But what I was trying to say is that that's one man's racism that he's spewing. He hate. That doesn't take away from African DNA and Native American DNA. All of that's coming from basically the same area, connected to each other. That's what I'm trying to say. Such as like the Dogons.
Check this out. I want to get Tar in here, but you raised a good point. I mean, the DNA also speaks to some of Dan Calloway's arguments about who some African Americans are today, saying that they're not descendants of Africa. I mean, that's a political issue,
Yeah.
and based on identity, based on this conversation, the answers to that lie in the conversation we're having because he's making claims about DNA. And all due respect to Dan Calloway, by the way, respect out to him, but it's just a issue about some of the arguments. But I believe he makes some claims, and he's talking about Aboriginal people. Abos is what some people call them, right? But he's making a claim that the DNA, this Asiatic DNA, comes into Africans via African American or via natives Americans or the black ones being sent back to Africa. I believe it's something like that. But the evidence that we've been able to show and that we've been discussing, it points the exact opposite way. And not only that, it doesn't just generalize DNA. It's frequencing the genomes at a specific point in history and time. Because obviously if you're from a group that's migrated, you're eating certain kinds of foods that are available, this kind of stuff. You're living in a certain type of climate. They can tell that in time in DNA sequencing. They can tell what period of time did this come around? How'd you get this?
And look, don't quote me, right? But I did read somewhere like a long time ago on LimeWire, right, where you could just download anything. It was on LimeWire where it was saying that certain African Americans have, I think, 9 strands of DNA, while most people have 6 strands of DNA. And they can pinpoint certain how would I say it? Certain genomes of people that they will not disclose before the Europeans even came along. So I'm like, whoa, why don't they put that type of evidence? Because it was funny that you posted that thing on Star Trek about the Muslim guy who created the white race on,
Dr.
but
Yaku.
yeah, the Yakub, and he's on a starship where they got nothing but aliens around him, like he's some type of like he Enoch or something. He was took it up there like he Enoch, and he sees all the aliens. He come down and create white people.
Right. Right.
Like that's the funny thing they're trying to present, and that's coming from white people.
Yeah. It's kind of
No,
mysterious.
that's coming for black people. That's coming that
No,
Elijah
Star Trek
Muhammad.
is directed and written by white people.
Oh yeah, no, Star Trek don't teach that. Or not. I'm not
Yeah,
too
that's
familiar
where
with
they
Star
got it
Trek.
from. They got the Yakub guy, the big head brain know it all guy. I remember watching that episode with my dad. That's how funny it is. And that big head guy was the smartest man on the ship. Told him how to get certain places and about all the races on
But
that
they got
episode.
that idea. They got it from they didn't
Yeah,
invent that idea. They borrowed it from the NOI, basically.
yeah, I understand that. But why would Europeans use that for a concept during a time of white supremacy? Why would they use that concept? That's my question.
Oh, I got you. I see what you mean. Right, right. I mean, there's a lot to be said about why Europeans, or if they're Europeans at that, brother, if that's what they believe they are, if that's how they identify. But I mean, I don't know. That's something you would have to
Yeah,
argue.
you're trying to get it. Not look same way with
I'm not
everything
into
else,
that
right?
theology, so
Same way with math. Short. The comment was said, how can the past help us with the future, right? Well, you're
right.
still learning math from the past, science from the past, and it's still used in everyday thing we use today in our future. We use to upgrade. We just getting smarter at using it.
Well,
Nothing really.
for me, it's like I don't think the conversation is that deep. I don't think it's that troubling. It's just I think what's more problematic is that it's still an issue for us. There's still proof that we need to have these discussions, and the proof is there because look, the identities. Look at how many different identities we claiming. Look at how many identity crises we're having right now on a political level. People are talking about being, and I'm not saying this is a problem, but I'm saying it's just worth um, seeing clearly for what it is. We have people that are saying they're Aboriginal people. We have people that are saying they're FBAs. We have people that are saying they're not they're Black Hebrew Israelites. They're not even Africans, right? Then we have people saying, I mean, these are all self-proclaimed identities, of course. And then you have African Americans, which is one that's proclaimed by self. It's defined by many Black Americans do believe they come from, and the science points to Africa. Come on. I mean, so
But
it's a legitimate.
there's people out there who doing, they got the people who trying to raise the money to get a check, Then you got the people out there who really want to find out who they are. And then
Right.
you have people who are using common sense and reasoning, to find out what they are, who they are, and what they identify with.
Right.
And then
Yeah.
you got another so-called people who goes off a whole spiritual and religious belief on what they are, because of that. So you have like a split division instead of one whole, and that's what I'm saying. How do we find a way? If we could start from the very beginning, we can become one whole, and then everything will speak for itself.
I mean, and ironically enough, again, back to this day of it being the 25th, the day that a lot of people celebrate in the West, Jesus' birthday, quote unquote, the character from the Bible, right? And which many people believe is a real person, by the way, which should give context to why there's need to have these conversations, clearly. But, it's on that day. And this day, wow, what can I say, man? I'm sorry. I don't want to get off track. But again, it's identity. It all comes down to identity and identity politics. Serious identity politics for Black Americans and Black people in the West, by the way, because I'm not even in the U.S. I'm American. I'm Black American, African American, but I'm not in the. I'm living I'm in the West, but I'm not in America even right now. And I see in the West, on the European side, they're having this same conflict of identity. What is the background? What's the theme, the overall theme going to be in our politics? And when we have these identity conflicts, we can't even get an overall theme. or our
And
Or
overall.
at least we,
the oldest history of the European. That's one thing I'm waiting on. Like I said, they keep telling us all this the oldest blacks. Tell us from the oldest Europeans. Then let us know when y'all came into existence.
Right. And you know, and these things, think about these themes, man. A lot of them are based like hundreds of years ago. So I dig the sister's question though, because it's like, but I think it points to identity crisis, you know, overall. But let's get
you
Tar.
know,
Tar had to bounce. Oh, he bounced,
yeah,
man.
Tar,
When he comes
peace.
back up. No, go ahead. He fell out. So when he comes back up, let's get him in.
Oh,
Go
I
ahead.
see his logo
Yeah, he had to
at the
fall.
bottom.
Oh, there he is.
Okay.
Tar, you there?
Yeah, True is what's
Yeah,
going
yeah.
on. Yeah,
Sorry about that. Go ahead, bro.
yeah. I
How you
was
doing?
just sitting here listening, man. I had woke up not too long ago because you know, I'm doing my own thing over here. I'm trying to stick to a particular type of time frame, and I just happened to get up and I seen that y'all was on, and we was kind of talking about this last time I was on your show. I told you I had like 10 videos on my YouTube that dealt with the historical Jesus as was actually Cleopatra's son, Caesarion, Ptolemy, and that Flavius Piso and them created the Jesus narrative from what was going on with Cleopatra and them. So if you kind of
I
dig into
remember
that,
that.
yeah. So if you kind of dig into Cleopatra's story, a matter of fact, I seen
Actually, drop the link to that video too, bro. But go ahead, keep talking. Go
yeah,
ahead.
it's like because I seen Reggie was talking about this, doing a little paper on it, but the writings of Afro Uno that I got all the way from the Bible interpretations that he wrote in the 60s talked about that, as well as the Hyksos. And because you know, you have to have a little knowledge of that and Piso and the antiquity of the Jews and how they tried to move stuff around. Matter of fact, and it was it's a Caucasian guy. I'm gonna show you which is a good video. I used some of his stuff some months ago. Let me share the page real quick. This particular guy here, let me know when y'all can see it.
Yeah, I can see it. Go ahead.
Yeah, this is a video I had ran up on some months ago with Ralph Ellis and the Paw. And Ralph Ellis had some good information also showing that the Moses that most people are talking about don't line up with the historical evidence. And that actually, you know, and this again, Afro Uno had already stated this in his writings in the 60s that Thutmose the First actually was responsible for pushing the Hyksos Jews out of Kemet, the part that was by the Mediterranean, and pushed them back to Asia. Some of them stopped off into Judea, and then they stayed there until that whole thing came with the Romans and stuff pushing them out of there. So they don't understand that. And they took the Exodus story because, like, if you watch this whole video when y'all get a chance, he breaks all that stuff down because Matheno and also mixing the two times that the Hyksos came into Kemet. The first time around,
Manito.
yeah, Manito, yeah, and how he's mixing the time when he came back on the Akhenaten. And I got some videos I did on Akhenaten as well that shows that too. And what happened is Matheno, that's how you say it, Matheno, or how you say it again?
It's Manito.
Okay, Manito is mixing the Thutmose Exodus as the religious people are claiming it is, which is wasn't that they got kicked out. So he's mixing the Thutmose story with the Akhenaten story, and that it's really two different types of they're using the term Exodus. So if you watch this video and look at the data that Ralph Ellis has, he magnificently shows you that when they talk about the so-called Jews building the pyramid and all that stuff, that was really Akhenaten's people in that area. What's the name of that place again, Shaka, where Akhenaten was at?
It's Tel El Almana.
Yeah,
today, but in Medunetia it was called Akhenaten. But I just want to say, brother, the pyramids were built circa 2500 BC. So the so-called Hebrews were not even in Egypt. That was way before. But go ahead, brother.
Right, of course, and they totally agree. And he was just showing that the area that Almana was, that's the place that Akhenaten was pushed at because he was trying to rule while his father was still in power, and then he wanted to bring back like an old way of Kemet. And so he got pushed to that area, and that place Almana is actually was him forcing his people to build in the sun and all that stuff. And that's what that was. But the Jewish writers mixed it, and they basically was pimping the story. But that's Akhenaten's folks that was building Armana, and they just mixed that, and then the Jews wrote themselves into that situation and say that that was them, and it wasn't. So when you get into the, like I said, I got the videos that I did, like 4 videos on Akhenaten and young Pharaoh and all of that. It shows how they had dealings. Akhenaten had some dealings with them. I did a little research and found out that some of the Irish was around that time, and I think the Irish named Ireland after one of Akhenaten's daughters. It's a whole lot of other information that they just keep out.
And you know what, Todd? Sorry, you just reminded me of something, because you discuss this all the time. And it's another convo. It's about immigrants, immigration in America. And that's a political issue, right? Well, this is a political issue, right? Back in that time, the exiling of people, right? It's not just a religious thing, right? It would have to then be viewed as political, even if you believe, especially if you believe it.
Yeah,
just like, sorry, just want to say that quickly. Back to the sister's question, while we're talking about what took place thousands of years ago, we all know that a lot of people have been talking about what's going on in Gaza, and that is because what purportedly or allegedly took place thousands of years ago, and that caused a direct war. Now, you can imagine what will happen if some Hebrews like decide to, take action based on their belief. But I'll leave it there.
Right. And again, to add on to what Shaka was saying, people got an equal stand that when Thutmose the first all the way up to the third, because they kept his rule going to keep them out of Kemet as much as they could, when they stopped off in Judea, when you count from Judea forward, this is what the Bible and the spell that it used in the editing of the history is making people believe that the Jews were there 3,000 years ago, which is true, but they are not originally from there. That's the problem that they don't understand. And so when you try to just use the Bible with a little bit of history, you can find that the Hyksos Jews were in Judea, but the whole history, if you look at the whole thing, Thutmose and them pushed them all the way back to Asia. So the question then have to be refurbished and say, okay, well, they're not from Asia. The Caucasian race as a whole is from the Asian islands, and I got videos on that as well. So originally, they're not from Asia either. And this is what most people who follow the Bible to an extent, or they have piece of the information, they're thinking that, okay, the Jews was there before the Palestinians. But then the other side of the argument is that the Palestinians still come from the Phoenicians, which they call them Arabs today. They part of that. And then a lot of our people who don't understand that, I understand when you talk about spirituality, right, and metaphysics and the laws of the universe, they all intertwine. People, especially black people, keep forgetting that the Phoenician Arabs put us in slavery for like 1,000 years with Islam. And it's like they don't even think about that now. My heart goes out to anybody that's oppressed and being harmed and stuff like that. But the way karma works, you know, what your ancestors do, whether they're passed on or even present, can affect what happens to you or your descendants. So they just want to overlook 1,000 years of slavery, what they did to us coming into Africa. That's documented. So what about all of that? So sometimes you have to look at it from that point. And again, we have to. I understand what the sister is saying. You have to have we having a conversation about what took place, and it's not biased, and everybody can say like Shaka. I love that all the time. What Shaka said, well, I don't know everything, but this is what I do know. And what happened is what we're doing is having a discussion to bring out other information that those who get all of the attention for debating, they don't never bring in new information in that part of the argument, because it's like they slighten it to fit their narrative of pro-black and all this stuff that they have on these other platforms like Frank and them. We are having a conversation that people can come back and do some research and then try to find out what they need to do. We don't have these discussions to keep regurgitating and arguing with each other like they do on these other platforms. But
exactly.
If you see what I'm saying? So
and we give them an opportunity. There's an opportunity as also, sorry to cut you, Todd, there's opportunity as well for them to come up and show evidence and to prove what they're saying is correct.
Right. Mm-hmm. And I got something I wanted to play.
But, I mean, go ahead.
I said none of us are afraid to say what we don't know. If we don't know it, I think everybody up here say, look, we don't know.
Well, we're discussing, and some of what we're discussing is what we don't know, because we're asking questions, you know. And I asked that question too. Like, here's the thing: it's really, politically speaking, it's really relevant, right? To have the discussion about Egypt and Moses and Abraham and, you know, the Middle East in context with that, and Africa, right? The Nile, also the Levant and this stuff, or this area, right? But I mean, if that's so interesting, right? I can't figure out why it wouldn't be just as important to figure out what happened to all those black people that lived in the Levant for 60,000 years, they say, right? And so isn't that just as important? Like, because if anything else is an issue, like, and that's going to be attached to ethnicity or race, right? Like these religions are, you can hear it every day. This is what they're talking about. The same issue that goes on in Israel, Palestine, is about who's really from there, right? Who's the immigrant and who's the indigenous population, right? It's the same conversation. Okay, well, what happened to all the black people that science says lived there before?
We'll never know if it's 60,000 years ago. We'll never know what happened to them because we have no writing. Yeah, of course. But there's no record.
But if we think about that they were there and that something did happen, that in itself should be a good enough point to establish where we could discuss all the other things become free and fair, you know. It doesn't become so personal then, because we already have established the base underline is that black people were there. They've been there. African people have been there in that region prior to these other events, which we call like Kemet, which we call the Abrahamic religions. I mean, according to their own time frames, right?
Mm-hmm.
So my question is, that's what I'm saying. I don't know, but my question is, that should be our job as a community. Like, what happened to those black people? Because
we'll never know, brother. There's no record. 60,000 years ago, there's no record.
Always records. That's why we have things. That's why we have Lords of London. We have all kinds of medical histories. The things in America are owned by specific groups of people, even the world. But in America, it's more documented, like the Rothschild. They own majority of the colleges, hospitals, major corporations, and banks. So they keep a record. Wells Fargo, they teach you when you go to Wells Fargo. Before it was Wells Fargo, it was, you know, they teach you Wachovia. They teach you which banks stole from black organizations such as Black Wall Street. We took the loan and never paid back. They got documented history on that as well. They also have documented history on how much they sold land to the Native Americans and Black Frenchmen that were here that was integrated with the Native Americans. So we
But
have
I mean,
all of
but brother Ralph, by record, I mean writing. There's an argument about the oldest writing in the world. Some people would say it's the Medo-Natural. Would say it's the like Sumerian slash I don't know if I should say Akkadian, but the cuneiform writing. Beyond that, we I don't think we are aware of any other written language. So 60,000 years ago, to my knowledge, there's no record of writing, but go ahead.
Yeah, but as far as what I'm saying, documented, those things are documented. Those are bills. Those are in our constitutions. Those are in our treaties, which are all.
No, I mean 60,000 years ago.
As far as 60,000 years ago, well, there probably would never be those type of documents there. It will only be trace of cultural history, and if it doesn't line up with Norway, Nordic history, or I would say
traditions,
or Greek record history. If it doesn't line up with that in American, that obviously must line up with people of color.
All right, let me just go to a trivia question, just to lighten it up a little bit. I mean, unless Tar, you want to continue?
Yeah, because I had something I wanted to throw on with the Hebrew, on the Hebrew thing that y'all was discussing earlier. I just had to find it real quick. It's just a couple of minutes. It's a video that I did.
Okay,
that I wanted to just throw into the pot, and maybe people can later on add on, or maybe go do their own little research real quick. It's just a video that I did called Kemet Mystery Schools, Greeks in Genesis chapter 10. And it dealt with the with this particular topic. Just let me know when y'all can see that.
Yeah, we can see it. Blow it up a little bit.
All right, hold on. I did this like 8 months ago. Let me see. I think that should be big enough. Okay, there you go. It's big now?
Yeah.
Okay.
Perfect.
Okay, here we go.
All right, you got Japheth, Ham, and Shem. So here you see me, I blocked in Ham and Canaan. As history records that the Black Phoenicians called themselves Canaanites, then why is Canaan put as the son of Ham? Canaan should be in place of Ham. This means tampering has been going on. Canaanites are mentioned 55 times in the Old Testament, from Genesis to Obadiah. This makes no sense, being the word Phoenician is in the Bible spelled slightly different. Yet the Bible editors wrote these two names as two different groups of people. Also, there's a land called Phoenicia or Phoenicia in the Bible as well. See, look here. Phoenician travels, right, around Europe and Africa, trade routes. See, even over here.
That's Lords of London.
Let's see what Ham means in Hebrew. All right, so you go to here. All right, see, Ham is blocked in. The Hebrew number is 2526. It's Cam. And Cam, a son of Noah, also his descendant, also a name for Egyptians. Original word, part of speech, proper name, masculine person, location, Cam or Calm. A son of Noah, also a descendant, also named for Egyptians. It has been discussed in previous videos by Jutar Kena Unanupu called Who Were the Hyksos, posted 1/20/2023. And Michael Tessarion, Astrotheology and Noon Science, Part 1, posted 1/14/2023. These videos go into the Phoenician and Hyksos Jews and Caucasians connection in general. We must equal stand that in America that the word black has been used negatively in American culture as well as Caucasian legal systems here and in European law, especially according to Black's Law Dictionary, where black, death, and color are used to state individuals that use these terms are considered human or a live person. This is true in Caucasians law because their ancestors were born without blackness or melanin and therefore could not withstand the light of the sun. Ghost is conscious gas which has less various gases in it than 6 ether. Therefore, ghost is a weaker gas combination than 6-ether, just as 6-ether is weaker than 9-ether. All the original Caucasians Cain had silver or yellow hair, white skin, and blue eyes, but the face now has various degrees of mixture with darker people. Bible Interpretation Explanation, Book 2, number 110 in part, 1968. The sun is life and life is burning. What is life and can it be eternal? A living being gets his life from his parents. The parents of a living being is his personal creator, nature, and nature is impersonal creator. A living being is in the image and likeness of his mother and father. The parents of a living being is his creator by help and laws of nature. A child's life is inherited from his parents and is spontaneous. The father and mother of a child or any living being giving up part of their lives through the sex act, and this is how the child gets his life. The father supplies the blood through the sex act, and the mother supplies the bones and flesh through the gestation period by the laws of nature and its inherent and spontaneous powers. Life is a burning, and all life is a burning, including the life of vegetation. In people, the burning takes place in the lungs and blood. A person inhales oxygen and exhales carbon dioxide. Carbon is residue of burning, that is, carbon is the waste of burnt substances or gases. When oxygen enters the lungs, it reaches the blood, and the acids in the blood ignite the oxygen and burn it, and that burning is life. The burning generates light, natural electricity, and the blood transmits the light to the brain. Then the person is able to think, see, feel, hear, taste, and smell. The burning is spontaneous by nature, and the acid thereof. Bible Interpretation Explanation, Book 2, numbers 42 to 43, written 1968. When the Caucasian meets someone who does not believe in God, that is ghosts, he calls the person an atheist, because there are two kinds of spirits, ghosts and ether. Therefore, if a person is not of ghost, that is God, he or she must be of ether. Hence, he or she is called atheist by Caucasian. Atheist and etherist have the same original or etymological meaning, not God or not of God, because if one was originally created by ether instead of ghost, that person by nature is not God and not of God. A person originally created by ether can and most likely will become of God and created by God mentally during the cycle of God, the moon cycle, which was the cycle that started 6,000 years ago in the year 4038 BC and ended 1962 February 5th, but we're still in the thrones of it at right now. So remember, the gods that created or extracted the Caucasian out of the Hindus was the moon god Thoth, Tahuti Hermes, the earth god Geb, and ghost god or the underworld god Osiris. So they were created by ghosts. Darker people were created by ether. All right. The beginning letter of ether was A instead of E in ancient times. Amenubi Rakapata is able to distinguish between that which is for Ethiopian and that which is against him and her. Ghost God, the spirit of Caucasian, represent death for Ethiopians and is there and thereby against Ethiopians. 9-ether, the spirit of Ethiopians, represent life, and of course, life and death are opposites, just as Ethiopians and Caucasians are opposites. Moreover, death is an enemy of life, just as the Caucasian is the enemy of the Ethiopian. Bible Interpretation and Explanation, Booklet 2, number 12, written 1968. The Ethiopian got its name from the root word ether, which means burning like life and black like vacuum, the perfect existence, physical and visible like sunshine, the suns themselves, fire, heat, electricity, natural universe, ether, and even life itself, because life is a burning or black like vacuum, and this is why these energies turn persons and things black whenever they come in contact with these powers long enough. Let it be remembered, always let it be known. Introduction to the Nature of Nature, Book 1, page 63 in part. Now that you know what life ether is, you should see why we, the 9 orbs ENIAC, calls our nephew Amenubi Rakapata Afro-Unu in 1967 to 68 to define the whole black kinky hair race as the Ethiopian race to scientifically define and separate you from other darker straight-haired or curly-haired humans. Here's more source proof outside of Noon Science about this word Ethiopia and its roots. All right. The name Ethiopian summary, meaning fiery, eye, keen of vision, appearing as fire. Etymology from the verb itho, to light up or kindle, and the noun ops, eye. Ethiopia, etymology of the name Ethiopia. The name Ethiopia consists of two elements. The final part comes from the familiar Greek word ops, or it is genitively formed, meaning eye. Hence our English word optic and optician. The name Europe means wide-eyed or open-minded, and the genus Cyclops, which means round-eyed and not one-eyed, is popular belief. So it's telling you what the word is meaning, and you understand why Afro Uno used this word. The first part of the name Ethiopia is thought to have derived from the verb aetho, meaning to light up or kindle. This verb is fairly common, but neither it nor the following words are used in the Bible. The related adjectives aethos means shining or blazing, and aethops containing ops, meaning fiery looking or sparkling. The later word is also used metaphorically in the sense of fiery or keen, for instance, by the ancient Greek. All right, so when you start talking about fire and ether in the word Ethiopian, because our ancestors existed when the earth was just new and fresh and the temperature was hella hot. For more information on the temperatures, go back into my videos. You're gonna see two videos called The Temperatures of Nature, that deals with the climate of our planet, which was way hotter at this point. And remember, life is a burning, so the hotter something is, the more life it is. That's why they got people scared religiously of hell, not knowing that fire and burning, you need life and heat and electricity. If there's no heat, there's no life. So stop believing the stuff about people talking about hell. They mixing up ancient religious texts or out-of-date books that was misconstrued on purpose. And also there are underworld things going on under the surface of the ground that would be considered hellish, meaning and scary, you understand, not in heat. Ethiopia, Latin Ethiopia, from Greek Ethiopia, from Aethiops. The native name is represented by Abyssinia. You got to remember, the Greeks never went around when our ancestors had all that heat. The same way if dark people come together, the whole room get hot. That's because we have a small sun within our being. All races got a solar plexus, but the other races who are white or Caucasian, they don't have those sun heat genes to darken their skin due to what Osiris and Tahuti and them did to their parents, the Hindus, when they was on when they was in the Gulf of Aden, where they was over there, and how their whole diet was used by the Tibetan monks to alter their genetics and epigenetics that cause certain gene factors, switches to cut off, and one of those was not being able to become cooked, and therefore their melanin factors was switched off, and they came out albino. Simple. They did not come from aliens. They didn't get genetically modified by ETs. They were genetically modified by Tahuti, which is a spirit from the mental part of the moon, an original god, Osiris, who is not original, who came upon the planet from the sun 6,063 years ago. Okay, and Gaia, which is the masculine form of the planet Earth that we call Gertha, right? That part Jipu, that also again gave the Tibetan monks the know-how of what to use in the diet that caused that whole Adam and Eve scenario. All right. Sorry to keep going on about that. All right. Ethiop, 14th century from late Ethiops. Ethiopian Negro from Greek. Ethiops, long supposed in popular etymology to be from what? Athean, what? To burn. Face, compare Ethiops. Look, fiery looking, later sunburned. See, remember, they get knowledge that was way gone by the time they came on the scene. So they thought, and there's nothing wrong with it. Some people will say, "Oh, this was disrespectful to say," like Egypt is from the Greek word Egyptos, meaning burnt face or land of the burnt faces. We were burned from the heat in our genes millions of years ago. Just like the other races who had lesser burning from their solar plexus in their genes, they wasn't as dark as us. But the darkest races on the planet is the African race and the Phoenician race, because we came from our ancestors who were directly walking fire furnaces in a hot climate, and they procreated us, and we inherited their sun heat genes. And then when the Phoenician race was being brought into play, Jupiter, which is a sun herself, put her heat into the ground for the Phoenician race. That's why she's called the Most High to the Phoenician, or to mankind in general. All right. Ethiopian, inhabitants of Ethiopia, mid 13th century, from Old French, Ethiop and iron as an adjective from 1680. Early adjective was Ethiopic. Middle English also. Harwa, Ethiopian from Old English, literally sun worshiper. Because we were sons, walking sons. It is written that the Jews are descendants of Shem and that Abraham was their father. This is true in the sense that Shem is the East Indian people, and that Ham is the Phoenician people, and the Jews were extracted by the moon god from the East Indian and Phoenician peoples. The words Jew and Hebrew are confused to some people because many people think they are the same in meaning. No people can be true Jews or true Christians by nature, but Caucasians. Please refer to a video I did a couple weeks ago called True Christians. It goes into that. The word Jew is short for Greek, or a short combination of the words Greek and Hebrew. The word Hebrew means star worshiper of black, because the original Hebrews were star worshipers, and the surface of the true stars are black in color. So again, sun worshiper, Ethiopian. All right. And the truth of the matter is, we were being worshipped because we were the strongest terrestrial force on the planet, because we literally came from our ancestors who literally came from the earth in her egg form, and before that the sun, and before that when we grew the universe in ether form, which is fire. All right, listen to that song Ether by Nas. He'll tell you ether is that make you burn slow. Ether burns, just like when you drink alcohol or liquor. It has a certain amount of ethanol in it. That ether is what that burn your chest. All right. However, the Jews adopted the term Hebrew because they are derivatives of those East Indians and Phoenicians who were Hebrews. Therefore, when the terms Hebrew and Jew are used in the Bible, most people think they mean the Caucasian of Judaism. In some cases, yes, in some cases, no. Hebrew is a variant of the word Gebri, sometimes spelled Gebr. A Gebri is a fire worshiper. You can see the word Ray at the end, because Geb, right? It is the root word to Gabriel. it means mighty. So if you take the word Gebri, right, you and translate it in English, you get what? Mighty son. So Gebri, another, is a mighty son. A fire worshiper, or people that worship fire. A true star is fire ether. Fire, the sun of our solar system, is the one of the true stars. There were Ethiopians who were Hebrews too, meaning woolly-haired people who were Hebrews. However, since the Jews have possessed the term Hebrew for themselves, let them have it. Let us not try to reclaim it, because the woolly-haired people among the other Hebrews were only being used anyway. Bible Interpretation Explanation, Book 2, Numbers 20 through 21, written 1968. The Phoenician race has always been closest to the Ethiopian race ever since mankind evolved and Ethiopians became identified with man. Closest of all the races, because the Phoenician people represented the sun god for Leviathan, and Ethiopians are the strongest terrestrial sun forces by nature. And this means Phoenicians used to worship Ethiopians long before the Romans, Jews, and other Greeks did. Bible Interpretation Explanation, Book 2, number 80 in part, written 1968. Philosophically, Sabaism is and means true star worship and admiration of the true stars for being the visible creators of the universes. And these stars of the cosmos are the sons of the universe of nature. The original or primary Hebrews of antiquity maintained that true stars of the universe and eternal nature are the growers and controlling gods of the cosmos. Introduction to the Nature, Book 1, page 11 in part. And again, this is why, because so I'm gonna stop there right there, because when we're having this conversation about Hebrew and all that, they mistaken it as people versus it being an action and it connecting to the stars, and like you have to know the words. That's why they made sure they didn't introduce certain words. When I was like studying noon, when Afro mentioned Sabiism, you know what I'm saying? You have to study that. Sabiism is star worship, and that's a part of noon, and this is why the Jews got a star on the front of their Bible or they Torah. That's a sun. So they was worshiping the sun, but they hid it under different things. But to understand what Sabianism is, you have to understand, you have to study astrotheology and astrolatry. These are what the Caucasians call in sun worship. That's why when you get into the Bible, let's say the metaphysics, they'll talk about how Jesus is the same as Horus, or it's the sun god. Or when you look at Jesus' picture, you see the symbol of the halo, you see the sun, or SON is the same as SUN, and all of that is Sabiism, ancient Kemet in Africa. That's what we used to worship the sun in respect and honor. It's called Sabiism. So when you don't, that's the problem we're having, is the words, not just the history. The history is right in front of us. It's just been coded, and they giving us other words. And that's why, so when they keep saying that Hebrew, you know, we were Hebrews, that's like saying that you was a person that's in the religion, you know what I'm saying? Or a person that worships Jesus. That's something that you were. You were doing. You're not the Hebrew itself, because it means star worshiper. That's something you do. That's why there's no such thing as the 12 tribes of Israel, none of that. All that's the zodiac. If you know, like I said, people go and look at some of Ralph Ellis stuff and just type in astrotheology alone, you will see many different people that'll show you how the Bible is based upon the zodiac. You have certain things that are real. You had people that was there, the Hyksos, the Jews, the Ethiopians, the Arabs. They just play around with these words so you don't know how to connect it. So when they talk about Ham and Canaan, they the same people. But then when you realize that the Phoenicians didn't call themselves Phoenicians, they call themselves Canaan, that's because they trying to hide the identity of where Jews or the white race came from. So that's the whole point. So when they talk about the Bible is black people's book and all that, you got to understand that black, when you talking about us, we talking about melanin. So what I like to say is African kinky head black people, and then you have black people who have straight hair. And we all connected with the word melanin, but we still have different chemicals in us that makes us different. The blackest Asiatic
doesn't have enough heat in their genes to make their hair kink up like ours. So I used to be confused when I was young, when I used to see Indian people not knowing. I just thought that we was the same just off of the skin color because I didn't have no knowledge. So when you start getting into scientific definitions and start talking about kinky hair and all that stuff and all of that Hebrew and this and that, what I just gave y'all was the complete part of that. Now it basically settles the argument as far as what a Hebrew person saying they are, because they're claiming to be something that's actually an action. You see what I'm saying? Like I can't say I'm like happy. I can practice being happy, but happiness or being happy cannot be a person. It can't be a nationality. So there's no such thing as a Hebrew, you understand, being a person, because it's an action. But that's because the Bible editors definitely, and I keep saying it all the time in my videos and writings, because they're editing these books, especially Ralph Ellis. I'm telling you, he did a great video on how when the Jews or the Hyksos got kicked out of Kemet, and that the priests and them got together and rewrote the story as if that they were slaves, because they didn't want that to mess with the Hyksos morale, to believe that they lost like that. So they rewrote the Old Testament that they was enslaved and got out by God, but they're talking about the same Pharaoh that kicked y'all out. You see what I'm saying? Shaka knows Thutmose's real name. I can never commit that to memory, but Thutmose is Moses, and they just took the Thoth off and just rewrote a whole narrative around that. And that's what the Old Testament was being done by the Hyksos and the Jews and their descendants. And then Flavius Piso came in, who was part of the Jews in Judea and part of that priesthood who had access to the ancient text. He rewrote the New Testament based upon what he knew, because he was trying to create the Jews to be able to accept the Romans coming in, because he believed that the Jews or the Hyksos of that time, but Judeans, could not beat the Romans. So he pimped the whole thing. He started rewriting certain things, but Constantine came 200 some years later, built off of Flavius Piso's story, and they wrote the whole Jesus thing around Cleopatra's son. So once people get that through their head and realize that the information is there, that's why I say go to my YouTube and look at the 10 videos I did on the historical Jesus, and then they're going to realize this whole thing was Kemet. But Cleopatra was not African. She was what you would call an Arab. She was had a little bit of Greek and Arab in her blood. They just were invaders that came in after the 6th dynasty, and we started having problems with Kemet. That's when the Phoenicians invaded Kemet. They had been in Africa thousands and thousands of years through the Horn of Africa, because they came up from above Africa, from Asia and all that stuff, and they came down. And you can see that by looking at the Moors, which we talking about, the Phoenician Moors, Arab Moors, trade routes around Africa. They was always there for millions of years, but they invaded Kemet, the stronghold, after the 6th dynasty. That's really the end of all of that. People just got to go do their own research. But that's all I wanted to add. I'm sorry if I took too long, y'all. I apologize.
Well, man, it's good.
Well, now you answered a whole lot of my questions. I was trying to kind of, you almost damn near every one of them, for real, for real. What I was trying to explain to Shaka, like, where is their origin from? When does it start? How does it start? And I remember watching a video with Nas and I think it's Damian Marley, and he was showing how basically the sun and the moon gods were worship, and how people created, like, walking with souls or whatever, right? He got some little some like family or something, like, I forget the name of the song, but it's Nas and I think Damian Marley, and it's a pretty good song, right? And what we don't understand is why cultures are divided mentally, so separated. Who wanted to divide us so separated so much, so we don't have, so we will never know each other, never know what it's about. Like, why is that such a bigger topic?
Well, I would have said basically it's about
how powerful the black race is and was. So to keep the black race down and for the global supremacy of the white population or the Caucasians, they will push a certain agenda, and it's very important to them to rewrite history. So they
Exactly.
will be,
It's a political issue. It's politics. They want
basically,
to frame history to how it benefits them best. And people been doing that. That's what's been on the forefront of genocides across, that have happened to people, for hundreds and hundreds of years, centuries, So first the story develops, and then after the action comes through. And once they can convince you of certain things, mass population, then what they're going to do is call them to take action after. That's what politics does. That's how it's always been. So it is relevant. I mean, as silly as it can be, and also insidious at times, some of the dialogue, right, it's still relevant. It's politics. I mean, and I tell you what, it's not one thing or the other. It's not more important to discuss ancient history than it is to discuss modern. One is not more than the other. They're both necessary. They're both connected. You combine them, and then you get a strong point of view. You see what I mean? And so, so I don't think it's a one thing or the other. That one is you do one and you'll have success, or you do the other and you'll have success. Now you do both and you'll have more success, overall. But let me ask a trivia question, and because maybe I got some insight on this, and maybe it's changing. I don't want to change the topic too much, but how many? Here's the trivia question that I put in the chat. How many deities were said to have been born on December 25th? If anybody wants to chime in on that. Yeah, how you doing?
Quite a few.
Good morning.
I'd have to go online to. I'm not sure. I can't off the top of my head, but I think there's quite a few.
Car.
There it is.
Yeah, Andrea, did you hear that question?
I didn't.
Oh, the question was, how many deities are said to have been born on the 25th of December?
I put 4 or more than 4 or more.
Okay, can you name the 4?
Not off the top of my head, but I know Diogenes was one.
Diogenes.
How you pronounce that?
Let me see.
I might be saying it wrong.
Dionysus, maybe.
Yeah, that was
sister. How you doing?
I'm fine. But I had hi Jade, hi Tar and Negro Ralph and
how you doing? Good morning.
So I have a question though. So when you were talking this for Tar, when you were talking about the genocide and stuff, I'm just kind of curious then why the Hebrews want to say that the Bible is their book, and a lot of that genocide took place by the Israelites or the Hebrews or whatever they want to call themselves. So that would mean that group of people, those if Black people are truly the people of this book, that means all them Black folks was killing all them people. I mean, does that make sense to you? I mean, that just doesn't make sense to me.
No, that's
that's what they're not paying attention. See, in religion, you can do that. It's you in the realm of make believe. And because they have convinced themselves that they was the Jews that the Romans was getting at back in 60 to 67 AD. They were not. That was not them. It's historically proven that those was white on white crime when the Romans was trying to get them Jews out of Judea. It was no Black people, African people there during that time. There was, you understand? So this is after, of course, me believing the same thing, but as you get older and our destinies start to kick in, because the problem that we're having in this conversation is the spirit factor is left out. And because we don't know that spirits have a whole network and that they program and control human beings to an extent. So this is that part of the argument that's left out. Those same gods that we was worshiping back then, when the cycle changes, those gods take on different names and they uplift the next group of people. By the time when you start talking about that part with Thutmose and them, based off the nature information, the Bible interpretation, and my research, the Thutmose and them were those people from his bloodline. Those are Arabs that was in Kemet. They were black, but a lot of when you start getting into the haplogroups and all this other stuff that I'll document in the historical Jesus and the 4 videos I did on Akhenaten, the pharaohs of that time, they were not us. And that's a problem, because when you start talking about Egypt is black, we have to definitely be very specific. When you start getting into phenotype, facial structures, you have to have all that stuff so we can properly put everything in place. You can't throw the Bible away because it has a lot of historical stuff in it, but it's coded under different terminologies. And that's a problem. So they don't think that everybody in the Bible was not black. The same way they keep saying that white people wasn't ruling in Kemet. Yes, they was. They just was at the ass end. That's when you go back to Poppy, and that was the Hyksos pharaoh. And we know the Hyksos were the Jews. They just wasn't down, they wasn't ruling in Kemet when it was in its heyday. That's the only problem with that. But it's on record. They know that.
Tar, would you say so when you say that, right? When you say that, are you saying that that a small percentage of the Hebrews could have been black?
No, I'm saying a large, because the word Hebrew means star worshiper. That's why when you go to Kemet.
So you're saying that based on cultural,
the knowledge and the research, and that's when you see them talking about they worship Ra.
I understand.
That's the basic definition of a Hebrew, because it means star worship, star honoring. That's all that is. So but we as black people and the Phoenician race, the only 2 races that really have a connection to the sun in the sky via our genetics. Because if anything is black, there has to be a burning there. There's a sun there. That's why in Noon it talks about sun heat genes that's generated in your bone marrow. That's what makes us black. That's why I can go overseas anywhere you can find somebody blacker than our background over here, or blacker than my hat, because there's a sun there. That's information that they keep away so you can just believe. So they'll tell you that we all was created by the same God. That's a lie.
Hey, look, to people, this is a good day for people that kind of center in on Kemet, right? Historically, right? Because actually, I mean, I don't know if somebody has other information about this, but is this true? I mean, I always thought this was true, but there might be more to it. Horus is the first 3,000 years. It's the first deity celebrated on the 25th. That's a Kemetic deity.
But again, they leaving out the spiritual aspect. Horus or Heru is a spirit. Now, if you're talking about, these spirits are not born like human beings. They're created from brain concentration from the orbs that they come from. Horus is a sun god. So that means that Horus came along when the sun came along. And we know that this, according to Noon and science, that the universe is about 5-something billion years old. So Horus will be around that age. See what I'm saying? Like Buddha was a person, Krishna is a spirit. Zoroaster, who was an Iranian prophet, that was a person. Hercules is like a myth, but Hercules is based upon another type of spirit. Now, when these spirits start incarnating in human beings, that's when they start logging them in as certain types of situations. But a sun god is not going to be born in a time of fucking winter. That don't make no sense. A sun god is going to be incarnated, and I'm using that because born is these. This is what happened. They dumb down the information. Horus is a sun god, so wherever the hot months is at, that's where that sun god, if it incarnates, will be born in the form as taking possession of a human being. But it being born itself from the actual orb, that's billions of years old. That's the problem that we're having here. So when they try to say Jesus was Horus, no, Jesus was Syrian Ptolemy, who was born and got a birth date. That's different. So this is again, this is the reason why they didn't allow us to have all this knowledge, because they was able to give us belief for so many generations that you just accepting it because you don't know how to dissect it. Like Dionysus, that's a god. You see what I'm saying? Tammuz, that's a spirit god. These are really the same spirits. Like Tammuz is the son of Ishtar and Damuzi. But Ishtar and Damuzi is just another name for Osiris now. So Tammuz would be considered Horus, but Horus is a sun god. Isis and Osiris, the spirit gods, are ghost gods. They're three ether. They're not sun deities. Even though Osiris and Isis came from the sun, heat, the core of it 6,000 years ago, they call it neutrinos. I got videos on that. What Noon does is verify these deities, and that to let people know that our ancestors didn't make this stuff up. You understand that just because they can't prove Noon and Nun and Sekhmet, because they're trying to purposely tell you, you know, oh, those gods were just made up, but they using these same gods in a different language, and you saying it every day. If the sun wasn't important, why you got all these things named with the sun? Sun Trust Bank, you know, Sunny Delight for orange juice, and
well, they got the Son of God as well, haven't they, Tar?
Right, the Son of God, which is the same thing as saying to us it was the Son of Nature, which is Horus, because we're talking about the spirit. You can't see them, but they can make themselves seen when they want. When you look at what they call a mythology, a lot of the truth is hidden in the mythologies as well. When you look into Thor and Zeus and Odin, all that stuff is just raw them. And when we knew about it and talked about raw them, we talked about it as it pertains to nature and that it existed. The Caucasian called it mythology, but it wasn't. It was just, it happened so long ago. It became stories because you're repeating stuff from an oral, or what they call an oral tradition. But it's true. A lot of it is true. It's just we are not aware of the you don't need actual paper and stone depictions to prove, to verify things that exist.
Well, you can. Sorry, Tar, to cut you. You know, there was one part of your video where Afro Uno stated that the Phoenicians and the close basically the blacks came first, and then the Phoenicians were born from the blacks.
No, they was born from the same way our ancestors came up from the egg formulas on the Nile around Lake Victoria. The Phoenician race and the other mankind races came from Java Island. There was the Java Island, which is down there by Indonesia equator. That's their origin.
And VB earlier, through his report, the science says that the Phoenicians or the Arabs and the Africans, the black race, have got a very close DNA match. Is that correct, VB? That's what you stated.
Yeah, the original Arabs. Yep, exactly.
So this is what I'm saying. So it seems as if what the guy was, Afro Unu, was before his time, but there is scientific proof that has been proven now, or it is information that they're slowly letting out to us.
Right, because we mix with them through time. You talking about millions of years, but you can go back far enough, then each race would eventually go back into their pure DNA strand, and then you wouldn't have that. So right now, having this conversation, even though the Ethiopian race originally, our blood was not mixed with other races, but that's, you know, you can go to smaller tribes like Bantu and the pygmies of Africa. Those where you can find a clear blood strand that's not mixed with Phoenicians or Arabs. You can go those pygmies and stuff, those tribes who didn't believe in mixing, that if you left the area, you wasn't considered a part of the tribe. That's where you find the clear strain of blood that won't have what we got. When we do our blood research, it's going to have all these races in it. But certain groups in Africa, pygmy tribes and stuff that didn't mix and don't do it to this day, that's where you find the clear strand, and it won't be this type of argument. So yeah, when you start talking about Semitic and all that, that's again, we're still using religious terms because they can't prove that Noah existed, Shem, Ham, or Japheth. They can't do it. That's a religious. So we have to stop using these terms for actual places and people. So when you say Shem, because Semitic is Shem, you have to prove to me that Shem existed. And you can't do it, so we have to throw that out. We have to understand that the Bible and the other books are hiding who they truly are because they're not Shemitic. Jews, Caucasians are Dravidian. They are East Indian people. Stop saying Shem because they're not Semitic. They can't prove a Shem existed, but we can prove that the Indians, the East Indians, is who gave birth to the Caucasians on the Aegean Islands 6,000 years ago. We can prove that. I already done that in my videos based off of the writings of Afro Uno, and then I did my research into haplogroups, and there you go. It's already there. We have to stop validating certain words in the Bible that's been taken and brought in so they can hide. So they'll say, yeah, we're Shemitic, we're Semitic, and all of that because they're trying to, because the Bible is their power book. You have to take the power out of it as far as the words, put everything where it's supposed to go, and then you'll realize that the Caucasian race or the Jews who claim to be from Shem and Abraham and stop, they went all the way back as far as they try to make it look. They'll go right back to 6,063 years ago, and you'll say, wow, y'all was on a bunch of islands, and then y'all spread out into Europe, then went from Europe, then came down because Africa's right under it, and y'all came in from Asia and all of that and started doing y'all thing. That's the problem. You see what I'm saying?
So look, that's what I was saying to Shaka earlier. I was asking him like, why isn't there any Noahic kind of like statues or mountains or in America, Jamaica, Central Southern America, Canada, none of that stuff there for them. I was also stating that if the European were in Egypt, it has to be in the time of Egypt where the civilization made it suitable for them to live. And also, like the oldest tribe of people who came, like that I think I can remember is the Pygmy people, who I think came from the North Pole. They don't even say they're from Africa. They said they went and migrated to Africa, and they're probably one of the most people that was like has a DNA that's not really tampered with at all, like you has just stated. So when you look at the migration of people who's coming from, I guess, Africa, the western part of Africa, all of those people should have the same kind of belief as the people in America or Canada or some type of deeper roots of connection.
Keep talking. I'm glad you just I'm glad you bringing that up. But go ahead. Anybody want to chime in on that? It's a couple of questions in the chat, and Marquise, you should step up, man. I could see there's some interaction here between Marquise. He got some questions kind of directed towards Tar's commentary there. But I would say, yeah, hop up. Anybody hop up. The panel's open. Yeah.
You know, when you was talking about Jesus, so who were they saying Jesus was in your because we didn't get there.
Right, back to the Jesus, the Egyptian priest ? Right, book.
Sorry, because obviously, because I wanted to connect that with now Tar is there because
let's go back to that, and also Marquise is here, and a few others are here now. So let's go back to that one. That would be
because also we've got Cleopatra being mentioned.
What Marquise is saying is true because the word and because I deal with this in the videos. I told I did 10 videos already been dead at this whole situation. This is they have to understand that Jesus has been burned in our psyche, so it's hard to try to make that separation. At the same time, the person existed, but the way the person existed was created by Flavius Piso around real events. So Cleopatra, as far as the person, had nothing to do with the fictional name. Well, the name ain't fictional because it goes back to the Egyptian language. So I dealt with all of that. But what they're saying, Jesus biblically, you can say they had nothing to do with each other, but it was the person who wrote that around the story is the one who had nothing to do with Jesus. Piso came after the fact. You understand? That man was already gone. You see what I'm saying? But if you don't understand who Piso is and what the Piso dynasty was doing and how they was how Piso and them wrote 80 to 90% of the New Testament, then you're not going to understand when I say that. So it's not that what he's saying is absolutely 100% correct. But Cleopatra, her dealing with her son, Caesarion. And I showed you all the names that Caesarion was called in Kemet, and they put them same titles in the Bible because you can't create something off of nothing. The Jesus character was true. Jesus was crucified, but it wasn't Jesus, it was Caesarion. He was crucified in Alexandria. So when they talk about Jesus was being beaten and all of that, that's what happened to Caesarion when they tricked him to come back from Asia, saying that the guy who was supposed to have been the heir to the throne, who Cleopatra was messing with, Julius Caesar's son, I think it was, had him crucified. So they told you the story of what happened to Caesarion Ptolemy in what happened to the Jesus character when he got, walked through the town. That took place in Kemet. They killed Caesarion, aka Jesus, where his mother was reigning at. His mother was Mary and Mary Magdalene. They split Cleopatra's life up into like 3 different marriages. You had Cleopatra the ruler, who was holy because she was Isis incarnated. That's what she had on the temple of Dendera. She said that she was Isis, so that means she was what? Divine. Then you had Mary Magdalene, the whore, because Cleopatra was sleeping with all these men trying to keep power. Mary comes from one of the names of Kemet, which is what? Tamaray. They just took the tar off. You had Mary, and then they created Mary. The same way we create words to this day, humans been doing that. So when you're reading the New Testament, understand that that's Caesarion and Cleopatra. Joseph, the stepfather, is Joseph Flavius Piso. Piso is Judas. Piso is John the Baptist. They are playing all of these characters around 2 people that was causing a stir in Rome when it was Cleopatra had a son by a popular Roman dude, and they was trying to take the throne because Caesarion was supposed to rule. He was the son of a god and a goddess. When you understand the spiritual aspects of it, when they tell these stories, they're stripping away what they believe. She believed that she was Isis, divine incarnated, and that Caesarion was Amun-Ra. Then that's when you become incarnated in these mystery schools and they start becoming possessed by these forces. You become the son of a god or the son of a goddess. Religion took it and took off the plural and made it singular and made it appear that only Jesus was able to have that. But that's not true.
So could you say that Saturnalia, right, is like basically the Virgin Mary giving birth to God that shows you as a gift for Christmas, which I believe that no God of this will be born in this time unless we're counting the seasons different, which will be in a hot fall or something like that. Because 3 seasons to that region, I would think at that time. And if that is Virgin Mary in bull form, goddess form, and I guess I would say demon deity form, giving birth to Christ for Christmas, um, would that say is still representing all the Egyptians where they were given for their Christmas or something like that? Because it's like it all sounds like it's going in a circle.
When you talk about Saturnalia, first of all, you're talking about the worship of Saturn, which is in my science, all the stars and planets and moons are conscious. That's why they being worshipped for millions of years, because they have a lot to do with human beings. But if you don't study astrology, astronomy, and natal charts, and also magic and how it relates to planets and stuff like that, then people, that's what I'm saying, they still missing a chunk that would make sense. Because like you said, on Saturnalia and December 25th, you got to deal with the astrological part of it, where the sun is further away from the earth. All of that stuff plays a part in it. But when you start about December 25th, that's dealing with you're talking about
celestial time pass or something like that, because it would be like, since it's from like the 15th or 16th to about the 28th, it's like a week or something, and that's like a passing of a star.
Right, because Jesus was a scapegoat. They just using that part of it because that deals with Capricorn. Jesus wasn't a Capricorn. He was born in Caesarion, and I think he was born in like June something. So that would make Caesarion, aka Jesus, a Cancer. So this is the problem. Again, you have to have a little bit of knowledge of all of that to understand. But you're talking about Osiris, and which is ghost god, the underworld god of death, and that's what they do. When you talking about Christmas, Christ, ghost, or etymology similar. So when you talking about Christmas, you're talking about ghost mass or mass, like when the Catholic Church come together, they have a mass. They have a
would that be considered like a Mars or Krampus?
What's the last word you said?
Krampus.
You said cramping?
Krampus is like a
Father Christmas you're talking about?
Okay, yeah, but this is before that. Right, this is before that. When they talk about mass, you're talking about a bunch of spirits and people coming together. These folks was doing they was part of cults. You see what I'm saying? So they had secret cults that they was doing all these sex rituals and stuff like that. Jesus or Caesarea Ptolemy was killed so that the Caucasian can have 2 more thousand years to promote his belief, because their rulership hadn't passed off yet. So when Caesarion was killed, then they ended up creating the Jesus thing, and then about 300 some years, 325, then Constantine came in. Because before Constantine came in, Rome then was using Zoroastrianism. They was following a little mixture of the Babylonian. They didn't have their own thing that they was able to create and put their white face on it. Once Constantine came in, and that's when they did all that. So they had created Christianity, which is basically ghost, because you got to deal with Osiris and what his connection is to the white race. These are the things y'all are missing. So y'all got the result, but you don't know what started it and why they use these certain names. That's why I got a video called True Christians on my YouTube that explains why only white people can be called Christians. Nobody black can be a Christian. You can call yourself, but you're not really, because the root word itself it doesn't allow you, anybody, African, black, or mankind, dark skin, and all that. None of us can be Christians except Caucasian people. It excludes everybody else. The pictures and everything else. That's what people are not understanding. That's the part of the conversation that none of these other people who've been debating this topic for years, they don't know that. And because they don't know that, it's why when you click in to Frank and whoever else, we all gonna hear everything what you heard except what y'all are hearing from what I'm saying. What I'm telling y'all ain't in nobody else's debates for the years and years they've been doing this. Whether it was so-called prominent black scholars and white scholars all the way down to the YouTubers, they're not saying this. And that's because they didn't know it, which is understandable. But now y'all being exposed to it. That's why I keep pointing out to my YouTube. There's plenty things I dealt with on this topic. I don't get lost in it because I understand what it's for. But Ghostmas, Christmas, all that stuff was because Jesus was set up to be killed so the white race can have more time to create a religion, because they didn't have no religion. The Jews had their own little thing, but remember, they didn't create the Talmud and all that in the Bible to, a couple hundred years later, like 700 some AD or whatever. They still didn't have a book. They had the Kabbalah and they had their word of mouth and their little scrolls, but they didn't have a universal book. So when you understand the reason why is because once you're trying to create a religion, when the spirit gods switch it over from the next race to come in, it's not overnight. It takes years and years to it's like when you come in to take over a company and you're going to take everything from this company and transport it over here. And you got to get all the people in place. You see what I'm saying? They had to move all those folks and put the right priest in there and all the right popes and all these people like that. And then they bring the information in, then they rewrite it under these spirits' direction. The spirits make them change stuff out of order to put in them so they can continue spirits and get honor and worship. So when people say, oh, Ra and all of them is gone, no, Ra and them came back as Zeus. They still was getting worship under different names. That's why when you look at the languages, it'll run right back into the ancient languages.
The raw way. Go ahead, sorry. Go ahead.
Yo, let me get Marquise in here, man, because he's been waiting a second. Yo, Marquise, good to have you, bro.
Yeah, true peace, Marcus.
What's up, y'all?
We good. And I'm glad you hopped up because I could see that there's you're a Hebrew Israelite, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, that's cool. That's good. That way we can get some of your perspective on some of this stuff because I heard I've been reading some of your comments as Tar's been making some of his commentary. So what's up, bro? Go ahead, speak your mind, man. Anything you want to add to the convo? Feel free.
Talk been dropping some Jews, especially about the name of Ethiopia, Kush, whatever you want to call them.
And you know what? I think Tar, just to add this one thing, I think one thing about Tar people should know is that at some points in his when he's described or when he's given his perspective, some of it is from noon science too. So it ties into that, his overall, right? Is that right, Tar?
Yeah, all of this based upon the science noon, the original science of the universes. It's just our people have long forgot about that. So, but yeah, go ahead, Ken.
Go ahead. There you go, bro. Go ahead.
You gave a reference about Ralph Ellis. I did some research on Ralph Ellis about 5 years ago. Mm-hmm. Ralph Ellis said that Jesus was a king of Edessa. Mm-hmm. That's not true. That's when I stopped researching them. I caught them lying. The Semitic people. Okay, I'm gonna say it like this: Ethiopians consider themselves Hamite and Semitic people, right?
According to what, the Bible, or outside of that?
According to the Ethiopians, they will say they have Semitic origin.
Well, they would be. I mean, when you say again, that's what I was saying. We have to prove.
This the problem. The Semitic people went into Africa and mated with Africans. So of course, if we looking for a Semitic bloodline, you're gonna have to go into Africa, because these people went into Africa and had children by Hamites. The biblical narrative tells it, and history tells it. The Canaanites, the Phoenicians, they was called the Canaanites, but they
what you mean? Hold on. That's great. That's wonderful what you're saying, but give an example of what you mean by history tells it. If you don't mind.
Without the biblical narrative, if you're doing research scientifically, or even listen to an Ethiopian, they will tell you they have Semitic origin. And
I got you. So based upon oral tradition, and what else?
Excuse me, say it over again.
So based upon the oral tradition, their own oral tradition, and what else though in history? I'm saying that's good. I just wanted to make sure I understood what you meant by history
Their
because you said
bloodline.
biblical and
See,
history.
see, I'm gonna step into the biblical narrative because a
Okay,
lot of
all
people
right.
don't like it. They reject it. The
But it's
biblical,
all good, bro. We here to
the,
talk about it.
the
Yeah,
But
bib-
that's not historical though.
right. we,
okay.
but
I would
it
accept
can
that.
be.
I
Yeah,
would
go ahead.
accept it. Okay, but the biblical narrative tells you that Ethiopia was the first people in Arabia. Why would they put that in there? Two, Ethiopia have the biggest family out of all the Hamitic people. They
Hmm.
was in East Africa and Arabia. So the people that's in Arabia today was not there 1,000 years ago. These people that we call Arabs today are Persians, Iranian Persians. They're not Arabs. They
Same
call it.
haplogroup. If you didn't look in
But
the haplogroup,
right, exactly. That's what I was. So I like where you're going with this, right? But can you like frame it in a time period, like, and the haplogroups kind of help us do that. But so when you say, you just said, if I got you right, the Ethiopians went into Asia. Is that what you?
Asia Minor,
Okay, now what date was that?
a date.
Yeah.
I can't give you an exact date. I probably have to look
Okay,
this up.
so all right, now continue. That's all I wanted to know. Go ahead. Go ahead.
But in the biblical narrative, it tells you that Shem and Cushites took
Hmm.
the whole land of Arabia was their land. So when people try to reject it, I don't be understanding when it's given all references to Ethiopia. Ethiopians and Semite people are the same people, same bloodline. That's why Abraham's first son was a Cushite Egyptian. That's why Moses made it with the Ethiopian woman. That's why Solomon made it with Ethiopian women. If you understand about the biblical narrative, we kept mating with each other, mating with all types of people: Hamites, the Canaanites, the Egyptians, the Moabites, the Hittites, the Jebusites. So even to this day, when these white folks claiming that they are Jews, why you're not looking like an Egyptian? Why you're not looking like a Canaanite? Why you're not looking like the Ethiopians? So that's a whole throw off. And then Ashkenazi is in Genesis 10 and 3. They're telling you that they are Gentiles. A lot of people don't be reading, and a lot of these Hebrews, fake Hebrews, that's what I call them, they got a hidden agenda. So they won't pinpoint these things out. See, we all kind of frustrated with the Hebrews because they have a hidden agenda and they're not going into um, uh, every little thing. They taking scriptures and giving it to the world now. Everybody like hell with the Egyptians. I mean, hell with the Hebrews. Hell with them. They disrespect her and everything. And I honestly know this.
You
They
mean the
ain't
Black Hebrew Israelites? Is that what you mean?
exactly.
Okay. Okay.
They're
Just to
not
make sure.
telling no truth. They're not telling nothing that need to be told. I'm still trying to listen to people talk about Ptolemy and Alexander the Great. They're not bringing these subjects up. Um, like Ptolemy. Ptolemy in the Bible, it tells you that Ptolemy killed Alexander the Great. But in history, they will say Alexander the Great caught a disease and died. But the biblical narrative does not say that. Herod was trying to kill Jesus, right? And Jesus, I mean not Jesus. Herod was married to Cleopatra, so Jesus had nothing to do with Cleopatra. And for three, Jesus told us don't go to the white man, don't go to the Gentile. But the 12 disciples, the traitors, we only talk about Judas. Judas wasn't the only traitor. Well, he was willing trading, but like Paul and Peter and them, they was getting beat up by Romans, and they was telling them don't speak the truth about your Messiah. Now, Jesus is not, uh, um, he's not Christ. He's just a prophet. He wasn't God. He was just a prophet. All prophets are successful. They go into military campaigns and they win and take over their land back, like Moses and Joshua, and even Solomon. They are Christ-like, but Jesus was not. So I was just trying to get y'all to understand that Semitic people are Africans. They are in Africa. Half of them North Africans. Majority of them are Semitic origin. So uh, I just wanted to rephrase that because y'all looking for the Semitic bloodline, and the Semitic bloodline is mixed with Hamitic bloodlines, and
Okay.
and like you said, y'all looking for a date.
Mhm.
This been going on for thousands and thousands and thousands of years, at least 4,000 years. So
But let me.
Can I ask you a question?
Oh, go ahead, Shaka. Go ahead. Yep.
Peace to you, Marcus L. Welcome.
what's up, Hotel?
Hotep to you. Now, you know, when you talk about Semitic people, some people will argue that those are the speakers of Semitic languages. And when you talk about Hamite people, then that will be people who descend from the biblical Ham. But if you deal with ethnicity based on the biblical narrative, in Genesis 6, it talks about the sons of gods who mated with humans. So in some translations, if I'm not mistaken, they translate it rather than sons of gods as angels. Do you believe that we have humans who mix with angels and have children?
Uh, you know the exact name you talking about? The Nephilim when they came down.
Yeah, some people call them Nephilims, yes.
The Nephilim are the children of Ham.
Are we able to
But
bring
yes,
up
yes,
divine backstage?
but the Bible, mm, but the Bible says that they actually mated with the daughters of men. Now, do you believe that? Do you believe that sons of gods mated with men and had children? I'm sorry, with the daughters of men, with basically human beings, and had children with them. Do you believe that?
No, like Tar was saying, everything is in these languages. You got to understand these languages, and you have to translate these words. Uh, the Nephilim, when they call them angels, Nephilim, they are the children of Ham. Now, it's a quote in the Bible that says that Egyptians are his children. Assyria is the hand of him, and Hebrew is the inheritance of that. So if you don't understand that, that means that Egyptians are Yahweh's children. So, and Assyria is the hand, the battle of God, and Hebrews are the inheritance of all of that.
But that's
Even
before him, if I'm not mistaken, brother.
that was before him.
Yes, if I'm not mistaken, that's
You talking
before
about the
him.
Elohim. You talking about the Elohim, right?
Well, I don't know which word they use in Hebrew, because you see, if some people claim, okay, I'm Semitic or I'm Semite, because he feels that he descends from Shem. Other would say I'm a Hamitic or I'm from Ham. Then some people may say, well, I'm godlike because I descend from God. I descend from the sons of gods. You see?
The first people that was that okay. We keep okay. I'm gonna say it again. The Nephilim that they call the Anunnaki, they are the children of Ham. So if you want to call them angels or whatever, that's what we're gonna call them. But if you know the biblical narrative, Cushites made the first buildings. They made the first civilization, and and if you want to call them angels or whatnot, but the Nephilim are the children of Ham. Not to say that Ham didn't have the knowledge first, because 9 out of 10 they had the knowledge first. Just like the Hebrews failed and the Israelites failed all the time, it's just the Bible just stored in that when Ham had the knowledge, but they failed too.
But brother, this has to be before him, because this story is in
I agree with you. I
Genesis.
agree with you.
Yes, Genesis 6. So it is before, even before Abraham. So that's definitely before him.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But these are the children of Ham, though. The Nephilim are the children of Ham.
But they can be children of him because they were there before him.
Okay, Ham have a origin, just like Shemites. I mean, not the Shemites. Just like Hebrews have an origin, and their origin is Shem, and Ham have an origin, and they are the Nephilim.
Ham and Shem, they have the same origin, right? They descend from Abraham, right?
Hold up, say this again.
Ham and Shem, they have the same origin, right?
Yes, they had crossbreeding with each other.
Mm.
Abraham's first child is the Ethiopian.
Mm.
I mean, not
but
Ethiopian, Egyptian.
Mm. But I mean, all I was trying to say is that the Nephilim, or you know, those sons of gods or angels, as some will say, who had sex with daughters of men, or basically human beings, that was before Abraham. That was before Ham. That was before Shem. But that's what I wanted to say. You know.
I understand what you're trying to say, but they have an origin too, just like everybody else have an origin.
For what it sounds like, for real, it sounds like when you bring up the Christianity part of it, it sounds like you can always put it with the Nordic, like the European side of it, the way you're putting it. Because if Egypt had their, like the Kemet had their own thing before Christianity, right? Then Christianity has somewhat based off of Kemet. Norway's based off of that. You can't really put a time frame on any of the Abraham.
You can if you go by the normal's palette.
Hey VB, sorry about that. Devon Inspired said he's backstage.
Oh, is he backstage? Okay,
yes.
Let's see. Where do I see? Okay,
well,
I see him.
Well, if you can, how come Jesus doesn't have a date? It just Josephus writing about it. Josephus wrote about Jesus, and basically Jesus was already dead when Josephus started to write about him, the historical Jesus, or mythological Jesus. If you want to get to Paul and his writings, most of his writings, I don't think any of those ever met Jesus. And
no, they never met him.
Right. So you're taking word of mouth or oral tradition from all of this, and then if you look at it's biased to say that it wouldn't be Christianity wouldn't belong to white people if they're giving you the form of writing.
I'm not talking about Christianity at all.
Well, Christianity is being Christ-like, right? Hebrew Israelites study to be Christ-like, right? You're still following within a tradition of their culture. So most Hebrews would try to identify with the Bible, like you're quoting. So it is basically saying you're copying a European tradition based off African tradition. You're serving it a European way.
I don't think so, because I'm not talking about Christianity. Christianity came in much later. And I don't
I think that's just a reframing of the name.
I'm strictly Torah.
Okay.
I read the New Testament. The New Testament made Jesus into a myth. They did not tell the truth about Jesus. So I don't subscribe to the New Testament, only the 5 books.
Okay, I have a question. Then how come some Hebrews that we've heard on the airwaves and stuff don't they try to separate themselves from Ham and saying that certain Africans or whatever are not their brothers and they hate Africans? Why would that be then? And why would those Nephilim?
Because they have a hidden agenda, sweetheart.
Okay.
Right. And I prove that again. If you look into a Ham and Canaan, these are Arabs, so they they misnomering the wrong people. They really hate the Arabs, not the Africans. So
Right.
that's a problem in itself when you start. That's what I was saying. If you don't know what you because you're taking something that's again, this is the template with religion. We're given a bunch of information that's not properly noted and directed and told who's who and what's what in these books. And you do that for years and years, and then somebody come along and then they say, oh, okay, this person is really black. And then now you gotta say, okay, well, black is it's a bigger, realm when you start saying black. That's why I say African black kinky hair, or you talking about mankind black with straight hair. Like which group of black talking about? And until they start doing that, that's going to be an issue. But now, like I said before, a lot of the things that are mentioned in the Bible, Old and New Testament, they're talking about a specific type of people, but they're giving them a different name to throw you off.
Yeah. So
that's why
my question.
Go ahead.
My question was about there's Black Hebrews who say that they hate Africans. I'm talking about. I'm not talking about the white, the white people who say that I'm talking about these other Black Hebrews who say that they hate they hate the Africans.
Right, because they're miseducated. That's all. That's the real answer. They're miseducated. Ham, Canaan is the Phoenicians, aka Arabs. Until they understand genetics and haplogroups, when you have religious people who shouldn't be in the front of folks, that you need real scholars and scientists and geneticists, those people should be in front of religious people to help transition them out of just accepting something without some type of foundation. To hate Africans, knowing that y'all got the same phenotype hair and blood and origin based upon sciences, facts, tablets, whatever the case is, it's too much for that. And when Tazariak said that they are more closer to white people than African people, that's not a scientific educated mind. That's a belief. You see what I'm saying? So a person who doesn't know anything will say stuff like that. That's all.
And Tazariak and his little group work for the government. I don't care what nobody say, because I don't see how you can say something like that when all through this book they are mating with Egyptians and Canaanites, and they mating with.
He does look like someone that, and he does talk like someone has been sent from the government for truth. He does come out with stuff like that, bro. It really sounds like someone that's sent to infiltrate the black culture.
They call themselves what they call it, Masonic Hebrews or something like that. Masonic, what they call
Messianic.
They tell you right there. They work for the government.
But they're also a 501c3 also.
Exactly.
Hey, divinely inspired brother.
What's up? What's up, Shaka? What's going on, man? Saka Fet, brother.
Sac passé. Sac passé.
Sec passé. Sec passé.
Sac Fet, it's more people from Guadeloupe who say that, but Haitians, they rather say, sac passé.
Yeah, sac passé. Oh, say bon fete, right? Like a party, like a celebration, I think. Like the fete.
Fete is like dawn or do. I mean, it depends. It can be present or past,
Oh, okay, cool, man. Cool. Yeah, peace to everybody on the panel, man, and everybody in the chat, man. That's what's up. And if you believe in
big up
worship,
Divide, man. Respect, bro.
Yeah, thank you, brother. Big up yourself, man. And if you do the Christmas thing, man, God bless you. Merry Christmas to you and your family. But yeah. So I have a couple of questions here. When people say Ethiopian, you gotta be kind of careful, because Ethiopia, although it's a country, it's still comprised of different people. So are you talking about the Habesha? You talk about the Almatic people? You see what I'm saying? Like, and then also the ones that look mixed, like the Habesha, which I think is based upon an Arabic word for mix.
Yeah.
Some of them come up 100% East African. So even with that, you got to be careful. But yes, was there gene flow back and forth? Because you have like Yemen is right across the street from Ethiopia,
Exactly.
right? So yeah, there was with some of them. You know what I'm saying? I think Geese, Geese I think that's also a Semitic, so-called Semitic language.
No, them are
I
Ethiopian language.
don't want to sound rude, but you know,
But yeah, you're
we
right.
all know guys like new coochie, so it wouldn't be hard for people to be out in the search for new coochie. And so it's, you know what I mean?
But
Yeah,
well,
real talk. Like think about that though. Like we all talking about like the mixing, the slicing, and stuff like that. War,
Sorry,
how
that
that
was the
all goes
first
down.
I've ever heard that term before. Could you explain? Sorry.
Think about this. Look, we even got it going on today, right? We got this thing called the passport bros, right? So if the passport bros keep going to other countries and mixing it with these women because they saying these other women ain't nothing, you know what? It's going to become the same thing in the next 1,000 years, 2,000 years. You're going to get
Exactly.
no different.
well,
Exactly.
I mean, when people explore, oh, you all right?
Somebody cooking?
Somebody's
But
burning some.
there's other types of
We hearing, honey.
Nobody cooking.
I mean, but I just wanted to point out to Ralph, you know, it's not only just this idea, this voluntary thing, like there's no women there. It could be for a lot of reasons. I mean, when you look at the DNA studies, many of them attribute migration. They identify who's migrating. What is the population migrating? Is it male primarily? They're finding out that the people that are there already, what tends to be a pattern in these mass migrations is that the group that tends to be already present has another group migrate in on them. And a lot of times the beginning of that is males because of war and other politics, maybe, you know, just, maybe resources become slim. So males go out, try to find new resources, right? And then others follow them later. And what happens is when the males are coming out, they're killing other males that are already there and then taking the women. I mean,
there you go.
read a lot of these DNA reports. They talk about that, you know,
Yeah,
because they know how your DNA is being passed down, whether it's being passed down through the mom or the
Right.
father. And a lot of times when certain DNA is being passed down through the mother, and they find out that wait a second, the male DNA is from a different ethnic group that's being passed down. You know, they can pinpoint those things.
Yeah, and
So, but
also to
anyway,
say that, also to say like, all right, say you were a captive in war, whatever. You know, people still take a liking to their slaves. You know, people take a liking to their like I'll say it like this: if I seen a bunch, if women are poly, right? Most women, they started with women being poly, right? So if these women were making selective rights over what men they would want in a certain area, and those guys couldn't get any, of course I would think those guys would venture out after a while, and then other people would find uh other ethnicities, you know, attractive, and they will mate with those and get your civilization. So it doesn't always have to be a form uh, of slavery to make these mixtures, but it also could just, like you said, it could just be men trying to survive.
Hmm. Hmm. Because when people go into other people's like land masses, let's say now it's usually during like trade, let's say, right? Huh. Within Africa, we know people migrated. You know, we can see various charts. You know, people's migratory habits, and also the DNA that went back and forth, right? But people outside of Africa, how was that DNA shared?
Like the people outside of Africa.
Right.
Right. Well, you know, what's interesting, going back to this report, the Green Sahara one, right?
Yeah.
I mean, they're saying that in this report, I'm gonna can y'all see this one that's thrown up on the screen now?
Yes, we can see it.
Right? Yeah, you can see it. Now they let me see. They are they're saying, and actually it's another graph I'm going to throw up, but they're saying that they can track this DNA flow from the Green Sahara period
Mm-hmm.
into Europe and into Africa, both directions, and
Yep.
between 4,000 and 12,000 years ago, for all this time. And the reason why they know this, and they've also tracked this DNA into not just sub-Saharan Africa, if you want to say this admixture has been in sub-Saharan Africa for long before, possibly, before even Egypt existed, right?
Yep.
That's now, but here's the curious thing is that although these people have had this admixture, they've identified them as Negro. So if you looked at them, you would not be able to see that they're different from any other Negro with this
Mm-hmm.
admixture, right?
Right.
Right. This is and that same admixture, many African Americans have as well. Not all, but some. And it kind of, you can follow it through some of these states and peoplings in sub-Saharan Africa. You could follow that there's admixture from, that predates the what is this sub-Saharan slave trade or Arabic slave trade or
Mm-hmm.
right Islamic slave. It predates that by thousands and thousands and
Thousands.
thousands,
Yeah.
right? Yeah, exactly. So, but then, but go ahead. I don't did I think that was my point right there, brother. Just yeah, it says that we're connected in the Americas to these events. Obviously, I mean, we would admit it on any other day via slavery, but now it's just pointing out that what we used to call a Negro is set on some other terms. It's set on some other details, some other facts. What a Negro actually is not actually based on DNA.
No.
It's based on what you look like, what your culture is like, what your body is like, what your food, customs are like.
Right.
All of this stuff.
Negro Ralph. Top flight nigga.
Yeah, you got that.
There was I found something on BBC one time where the Chinese found some old skeletons, and they claimed that the Chinese people came from a different set of people. They didn't come from out of Africa, but they had to retract the statement because once they done the DNA, it found I think some of that chromosomes, some DNA from Africa. So I don't know if anyone saw that.
And Jay, that was one of the top Chinese geneticists making that claim, stating that my people were here, and
that's right.
Like they were came up through the rocks and through the ground.
Yeah. Yeah.
He changed his tune after he took they said, okay, let's take a blood sample. I said, okay.
That was it. Job done. But it was funny because again, the Chinese are on the way up as another great nation. They had great times back in the day, but again, they were using a tactic that has been used on us for a long time by the Europeans.
Right, but and then like what V. Bennett said was it's also that culture. See, that's what knocks off a lot of these outsiders from making a strong claim that who was what was an African in ancient Egypt. It's just ridiculous because you don't even need it. Look at the culture. Look at the line. See what I'm saying? So that's all so-called black or Negro.
Yes. Yes. I mean, that's what they've been saying the whole time. That's what people have been saying. I mean, it only became a problem when all of a sudden they realized, wait a second, what are we going to do about Egypt? Or what are we going to do about this idea that we created civilization? I.e. the other ones. What happens with, and they had to confront that. And all of a sudden, now it's got to be different. Now you're not Negro. Now those weren't black. Now that doesn't mean burnt this brown doesn't mean that anymore. all
Yeah.
of these other exceptions have to be made.
And
you
that
know?
right, and that devil Zahi Hawass will come out and say they were dark, but they were not Negroes. Like, what's wrong with you, man? I mean,
Yo, exactly. Exactly. But
I
even
mean,
even if the hair could be kinky, not Negro.
the hair is look.
Broad,
You got a bunch of looking statues there, right? And they're not black. Oh, you're psychopathically, criminally insane, man. You know,
yeah, it's crazy.
so
It's
but
crazy.
you have to do a whole lot of hoops and loops and crazy kinds of like Olympic type of gymnastic moves, man. So when you're racist and that's pseudo, man, you have to make up a lot of shit.
Yeah, you have to make up a lot of stuff.
And unfortunately, they can't bring the evidence. I mean, there's one thing saying something, but I mean, to actually come out and say something without having any evidence to back it up is really poor, isn't it?
Yes, and especially when you have certain people in that ancient population telling you, saying that I'm black. That would
right.
that,
you know,
in their name.
Everybody wants to be black apart from us.
Black and calmly. Black and calmly. Yeah, that don't even mean black anymore. Black don't mean black anymore. And that's the funny thing, you know. They've been able to and the thing that I think is just the most troubling is that if you do come across new, because this is all we're doing, we're saying let's reckon with what the information says.
Right.
And if there's new information, we got to reckon with the new information too. You know,
right.
You know, and it just kind of seems like, you know, it has to match up. Things got to match up. Things have to correlate as always for us to consider, solved, problem resolved, right? Now, but if you look at the DNA map, I mean, I don't know if you can see the one on the right. Let me go back to that with the let me see, is it right here? Is it this one? Let me punch that in one more time. I mean, this map, there's a report. I'm gonna find here's a report right here. Well, look at this. The findings are, check this out. Our findings suggest that the Green Sahara promoted human movement and demographic expansion, possibly linked to the adoption of pastoralism. Comparing our results with previously reported genome-wide data, we also find evidence for sex-biased sub-Saharan contribution to Northern Africans. Right now, they're talking about something specific there, suggesting that the historical events such as the transatlantic slave trade mainly contributed an astronomical gene pool, whereas the North African patrilineage. Right now, they're not talking about. They have another. Let me see something. Let me bring up. What is the conclusion? Right? They solved that problem. Let me find. I got to go to the actual main one. I'm sorry, but what was I going to say here? Here we go. Now let's see here. It says abstract, and let's see. They proved that one wrong. That previously assumed idea. Green insights for widely accepted. Right. Just speaking farmers. Where is the? Here we go. Can y'all see this one right here? You can see this, right?
Let me see.
Right now, this map. It can you see it? Oh no, let me change it. I'm sorry, y'all can't even see what I'm talking about. It's here. Sorry about that.
I'm gonna step down, y'all. It was good talking to y'all.
Oh, Marquise, yes,
Peace
brother.
to you, Marcus.
Thank you. Yeah. Let me see here.
Look at that. Look at that.
You see this, right?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
So, you know, for people that don't know, the EM780 is European influx. The RV88, that's Asiatic influx, right? And you see they have this time map here. The A3M13 is Central African. EM2 is also African, you see. right? These are two different strains of African people, essentially, you know, or DNA pools, right? Now, if you look here, they're saying these groups lived in this area that's outlined as green, right?
Yep.
They lived. See, they both lived here. The people connected to sub-Saharan Africa that are represented A3, M13, and EM2 lived also in North Africa, in the Green Sahara, from this entire period. But look, all the way back to 12,000 years ago. 12,000 years, as far, no, not even that, as far as they can trace. You see? So now they're saying the influx with this DNA, this European and RV88, right, comes in, right? Now look at the levels. Just look at the levels, though. You see here, you see?
Right.
You can compare the levels of the population, you know, how much of it is present. Now, the thing about it is that if you look at the data today, right? This is what it looks like prior to the Islamic slave trade or Arabic slave trade.
Right.
This is prior. You see, and they also mention somewhere in this report, we already reviewed this before, but I'm going to find it for y'all, that they say this disproves the formerly a point that where they said that they believe that sub-Saharan African DNA entered into North Africa primarily because of the Arabic slave trade or the Islamic slave trade. So this basically, this disproves that notion.
Debunks it right out. That's
It
right.
debunks it right out. You see? So it's just impossible. And now if you go down to this second map here, it will show you even the regions. So even down in this region, right? And what time period? And what time frame we talking about? You see? All
12,000 or something, was it?
You see? How does this, you see that? So I find it interesting because I find it the religious narrative interesting when it talks about migration of people, because ironically it has some similarities. But I find that the timing is way off of what the DNA says.
Yes.
The material evidence doesn't seem to match the theological, the religious dialogue, but they in some kind of way parallel each other.
It's like the religious, like I said, the European writing, when they got to it, they made it them half truth, half false. You have to put yourself in that situation. Like I said, if you want to do DNA, like they want to say the oldest bones and all this, and fruits and vegetables, you can tell how old that was. You can definitely tell how old people were in certain civilizations, and where they came from. And like I said, I don't really know. It's just my theories of just recognizing life. If you're not in war, you're not captive. What your only free option is to travel and look around. Travel's been the main thing in our human life. Traveling. People always want more to see more, and you're gonna find women. They say that the Earth is feminine, so I guess they will want us to reproduce in that way if it's more women than men.
Mm-hmm.
And if women are, like I said, women started the poly thing, the control of sex. European made monogamy, so they can have a way to keep their structure. If that's their structure of monogamy, they wouldn't produce as fast as we would around the world. So they will have to come in at a point, a time when at their strongest, and it'll be after we all kind of separated from each other.
Mm-hmm.
That's my thought.
Here's a conclusion of this. Check this out. I'm gonna also, in case I didn't drop it in, just so everybody can catch it. Can y'all see that conclusion? Let Let me blow it up a little bit so everybody can read it for themselves too. Here we go. Boom. Oh, conclusions down.
Here we go.
There we are. Let me make it a tiny bit smaller though, so it can all fit in there, man. What happened to it? Is it up? Conclusion, right? Y'all can see this, right? Conclusion. Our data suggests that the favorable climatic conditions and the fertile environment established in the Sahara during the last African humid period promoted the occupation and dispersal of human groups and contributed to the present distribution of wide lineage in the northern and sub-Saharan Africa. On the contrary, historical events such as the Arabic slave trade had only a marginal role in the wide genetic composition of African people. Our inferences are based on the assumption that migration events that occurred in recent times are reflected by the recent coalescence times of the wide lineage. To support our assumption, we included this study a large number of African, European, and Near Eastern ethnic groups, both of our lab collection and from the literature data, in order to consider as much genetic diversity as possible. However, we could not completely exclude the presence of informative haplogroups in other populations, regions absent of sample data. Right. Yeah. So, any thoughts about that?
Well, man, science is amazing because it really puts to sleep, man, a lot of that racist stuff, man. And that 2017 a DNA study, right?
Mm-hmm.
That asserted that these northern Africans, especially in Egypt, right?
Mm-hmm.
That the African DNA in them was more recent. That was by Max Planck. Max Planck, I think they mapped the human genome. But it just goes to show you, right, that that these institutions can still be racist when they want to.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm glad that these people were very upfront, right, and honest and had some integrity, whatever, and say, look, that's not the case. And when you look at that graph right there, like the one, the population graph, look at where North Africa.
I mean,
how much North African DNA is present?
Right. Exactly. Like, and here's the thing. Here's the thing that we really got to reckon with between historical reference of North Africa and even the region, even this region that's outlined, right? Historical reference. How could it be that these people were called Black, Negroes, or even associated with Negroes if they didn't look like it?
Right.
You see what I'm saying? You see what I mean? Any of those people in the Green Sahara. So what I'm saying is that just because you had that EM78 and that RV in this time period, you look Black.
You know what they look like.
Right. Even though you had it, you look more, because this is how they've been describing people in that region for eons. I mean, come on. You can't mistake a Black. You don't accidentally call people Black or Negro.
No. And see, when you look at like Cheddar Man from the UK, right? What did he look like? What, a brother with a Jerry curl?
Right.
And that's 10,000 years ago.
He looked like Aboriginal, didn't he?
Right.
Exactly.
Right. Yeah.
Exactly. So
he had the light. The only thing is he had the light ILL because I think they were, I guess they were, getting used to their surroundings, being in Northern Europe, but so I guess they were about to pale out or what have you. But
yeah,
so why would scientists show that? If it's a fake, you see what I'm saying?
And here's the other thing too, because we're talking about this whole region, right? From east to west, from West Africa, no, in the north,
Right.
all the way to the east. And make no mistake about it, Egypt is in the Green Sahara.
Oh,
No,
definitely. Why not?
absolutely. Now, so here's the one thing. It's already telling you that black, even if you just want to drop the word black and just go to the two DNA groups that are said to have to populate, I don't even know if you could do that, but we put it this way: the ones they say are African, right? DNA, pure African DNA, right? You can clearly see that they're all up in that north.
All up.
You know what I'm saying? Like,
Yep.
you can clearly see that. So how does Hawas's work wash with that? It doesn't. It don't wash with that at all. It contradicts it completely.
And right. And then you know what's so crazy is here's a man that is a PhD, right? He's in charge. He was like the chief antiquities. Oh my god, antiquities. Oh my god, antiquities.
Antiquities. Yeah.
My god. So minister there, what have you, and look what he's saying. But he has to say that because they toe a racist line in Egypt. That's what they do. That's what they do. That's what
I
they
would
do.
have to conclude just from what I'm saying. I'd have to conclude that these people that they are calling Asiatics in this graph, you could call them whatever you want. You could call them European, you could call them Asian, you could call them that, but these are the ones that look black.
They were black.
The Asians and the Europeans that look black. These aren't the ones.
Right.
That's what this is telling me. Because what would they do? Just hide them up? No, they have to. I mean, I don't know. This is what the DNA tells me. That's all I can say. Because again, we're going on also the knowledge that the groups in the Arabia, also by DNA, from 125 to or really to 30,000 years ago, they are said to be more African-like than any other group than European or Asian.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, as far as the DNA, they say for a 60,000 year period, they waited there roughly. It could be double, it could be more, but
because 60,000 years ago, who else was around? Nobody.
30,000 years ago.
Yeah, 30. Yeah,
Not
who
even
else?
that, right.
So I would say even up to 10 or 12,000 years ago, who else was around?
It could be, brother. Yes, because these are numbers. You know how they come up with. They're not claiming to have perfect numbers. They're just telling you what they definitely know, not what they suspect. You see what I mean? And they could suspect more. They could suspect 4,000, 5,000. They could,
So when did the Yakub say that they created? What year did they say that they created?
Right.
Let's go. Let's base it around that timeline and see if that kind of adds up with what they're saying.
Right.
Well, I guess these are another set of Yakub talking. I guess if you want to put it that way. See this report. These reports came out in like 2020. This year, 2023, I think. And so yeah, so this is what these particular Yakub devils are talking about.
So look, and then this is what I'm saying. Like, I believe the things that sound far fetched in the Bible, right? Like Revelations and all that. I believe majority of those things more than the documented history of certain historical names. And it goes to go show, like, with science, the things that are hidden in religion are the things that they're giving to us now. Like, the world is coming to an end, like to plagiarize or play with the Bible or some type of way, like to make it manipulate with the Bible. And if these stories are true, such as the Yakub or Moses and Abraham, how long have they been copying these stories of each other to let us know the forthcoming?
Well, I mean, that's if you believe in that type of thing. I mean, personally, I don't.
They're all given some type of scenario, some type of form, from the Dogon, from the the Native Americans. biblically, I mean, comedically, they all given a source of going back to a source.
Of a source, right? I mean, end times. I definitely don't agree with that. I mean, I don't think that our African ancestors did end time predictions like that. And if I'm mistaken, somebody please show me. But the thing is that yeah, that's
Well, they would do like reincarnation. Like their end time will be coming back again. Like the Hindus have it where they reincarnated certain things, they come back. But it's saying that the cycle never stops. That ending cycle goes to a new recycle.
yeah. I mean, but even some like Hindus say that you can be reincarnated as a fly. Well, I don't descend from flies, man. So you see what I'm saying? I don't want to find fault and stuff in people's theologies and everything. So
Yeah, I understand what you're saying because they say that we're 98% lettuce, but my skin not green, right?
We're 98% lettuce.
Yeah, they're saying our skin is like lettuce, like seaweed. Yeah,
Maybe 50% banana. I mean that goes and to say the DNA we share like 50% of DNA with banana, but
so
and
if we tackle that, they like I think the guy was kind of saying in the beginning we come from the earth as some people. So what if we were made from the earth and we just take in all the DNA of the earth?
well, we are carbon-based life forms, so in a way that is true. We come from the earth, we come from the water, because it's all in us.
Look, can y'all see this?
Yeah.
This is what I would suggest that these folks look like, man.
Mm-hmm.
Something more akin to this, and different scientists have said this of Kefian and Tanarian people,
right,
which are the progenitors to the Bantu and others.
Mm-hmm.
You could say, yeah. I mean, that's what. If go ahead. How you doing, Andre? Are you there?
I'm still here. I just wanted to back up a little bit. I mean, Love Me Fro put a question out there. Is what's the hidden agenda? And I don't know who she was asking that question to, but can somebody answer that question for her? I think it was probably suggested to Tar or somebody. What's the hidden agenda on all the stuff that they've been trying to keep away from us?
Bennett, can you post them links in your chat that I put in the back?
Yeah. Let me check. Okay, I'm gonna do that.
I've just been trying to be patient. The last video that I did put in there is where I go into the haplogroups and stuff between us and other as the Phoenician race, Arab specifically, just so it could be more understood. Because when you talk about Ethiopian, like the brother was saying, that's why I say at noon, we're very clear when I say Ethiopian, I'm speaking of our race as a whole, plus our genetics and our ancestral terrestrial and celestial origin at the same time. And then the last video, just like you're saying, you got the Eritreans and people that live in Ethiopia, considered an Ethiopian by location, but they're not Ethiopian by race. And when Noon deals with things, it deals with the origin. So that's another problem that we have in modern terms, because the Caucasian likes to give us misinformation. And in this video, I go into that with some of the people that in that last video called you putting it in the I'm saying you putting it in the regular joint.
Yeah, I put it in the chat. Oh, you don't.
Yeah, put that in the link for the people that's watching.
Right. Sorry about that.
Yeah. The last one I did was called Altonism, Akhenaten, His Spirit, and Young Pharaoh Part 1. And I got a few people in that video that we would consider black culturally and because they live with us. Like Nipsey is not African black. Tiffany Haddish,
Right.
and Jay Holiday. I use 3 people up to date so people can understand that this is how, just like the Caucasian now, because they dance like us, because they live with us, and people learn to mimic us, and then eventually they take over. But they're not, again, the same way they live in South Africa. That don't make them Africans genetically or originally. They could be considered Africans or Afrikaneers because that's where you live at, but that's not their origin. And so that's the problem we have with the biblical thing, and that's what I was trying to tell Marquise. When you really look at it, because he's been trained, just like all of us been programmed, to talk about groups of people, but you're using the biblical narrative. The biblical narrative writers misnomer these names purposely to trap you. So if you can't explain to me about a race of people without using the Bible, who's using a name that they can't prove that a person named Shem existed, you're not Shemitic. They because they want to get you away from their origin. This is why they play the name games, because they know that the Caucasian is a melanin recessive Asian. That's why he's called Caucasian, because he knows he's from the Asian stock called the Hindu. See, so once we start reapplying the proper scientific terminology and the haplogroup terminology, that will help us deprogram ourselves so we can stop saying Ham, because I'm going to keep asking them, show me that Ham, Shem, and Japheth existed. If you can't produce a body, how are you calling people descendants of people you can't prove were there? And we can't use the Bible because the Bible has been universally seen and used as a tool to pimp people. You see what I'm saying? But only those who know the true history, like the Romans and the Jews and those historians, they know where they came from. And the only way they can tell a perfect lie is that the truth had to be there first in order to write a story opposite to what they know to be the truth. Just like these groups of people that Bennett showed at the top, right? You got to remember, the planet, if you go back, the planet gets hotter so many degrees, so many thousands of years. 6,000 years ago, it was no white people on the planet, and the planet was too hot for them. If you go back 7,000 years ago, all these pictures they showing, that picture, and if you looking at the Neanderthal, all those people, beings were black because it was hot then. And human beings change temperature and color because of the temperature. The sun loses heat every 100,000 years. I documented that in a book called The Solar Cycles and the Coming of Nupu book that I published on lulu.com. The Afro Uno had already was telling us about the sun cycle, but I had to go do a lot of research in order to look at, like, if you look at the picture they got Bennett of man, when they show man coming from monkey all the way up, you will never see black different types of those so-called transition of man. They all keep them at a certain kind of skin tone because they have to tell
whitewashing.
Well, that's because they're racist.
Right. That's what I'm saying. But if they was to add in what I'm telling you, it would change the whole dynamic, because then you would see that white is a later mutation, because if everything is black, even the animals was black and y'all are not, that means something happened between us and when y'all came on the scene. And this is why they have to give you a belief and tell you that two white people started the human race, and we know that two pale people cannot reproduce other colors of races just from them two. It has to be a mixture. So because of that is why we have to now bring back. That's why I always repeat this same information when I get on these topics on Bennett, because that has to be understood. Until we bring science in, we're going to keep trying to use the Bible, like they use the word Cush in the Bible. We know that Cush is Nubia, but they're not telling you that that's our race started from there. Our ancestors came from out of the earth under Lake Victoria. and they were born as gods and goddesses and spread out. And this is way before it was probably called Nubia. This is before we were human beings. So, but we came from that area because we descended from them when they started procreating millions of years later. So, but they'll make it look like we was there and Kush and this and that. They're mixing us in because we're real. See, we it's like Egypt. If you take Egypt out of the Bible, it'll be their Bible will be thin. They have, if you take Africa out of the Bible, they wouldn't have no anchor. They need real people to validate them. So once you get the names right and the dates and the times and the order, we'll be able to properly ascertain where the lie was at and how long it's been told. But everybody knows that the Caucasian was not here first, but they pushed that for a while until the time was up. Now we know better, and this is just something that they have to contend with. Their scientists already know these things. Like I put out a video I did with Shaka called Our Hair. I did like I think I did like 4 videos now on our hair and how our hair comes from the sun. The sun has kinky hair under the surface, underneath the surface, on top of the sun.
Wait, how could the sun have hair, brother?
Yeah, it's called, the scientists call it floccular, but when it's the heat, because the sun is so hot, it kinks up. And I got pictures of it in the videos. I could put it in the back chat so you can look at it. And the sun got kinky hair underneath the surface, and on the top of the surface, it got regular mankind hair that flows and that comes out like regular people that's not African. They're not going to tell you that, because then that means Africans were right when we call Ra the creator of human beings and God. See, these are the things that they're not going to tell you, and that's what we have to put all that stuff back. And this is what Noon Science teaches. I just had to go out and verify what the writing said, and now I put those videos out and everything I'm dealing with. I already answered these questions that Frank and them and all these panels keep arguing about Jesus, because they don't know and they don't understand how spirits work. And until we add that into the pot and what these gods and goddesses are doing, because even in the African or so-called pro-black arena, we don't talk about what happened to all those gods. They'll talk about Ra and Horus and Nephthys and Isis. And I say, okay, so where they went? And they don't have no answer. But they'll talk about the Christian God all day long. Okay, but where did the African gods go? Mm-hmm. They don't know. They don't know that the gods that they're dissing in religion is the same gods that we was messing with. They just changed and left us behind because the cycle changed. We don't understand that. So when I said Ra and Zeus and Jesus, because if you look at the name, the sound you got J or Jah, right? Or some say Jesus. But when you say the word Jesus, the S makes the Z sound, because you got 2 gods in one. You got Jah, which is Yah. When they say Yahweh, but then you start.
That's Young Heru.
Huh?
No, that's Young Heru in the chat. Go ahead, bro. Sorry.
So when you start understanding the languages, you see that the forces hid themselves in these names. These are the same gods repackaged, controlling the new race of people. Until we understand that as well, we're not gonna get it. So we're gonna keep thinking, oh, okay, now you have to disrespect your own people. If you say that the gods that Christians and Muslims are following ain't real, but those people got powers behind them. Okay, so if they gods ain't real, how come the Arabs is over here? How come the Jews is over here? How come these people running everything when we got historical data that prove that we was here first? So when did the power structure change? And we know that the power structure is the gods. So the gods' power structure, where did our power structure go? They didn't leave the planet and go somewhere else, and everybody else just took over. Those gods went to the next group of people. So until we understand how that was done, we need to stop doing that.
So you said we need to understand what time, right? But this is interesting right here, because they list the time, and this is This is they list the time, not for what you're saying, but it's a hint. It's a hint to it. This is an image, a cave drawing from the Green Sahara period. And it doesn't matter which cave drawing from that period you look at, you can obviously see there's light represented in this drawing, and there's dark, and there's medium. There's a lot of different shades represented, but then there's also some shapes represented too, right? I mean, if you want to look at the original, if you want to look at a better picture, let's go here. But look, 6,000. Let's say they're being conservative. You could change this number for however you want, but they say 6 to 4,000, and this is Tenarian or Kefian culture, a representative of Tenar. And I believe this will have to be Tenarian because if I'm correct, the Kefians were there, and then the Tenarians somehow colonized the region, right? This is one of the groups that but look at just look at what it represents. I mean, because when you're doing a drawing, even a cave drawing, you're doing your best to depict what you're seeing, right? And this is what this person thought they were seeing, and
I must say that is a beautiful piece of art there, though.
And it could very well be, it is beautiful, and it could very well be that we're looking at a person that has, it could be or it could not be, but this could be a depiction of a person that has also admixture. But let's say this, it could also not be. But one thing that it is for sure is a depiction of an individual from 4,000 to 600,000 in North Africa.
Yeah, but that looks like a black lady to me with the afro. To me, and
they call this the running woman.
Yeah,
right.
The shape of the body and the limbs.
Mm-hmm. And let me see, before I rock this a little bit, let me just see if I can pull up a clearer picture of that so everybody can see what we talking about here. Let's see if this one looks better. And they call this prehistory, but all prehistory means, all they're referring to is the fact that it's not written down in a book. The people at that time period didn't write it down.
Oral history, as Tar mentioned earlier.
Right. But this is still, is this the largest picture I can get of this? Yeah, I mean, you can clearly see they're talking about first genomes of ancient Africa. This is what they're talking about here. Now, and this is in the north. This is not in the south. This is Algeria. To give that a little bit, to make it ring a little bit more relevant. It's in can I go to this? I don't screw this page, but I'm just trying to find an actual picture. Can y'all see this one? Is that better? That's better. You can see exactly. Running horned woman. Come on, I mean,
she's brown. Yeah, there you go.
I mean,
also the horns.
Look,
wearing the horns. I've seen that in African traditions, wearing the horns.
Absolutely. But check this out. If you wanted to make the person's hair straight, you could, because look, they found a way to make straight lines in this picture too.
Mm-hmm.
They didn't just do round shaped things; they got straight lines. So why not make the hair straight?
That's clearly an afro.
They found a way to make something light colored and dark colored. So why not make the body light?
Right. That clearly looks like the horns on the head look like sun worship. Normally when you have like horns on your head, it represents like a half halo sun, some type of sun god worship, Ra or something like that. And with this picture, it looks like it's showing that it's basically saying that what I get from is the oldest woman, like one of the oldest female transition of God worship and light symbolization. That's what it looks like in that picture.
Now, keep in mind, they're saying like, this is Tenarian. They're saying this is Tenarian, which is roughly 6,000 BC, right? And they colonized the region after Kefians, who were there before, and they don't have the exact same body type. If you want to read the description, they describe Kefians as being, Tenarians as being taller. Hold on, let me go to the description so y'all can see it, because it's no need for you. I don't want y'all to think I'm just making this up. Kefians. Let me see. Kefians and Tenarian. I hope I spelled it right.
I put the
Tenarian.
part 3 in the back chat. If you could put that in the main joint, and
Okay.
also so the brother, I'm finna put some other ones in there too that I did with Shaka about the son having kinky hair and all of that. I'm just looking the video up.
You ever know, like you ever notice like the old Raisin Bran commercials, how the son that had like the hair on his like it'd be around somebody had like the star waving around like it was hair or something like that. They used to show that like on the old Raisin Bran box or the old Raisin Bran commercial, whatever, and it made it's actually symbolizing the hair of the sun on it, or it's raising brand, like it's raising the brand of people, and it shows like dark stuff. So it has, it's symbolic. A lot of this stuff is symbolic to ancient history.
Well, look here, and then they describe the Tenarians, which is the depiction of the African running woman, right? It says Tenarians may have been Nilo-Saharan speakers who descended from Kefians, or been Proto-Afro-Asiatic speakers, right? But then when they describe their physicality here, where does it? Let me see. The one, okay, they described the cranes here, but there was another site I found where they were discussing the skeletal remains, and I believe, if I have this right, they are the Kefians are not as tall, or no, the Tenarians are slimmer. They're a slimmer build. That's what it is. Boom. They're a slimmer build of people, right? Who are a little bit taller, and the Kefians seem to be more stocky. That's what they say, and I'm gonna try to find that. But in any case, if the Tenarians look as they do, right? And we also know that, okay, they don't say that. I mean, where do they attribute their language? They say they could be. And in fact, if you look at the map, they're even saying that the people from that region migrated outside of that region to sub-Saharan Africa and to Asia, not just inward from that, but they're doing a lot of different things. There's a lot of movement, and a lot of the movement is suggested to be about the drying up of the Sahara. People just, those groups dispersing and having to move. And when you disperse, you just disperse in the direction you best can. Some disperse north or east, others disperse west and south, and there you have it. But one thing we know for sure is we don't find any depictions of anybody that looks European or Asian in none of those cave drawings. All right, I just wanted to outline that. Yo, young Heru is in the house. Yo, hop on up, bro, if you got a second. Good to see you back here. Yo, y'all want to add on to this? Yeah, young Heru, man, it's been a minute.
Yeah, young Heru, what's up, brother? Come and say hello if you can, brother.
Let's see here. I'm gonna put Tar's link up right now. Yeah, so where was we at? Where was we at here? Well, I don't know if there's anything else. I there was something that was popping in my head, but I think it just slipped my mind. So let me just go on from there. Oh, here's another one from Tar. I'll throw that one in there too. Yo, anybody that wants to hop up from the panel, feel free. Also, I'm not sure. Can somebody tell me if you're able to become a member on this YouTube page? Is it possible to become a member? Has anybody checked that?
I think you need to share the link, but let me have a look.
Yeah, because I don't know nothing about that. I just wanted to let people know you can also become, I believe it's open now for membership. That's if you want to do that. I'm gonna leave the chat's going to be open anyway. So for folks, it'll just like we do as long as you subscribe. But yo, young Heru, what's up, blood? You there?
Yeah, y'all have me?
Yeah. Welcome back, man. Welcome back.
What's going on, man? Yeah. Peace to
Big up,
everybody.
Heru. Big up, bro.
I'm hopping down. Y'all have a good morning. I'm hopping down.
Okay, Ralph. Good to hear from you, brother. Thanks for hopping up too. Yeah. Oh, and by the way, I did want to announce, in case people know or notice, You know, thanks to uh, some of the debauchery over there, HOK, and people having to speak up, all of us having to speak up about it and say something about it. I mean, this YouTube channel basically got halfway monetized from a lot of that action. So seriously, that's how many damn videos had to go out, just to debunk the, just to address the debauchery. So I want to thank everybody for being a part of that. Because for real, I mean, now if you want to go in there, you could make a what do you call a super chat or whatever, and it takes a certain amount of subscribers and a video plays to get that. You see what I mean? I mean, you all helped me get. I think I'm getting roughly from the last 8 months between 10,000 and 8,000 views a month.
That's what's
Right?
up.
Yeah,
Yeah.
congratulations,
Yeah.
congratulations.
And I don't know how many watch hours that is. It's a lot of watch hours and a lot of views. That's even more. So I appreciate y'all for that. Um, yeah, everybody. And Shaka, Shaka literally, he knows I didn't know a damn thing about any of this. I mean, I think I was just so let down by Sonetta and House of Consciousness that I was like, you know what? Let me just look and see what's going on with this YouTube stuff. Just outraged by it. And then I was like, all right, so let's do it. But Young Heru, what you got to say, man? What you been up to?
Man, I'm just trying to catch up. Like, what's the topic? Like, give me the rundown. We back on this Jesus Christ thing again. So I just hop on not too long ago. So I'm just taking it in before I even have any opinion about anything. Yeah, I'm
Yeah.
just living life, bro. How we take it as it comes. Whatever comes, we gotta deal with it. We gotta handle our business. We got.
Uh-huh.
If it ain't one thing, is another. And yeah, I just been busy. So. And y'all ain't been on YouTube like that neither. So I just been, haven't been paying it attention.
Yeah, true. True. We had to take a
Yeah.
break.
Yeah,
You know?
yeah. So what's going on with this Jesus Christ thing again? Like, what's the topic? What y'all trying to? What's the conclusion?
I mean, everybody got their perspective. My perspective is that it's a lie. I mean, I don't think you can you can't take things in the Bible literally. Number one, there is some truth in it, and then there's distortions also. And I think it's troubling because I believe it stops people from seeing the bigger historical truth. Like I think you can use some of it as allegory. You could use some of it to kind of qualify uh,
Yeah.
archaeological evidence, anthropology. You can use some of it to qualify it, but there's dating that's way off. The real historical events are not summed up in the Bible.
There's a little echo there.
Is that me? Who's that?
I think that's you echoing.
My bad.
Oh, that's Hey Roo. Yeah, okay.
Yeah,
You want to
yeah,
mute
yeah.
out? Um,
Nah,
there
yeah,
you go.
everything yeah, I was just saying like it's evident, you know what I mean? Like we all know what it is, but it's these people with their beliefs that keep trying to push a narrative that these things are real. Everybody knows allegories, it's myths. It came down the line from history, no matter where they got it from. Whoever they
Hmm.
got it from somebody else, you know what I'm saying? And we all know the oldest the oldest teachings or myths or allegories or scientific theories or whatever you could come up with begin in Africa, you know what I mean? And like nobody did, even black people, that's why it's a shame. Like they the ones that's even pushing this stupid narrative. The white man don't even have to do it no more. So it's one thing, like I saw a clip about Jabari and Garfield, and me personally, I would never pay my money to Sanetta them for nothing, but I already know
Hmm.
that Jabari, killed this white guy with the information, and Garfield them making all kind of excuses, just because they don't like Jabari. And it's the same topic about Jesus Christ, and they just nobody just don't want to admit that this story is not original. Like, it's clear to see. It's been written over and over again, and every race, every corner of the earth have their own belief, with their own deity or whatever the case may be. But a lot of the stories, are mutual. So I mean, it's clear to see, man. But it's just so ignorance that these guys would do anything just so that they won't give Jabari his praise, regardless of what I think about Jabari. You know what I mean? But at the end of the day, when he speaks clearly and he break it down. You know what I mean? That's about it, man. It's a shame that black people still arguing and having discussions about something that's not even significant to their lifestyle. And that's the whole thing about these holidays, like even if I might tell somebody same to them or whatever the case, I know what I don't believe in none of that, and the majority of people don't believe in it neither because it's all a materialistic thing, a vanity thing, a ego trip thing, who could buy gifts, who could celebrate the most, who could drink the most, who could have the most decorations, who could have the most scandalous outfit, for the everybody gotta show out. So at the end of the day, even if they try to act like they into it because of the myths and the so-called Christ story, that's not what it is, and it's clear to see. But anyway, go ahead.
Mm-hmm. Facts. I agree, brother. And I think that it is one thing that kind of bothers me is like how the conversation gets narrow when it comes to these things like that it's our history. Even if you think you are, even if you say you are an original Hebrew Israelite, even if you think you are Asiatic black man, even if you, why is the history narrowed down to just that small little lens into it? You see what I mean? And like, or that small little window into it, because that's not a whole lot of years we talking about. You know what I mean? From I mean,
a couple of thousand years. That's it.
Right. You know what I'm saying? Like my whole thing is like you got to get context to what was there before.
Right.
Right. And you got to get context from several different points. You got to triangulate this thing. It's got to be a matter of historical record, right? Through various means, right? And one of them is through like the DNA. Other is through what kingdoms discussed of each other, right? What records they have about each other. Because this writing, they wasn't just writing Bibles. You know what I'm saying? They were writing other stuff,
right?
Trade, who to, they were writing about everything else before the Bible wasn't even considered religion, right? I mean, or what some of it was, but there were still state records and come on, right? I mean, the Romans weren't only writing about Catholicism, right?
No, definitely not. Even they're writing way before Catholicism. So
exactly,
I don't know. I mean, to tell you the truth, I can't tell people what to worship, how to worship, or whatever. But when you look at the historical record and what people wrote themselves, what they left behind, you don't see any of these characters anywhere, and that's just the bottom line, man. But but the thing is that yeah, you can't really, like I said, people want to believe it, you believe it, that's up on you, yeah, but historically speaking, where are they?
Right.
And how did our ancestors receive these theologies?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, how did we receive them? What you mean, like
Like, okay, how did we become Christian in the Americas?
Right. Yeah, what I said.
How we became Christians in Americans, you said?
Right. Now, were some of our ancestors um uh uh uh, uh Muslims? Yes. From West Africa and Central Africa. They were.
Right.
But how did they become Muslims, though?
Oh, they were Muslims before the slave trade, bro.
Or before the Arabs and all of that, they were Muslims?
No. Through contact with with like Arab traders and people who were already embracing Islam, So before the slave trade, right? Because I think Timbuktu is older than the slave trade. Mansa Musa is older than the slave trade, right? So, the thing is that Islam already had a presence in West Africa.
Well,
Yeah,
I
but it's a
mean,
good,
but
good
part of that
presence.
history doesn't it include slavery?
It includes invasion. That's for daggone sure.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah.
Yes. You know. Yeah, man.
Mansa Musa was after the slave trade.
Yeah.
No,
Oh,
1300.
you okay? Okay, you talking about the transatlantic one?
Yeah.
I thought you were talking
Yeah.
also the
Right.
Arab Muslim one. Yeah. Okay.
Exactly.
Yes.
Exactly. Yeah. Um. Well, there seems to be uh, that there's writings. I mean, from what I've heard, I don't know. Maybe some of y'all can help me out with it, but there are kingdoms that were writing about the expansion and what some of the demands were um, in the Islamic expansion into Africa, right, or Arabic expansion. You could call it, right.
Well, yeah.
Um,
The Paquette Treaty.
yeah, like I mean, what did I mean? Wasn't there weren't they trading with slaves? Wasn't that part of the trade?
That was a part of the truce.
Right, the truces. So if you want us to not destroy you and
Right.
take over your town, you better give us some slaves, or we're gonna start the ransacking.
Right. Right.
Essentially,
Yep.
right,
So
right,
300 slaves, I believe that the number was.
right. And some kingdoms said hell no and found out what was going to happen.
No, no, you're talking about like in that's East Africa,
right?
With the Paquette or Bach Treaty, and because
when you say East Africa, let's narrow it down. Like
Nubia,
what kingdom? Right, exactly. There you
the
go.
Christian kingdom of Nubia.
Right. Yep. Exactly. Yeah. Facts. And so I mean, yeah, people can just I tell you what, they can discuss it all they want. I think it's a fact. It existed. We don't, it doesn't necessarily mean that it was only about that, and that it was that it came immediately. I mean, a lot of the contact with Europeans didn't come immediate with, taking over, making demands of slaves, right? Or did it just turn into it rapidly
They didn't
after?
start. I guess they didn't start snatching people at first, but because you see though, you see those early paintings where you see these Europeans, they're bowing before the African courts, what have you, before the African kings. They look, they're there to trade, and they probably already knew that they're like war captives there. It's like, hey, what you doing with them?
Mm-hmm.
Well, we'll trade you this for them.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Wow, I was like, we're gonna snatch you too.
Mm-hmm. Let me see something here. I want to see if I can play this video here. Yo, Young Hayward, did he have another? You got another question, bro? Where did Young Hayward fall out?
Nah,
Oh, he
nah,
fell
I'm
out.
here. I'm listening.
Oh, you there? Okay, okay. Yeah. And I think we went over this Tanarian and Kefian thing. That's about the peoplings again of the Green Sahara. Who were they, right? Because I mean, Chief X has talked a lot about who's Negro, who's not Negro, your ancestors, who were your ancestors. And so we went over that a little bit, but essentially I think today's video is all about just kind of framing a debate, giving some backdrop on the peoples of the region, regardless of what your religion is, right? And what the racial or what the DNA says about these people, right? And putting a timestamp on it, and then asking the question, what happened to those people, right? If they were there, if these so-called Africans that first migrated out and stayed in the Levant for like 30 to 60,000 years without with very little admixture, like what happened to them, you know uh, just acknowledging a few facts before we get all the way up to the, to Abraham, who Jesus was, and
Right.
and finding out if maybe some of the folklore is pertaining to other stories, where they just mend a lot of folklore together into this political book.
Well, we know that both the Greeks and Romans edified African deities, with the Neteru, so we know that at least.
Mm-hmm.
The stories and certain ideas like virgin births, and resurrection or the Son of God and all these concepts and being chosen by God. Well, you have Setepenre. Setepenre means chosen by God.
Mm-hmm.
So, and that was in the titles like Ramses II. That was a Matre Setepenre. So he's chosen by Ray to lead.
Mm-hmm.
So these outsiders took a lot of concepts, man. They stole them, pretty much.
Yeah, and that's still the big argument today, Like nobody don't want to accept the truth for what it is, Everybody trying to come up with this illusion, this delusion that somebody is right and somebody is wrong and things are not rewritten. Like the saying goes, nothing is not new under the sun. And
Right.
people just I have to accept it for what it is. I just don't get the big deal with it. You know what I mean? Regardless of what we say, what is the truth or not, at the end of the day, it's still the power structure that convince everybody what they want them to believe or what they want them to follow. You see what I'm saying? So, and regardless of all the wickedness and the dirty things that's going on in the churches or wherever, they still running the show because that's who the power structure choose, and that's who been running it for how many hundreds of years. So regardless of how we put the truth in their face, they won't accept it, because they rather live a lie. And living a lie is easy. It has a lot of flaws, a lot of sin, a lot of everything within it. So it's easy to do that, you know what I mean? Just like it's easy to take the bad path instead of the righteous path. You have to have will, power, and determination. So yeah, it's funny that all these people trying to protect it and try to whatever you want to say, act like they are not Christians, but they ready to put their life on the line to disprove whatever people that study their ancient belief or their African belief. So whatever that has to do with black culture, they make it seem like it's something wrong with it, So it's just strange to me.
Mm-hmm. Can y'all see this video playing?
I can see.
I see a picture. I don't see nothing playing.
Okay, you don't see the text on the bottom?
Yeah, it's like.
Oh, I see.
It's like it's
right. You
going
see this
in and
part?
out.
Boom, right here. She
Like a
has
subtitles.
Right, the subtitles. She has armlets and garters, perhaps made of raffia, a common fiber used for weaving in Africa. I mean, this that they're just guessing, but I mean, this clearly looks like something. I mean, this is hunter gatherer stuff, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, well, when I look at that image, also the horns on the head, it could also maybe be a tactic to maybe not scare off the prey that you're going to hunt, maybe to get closer, and also maybe to show respect to the animal, and you become that animal. You take a bit like the martial arts. You would have the tiger claw, the crane, or certain animals that are depicted. So that's where I think it's a great piece of art. I think it's amazing.
And then and what about the scarification?
Well, that is a part of it as well. So you normally see along the arms. You have that with certain places that are very close to waterways with crocodiles. So again,
That's who looks.
You're showing respect. You're sort of taking on that animal's instincts. So to put that on your skin, maybe to give you the power of that animal, some sort of it's just like a tattoo, basically. It's like a tattoo, you know. Someone will put a tattoo of, say, quite a few guys have the Black Panther on their arm, you know, or something like that. So I would have got something on that kind of scale.
Symbol of inspiration, I guess.
Yeah,
like the crocodile people of Ethiopia, where they scarify their bodies in a way and have looks like a crocodile
scales,
right?
Yeah. That's the people I was talking about. That's where I've seen it. Yeah.
Right.
I'm not 100% sure why they do it, but I would have said maybe because, you know, to take on the animal kind of
but they did that in ancient Egypt also, where they have like the anthropomorphic heads for the priests and priestesses who wear.
Yes.
The attributes, the animal attributes.
Well, even in Jamaica we have John Kunu. We've got a little echo there. We've got John Kunu in Jamaica, and the John Kunu. There is in Jamaica we have a folklore of the rolling calf, which is like I don't know if you've heard of that, divinely inspired.
Oh yeah, I've heard of it.
Yeah, and it's a great event. I mean, something to witness, you know. So it's definitely like an African tradition in Jamaica, which is amazing, you know. And it's a great. I think it'll be going on around this time of year as well, around the Christmas time period. But there's a horned guy. He wear like a suit, and he'd have huge horns, and he would sort of run into the crowd, and people would be running and screaming and stuff. But so obviously you've got that side of it as well. I mean, the African traditions and the African cultures are just amazing. You know, they're just out of this world. You know.
Yep.
Nothing like them. And there's no way I'm gonna trade that for any other culture again.
No.
Hell no.
No. And even when you look at what's here in America, you have those Louisiana, like the just like so-called Indians.
Yeah.
And with those colorful outfits with the large plumage on them and everything. You know, that's really Egungun. That's really like, you know, Egungun or Egun.
African, isn't it?
So, yes. And
the African dancers, you know, and
they're paying homage. They're paying homage to the Indians that helped them, right? To the Native Americans that helped them free themselves. But it's really African, man. You hear the rhythms being played and everything. So,
Well, funny enough, I saw I watched a bit of Instagram, and there was this Chinese group, and they were dancing a dancehall style of music, you know, and they were dancing like an African American kind of dance moves. And I just have to really think to myself, everybody else reveres our culture, you know. They love our culture. They any chance they get, they use it, and they use it to their benefit as well. It's just a shame that we don't really. I mean, look at some of this artwork here. For years, some of this artwork was looked down on because of, obviously, we had the Renaissance and the Europeans. And then, people like Pablo Picasso came down and started to go back over there. And he became one of the modern art's greatest. And he was heavily influenced by African art.
Yes.
So right now, African art is one of the most prized possessions, you know? You know? in the art worlds.
Mhm.
It's just a shame that sometimes maybe it's unfortunate that sometimes maybe some European countries may have to take control of these things because of sometimes the volatile the situations that they create in Africa. You know, certain religions, certain ideologies don't really subscribe to the arts.
No.
I think it's a very interesting thing because without the arts, we wouldn't have known kind of the depictions of these people back in the day, how they lived. It wasn't much about the art; it was about conveying a message to people. So I think the arts is quite important.
Well, you know what's so funny is that it's the same thing in West Africa. No, I'm sorry, in Asia actually. There were like these large Buddhas that were destroyed
Yeah,
because people are certain fanatics, said no, this is blasphemous, this is wicked, it's
idol worshipping or something.
right. So they had to, so they destroyed them, but that's their cultural heritage. Like even where was that? Was that in Syria? Were those Assyrian lions, or that like the human headed? They destroyed those too. They're destroying
Well,
like
the
museums.
Islamic world are very well known for that, but we also got to say that the Christians done the same. I mean, Napoleon, he came to Egypt and smashed the noses off the sphinxes. I'm not sure if he actually said that.
I don't think that's correct in a way.
I'm not sure. Correct me if I'm wrong, because I don't know where I got that from.
Because there's even a video where this PhD is talking about that. It's on YouTube actually. Like what happened to the noses on these Egyptian statues, right?
Right.
And it came down to two different people, to the early Christians, right?
Right.
And because they were just destroying temples, they would deface temples, destroying temples, and
Like
smash.
the Knights Templars and that.
I think before that,
Right.
Before that. And they would smash these statues, and also the ancient Egyptians themselves. If they had an issue with you, like Hatshepsut, because she ruled, what have you, man, they were destroying her stuff. They were scratching her name out, and they were scratching her images out. You see them chisel out there. So, and then also mishandling, and people would come in and handle these items. I guess sometimes they weren't even like like they weren't so careful, what have you, or excuse me. So it comes to a lot of things, and age too, and sometimes these things were in disarray. So a few factors, but I don't think it was Napoleon. I think a lot of that stuff happened way before Napoleon.
Right.
People
Yeah,
say,
I'm trying to find it.
Right. Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah, say like he shot the nose off of the Sphinx. That's not true. The thing it lost its nose and its beard way before
Napoleon.
Yeah. Oh yeah. But one thing people can say is that's not an African face on that daggone thing.
Mm-hmm. Right. Exactly. That's true.
It's
try, but they can't. It's undeniable, isn't it? It's just
undeniable, and people deny it. Trust me. And you'd be surprised as to why, And it's like, well, wait a minute. Put your face. I'll talk to a European. If I'm speaking to a European who basically has a flatter face, it's like your face doesn't match that.
Okay, you know what? I made one error here in the description of the comparison between the Kefians and the Tenarians. Sorry about that. And it's the other way around. It's the Kefians
that
who
are
were tall. Yeah, and sometimes reaching well into 6 feet. I mean, this is another key. This is another key element here.
Mm-hmm.
Like And then it says the second group lived in the region between 7,000 and 4,500 years ago. The Tenarians were smaller and had a mixed economy of hunting, fishing, and cattle herding. Yeah. Now, the Kefians hunted wild animals and speared huge perch with harpoons. They
Mhm.
colonized the region 10,000 to 8,000 years ago when it was at its wettest.
Mm.
So, yeah. So, and the Kefians are taller in stature. That's when they examine the skeletal remains. Um, right. Just as a footnote to that. Yeah. I'm glad I actually followed up on that because I wouldn't like to get that wrong. But in any case, y'all, it's been a good build today. Damn, we got. I'm sorry. Let me go through the messages. Isn't Ralph down there? What is this? Ralph said, oh right. Oh, okay. I got his messages before. I think.
Shaka supposed to be coming on today, right?
Yeah, Shaka, you going on? You going live, right?
Yes, I will go live at 4 p.m. EST New York time. But actually, before that, lunchtime, I'm gonna ask Mid Vision Podcast if he supports white supremacy, like Jabari and Garfield. But the main stuff is the Metal Nature class, a free Metal Nature class, 4 p.m. New York time.
Okay. Oh, that's great, man.
What's up?
Perfect. I'm gonna be there.
And people should thank Donnie Williams. He really encouraged me yesterday. He made a $50 donation, so I paid for the pro hosting. I mean the pro plan on StreamYard, and that really encouraged me. So that's why I'm doing that free Metal Nature class today.
Oh, that's what's up. Thanks, Donnie.
Yeah, get some merch. Go out there and buy some
Thank you,
merch. What up,
Johnny.
young Heru?
Yeah, exactly, Andrea. And go buy some merch, y'all. Speaking of that, we have some merch
Hey,
from
Andrea, what's
my
going
Aunt
on?
Forever's channel. Go ahead, hey Wu.
No, I was just responding to Andrea.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Y'all can come and get this merch. It's beautiful. It's wonderful. And on top of that, if you do not like the HOK, let me find a link for that because we have some merch on that too. But I'm gonna drop this in the link for in the chat for folks. Drop this link here, and then y'all can breeze through this and see what you like. If there's anything you like to support good media, and yeah, I saw that $50 donation, Shaka, and Donnie, thank you for that. That you know what I'm saying? Like, because it really does take support. Sometimes I don't know. Well, you got to support what you want to see. That's what it comes down to ultimately. So that's what that showed, So Shaka, you got a good brother there, Donnie.
Yeah, that's what's up. That's what's up. But
Mm-hmm.
thanks to all the brothers and sisters who also supported me by being members of the channel. That lasted for a good while, and obviously I have some people, who send some, cash app. What is it? What is it called again? Super chat, I think it's called.
Yes.
Some people that I don't even know. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, what I'm saying, we're gonna try to maintain. But indeed, when you get support, it really encourages you. Because everybody knows, the adversity and the lies and the slander that I face just because I'm against rape. But yeah, it's nice to have people, like congratulating you and stuff like that. But also, the financial support, it helps as well, But yeah, I'm happy. Thank you, Donnie. Thank you, Donnie Williams.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it does. It actually helps a lot, and people don't realize how slander how terrible YouTube can be sometimes. And you do things, and when it comes to these topics, people get triggered and sometimes become volatile, and then we gotta somehow learn to just have conversations without all of that stuff, and you get that with good leadership too.
Mm-hmm.
Good leadership can maintain a positive environment. You know what I'm trying to find here? Oh well, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna do it right now. I gotta remake this link. Let me call it. Yeah, I will call it that. Here we go. Collections. Boom, boom, boom. Where is it at here? Here it is. Boom. Now I can do that. Save it. Okay. It should be apparent this also if you all know what we're talking about when we say House of Unconsciousness. Right. Is it here? Did it come up yet? Didn't come up? Oh, 2 seconds. Where's that link at?
Yeah,
Here?
with all their little feeble comebacks. I mean, all of our names that we gave them were brilliant, and that's what really hurt them, isn't it? As Andrea said, that their bottoms are hurting, you know, and yeah, we come out with some great ones, you know, and they come out with some rubbish, just some like childish buffoonery.
Here we go. Boom. Yeah, and so if you're tired of the unconscious community, you can also get some merch here. Also, we got a few things for them. Also, yeah, we're gonna update this a little one for 2004 if it continues into 2004. Should we talk about some of this? This is dedicated to chasing the Hyksos. You know how elusive they can be. This is chase me like the Hyksos.
Yeah, so somebody said the Hyksos are fake, that they made that up. So he's not only pseudo by saying that Kush is not in Nubia, he's saying that Hyksos are fake. I mean, and that's what people call scholarship.
And for those that don't know, this is real panties you can actually buy. So feel free, get yourself, you know.
Too bad you can't put his face on the crotch area.
You know what I'm saying? Yo, this is outrageous now that I think about it. Then we have the infamous Sorry Sa caps. You know, a certain MVP spun that. Yeah. By that, you know, phone call. Sorry, Sa. I don't know. I don't get no respect.
Yeah,
he reminds me of that comedian. What's his name?
Rodney Dangerfield.
Exactly, yo.
I don't get no respect. Yeah, man.
I don't get no respect. I don't get no. So we got the Sorry Sa. You know, if that's more interesting, folks. I mean, some people like that more. You know. And then for those that just
you know, VB, you know, he apologized to me, so I stopped banging on him. But if he didn't, probably I would have, you know, proposed. Can I get a debate? Question mark.
but yeah, and here's the thing, you know, ironically, also this was kind of spawned by, this was halfway spawned by another person too, we could say. But you know, we just leave it at that. I don't want to get things getting too spicy here. Oh, and then there's also the rip me off and smash thongs. This is dedicated to Smash and the brother Garfield, right? Rip me off and smash.
Rip me off and smash.
Mm-hmm. The dual collective.
Well, did Smash get ripped off too?
You know, it's like, you know, it's crazy, man. It is really crazy, but it exists out there in the conscious world. So if you're tired of that and you want to say something, this is also you know, very clear. F side cheddar for your winter.
Read that.
Yeah, but in any case, and then we have this one, the civilization. Yeah, this is actually a pretty good one right here. There you go, the hoodies, and then there's loads of other stuff. So, on that note, folks,
don't forget the puzzle.
Oh, yes, you know, and we're gonna have some new things for next year, actually. You know, so that's what I'm working up to now. So hopefully that stuff will be ready. And here is, of course, the puzzle, and another puzzle is coming from another time period. So with the indigenous names and tribal peoples of different regions.
That'd be great. That'd be great.
exactly a follow up to this one, and you'll be so. It's just so funny how many people don't think a jigsaw puzzle is good if it's Africa, if it's one of Africa. That's so amazing because, you know, these are good educational tools.
Yeah,
And
yeah. If your grandkids join you in it, but they get bored real quick, so you wind up doing it by yourself.
oh,
I bought it for that purpose, but it didn't end up that way.
but you know what? You know what I found? Like with my youngest son, right? I started him off with like geography really early. Like so he was like 6 years old when I really was doing geography. I mean, just world geography, you know. And at that age I found he could remember everything. He could, as a matter of fact, I'm just gonna give you out one little peep of that. My youngest son, I'm so proud of him. Uh yeah, Marcus Hayru. I'm so proud of him because he he really was quick and eager to to dive into some of this. Oh, is it here? It's in a video. Geography at an early age. Here we go. Check this out. I can play this and then I'll segue out. This is just 6 years old.
Yeah. And the luggage tags too. I got mine. I've been able to use them. Those are good too.
Oh, can y'all see this? Could y'all
Mm-mm.
see that?
No.
Oh,
No.
oh my God! How did that happen? I'm sorry about that. I turned it off. I didn't even realize that. Here we go. But I mean, the gist of it was is that I started him so early, and this is not even half of what he knows. You know, what he could tell me. I mean, he could tell me
Okay, du
places
klaar
all over the globe.
gespeeld hier? Oké, Marcus.
You know,
Waar liggen Rusland hin? Ja. Of waar liggen Iran hin? Ja, dat right. Waar liggen Madagascar hin? Ja, oké. Ingang til Madagascar? Ja, oké. Waar liggen Sverige hin? Dat right. Ingang til Sverige? Dat right, Marcus. Oké. Waar liggen Danmark hin, Marcus? Ja, dat right, Denmark. Oké. Waar ligger Eritrea hen, Marcus? Ja. Waar ligger Sudan? Ja, dat right. Wow, waar du hurtig, man. Oké. Ja. Også der. Waar ligger Brazil hen?
Brazil.
Yes. Ingang til Brazil. Okay.
and he could go on. He could go on and on. You know, I mean, he definitely knows where Washington D.C. is. The USA, all of that. You know, Canada. He knows all. He knows all the continents and a lot of the American nations. You know, even Caribbean nations too. You know, at that age. So
That's wonderful.
Yes.
yeah, so I think it's just a matter of timing, you know. And kids are different too. They not all my kids couldn't catch on, but you can hear my youngest one. She's like 2 years younger than Marcus, so she's 4 there, and she's just like, also me. Can I join in?
Hmm.
So she was there learning all those things while he was learning them too, you know, and just kind of caught on. So yeah, these kind of puzzles. I mean, just the map alone, period. You
Hmm.
know, I don't think kids, you know, kids can start learning that at 6 years old easily. I think 5, maybe some 5. You know, so
Yeah.
I would start them off as early as possible and just see how well they take to it, and if not, then you know sometimes the brain works differently. You know, But on that note, folks, I'm gonna let everybody have a little bit of breather. With that, we almost been 6 hours. It's 6 minutes in 6 hours. So far, it's been
Wow.
no. It's in 6 minutes. It'll be 6 hours, right? So exactly. So it's been a good build today.
It has.
Oh,
Yeah, I appreciate everybody so much for showing up. Young Hey Roo, man, it's good to see you back, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was thinking about you too, man. Just over this period, things slow down and stuff, and I was like, where this guy at now, man? I need to send him a message, and then here you go.
Yeah, man. I've been out the loop, but still in the loop at the same time.
Mm-hmm. Following the madness.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's been good.
Well, it was good to have a bill that wasn't about Puff Daddy and debauchery in general, right?
Exactly.
Got to maintain some standards. You can always jump back into that anytime.
Yeah, 'cause it's gonna be there.
It's always.
It's always going to be there. So so on that note, I'm gonna shut the shop down, folks. I'll see you all later on. If those that are free over on my Aunt Forever's channel, Shaka. I don't know if you got a link for that already, but let me see if I can pull that
I'll
up.
be there.
Then I'll be out. Yeah, me too, because I know where it's going, actually. So that's going to be interesting. Here we go.
And feel free, to get your children, so they can get some introduction with the Mother Nature. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, people will be able to ask questions in the chat as well. But they will be able to get on the panel as well. So I have a stream in half an hour with a different topic, but definitely in 4 hours time, 4 p.m. EST anyway, 4 p.m. EST New York time. I will do this free Mother Nature class, hieroglyphic class.
Okay. All right. Perfect, brother. All right. I'll put the link there to the channel in the chat so folks can follow along. Everybody have a wonderful day. And if I don't see you over on Shaka's later on today, in a few minutes or later on this evening, we will catch up. I'll catch up with you all over this winter period before the new year. I appreciate everybody so much. Have a great evening.
Peace.
Peace, y'all.
Peace.
What time is it's over there for y'all anyway?
It's 5:26 p.m. It's 5:26 where I'm at. So
y'all way ahead.
yeah, it's morning
Alright,
time
man.
where you at. So that's why we'll be back. Y'all just getting
Alright, man.
started.
Peace.
All right, peace, everybody. One, bless.
Peace.
Happy holidays.
Z-Ride and Roro. Sue. What's up, Sue?